Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? Let me go ahead and get the right screen shared there. Looks like I clicked on the wrong one there. Now we got it up there. Now you guys see it. Of course, we'll get to the action. We'll take a look into, of course, the Tesla Dragon. We'll talk about the SPY today, as the SPY is up there towards 711, 710. We are getting a little bit of a lift here in the pre-market. Some earnings stocks, of course, to cover, and a lot to get into the action today. So we'll kick things right into it. Let's, instead of going towards some SPY talk, we'll talk about that in the report. Let's get to some playbook. Let's talk about the trading action out there. It's been a wild ride, of course, in the market. Let's get to some trade ideas today. All right, first one up, guys. Let's take a look here into GEV as we're up above 1,000 here. This has been a crazy run off the earnings. It's up there now towards 1140s. So we're going to look to see if we can get some pullback and hold above the 1,000 spot. So any undercuts around the 1,000 will be a good look to try to catch it on a pullback. Right now, you're up there towards 1,100 and continuing to rise in the pre-market. I was looking for at least a test towards this like 1,100, maybe trying to undercut and rally off of that. But this is, of course, a nice base off of the earnings. We'll look for any pullbacks to kind of play in. But yesterday, I was also long a name here and continuing to look at this one, CEG. It's up there towards 288 this morning. Could be breaking 290s, getting up there to 300. And you could also play a couple of plays off of this VST, and we could also play TLN. So we'll look to see if GEV takes the lead as the leader in this space, keeps breaking out, and maybe we either kind of scalp that GEV or go for a little bit of a play in a sympathy play. Of course, an AI power bellwether here, and get more from our playbook, of course. Let's go to another stock as we keep talking about some trade ideas. Let's go to MSOS. Who's been talking cannabis stocks here? You guys know Money Mitch looking for this to continue to lift off. And this morning, boom, another push there towards the 580s. I was talking about this below 420s on Monday, and haha, pun intended, 420 on 420. Well, that's been the great ride up there, now up there to 569s, continuing to go. I sold the swing trade on MSX yesterday as we got the rip. We got another rip today, so it could continue going, right? I'm trying to buy dips on this, but a lot of times it rips and then dips, so I'll be looking for some dips towards the opening, but we're getting, of course, this action right now that's already a huge rally, and this happened right here around 817. I had already put it on the playbook before this, so if you got this rally already, well, shout out to you guys in MSOS as Cannabis and Schedule 3 breakout here. This is, of course, surging on massive institutional volume as the administration moves to reschedule cannabis, potentially removing the 280E tax burden, which of course affects plenty of these names, which will instantly do what? It creates a fundamental shift. I always talk about this, and I will continue talking about this. When stocks make their biggest move, it's because there's a fundamental shift underneath the belt. And when there's a fundamental shift, what happens is valuation quickly adjusts. So in this case, price. Right? So you guys are seeing it here as cannabis stocks get the lift. We'll look to see if we get some continued upside in these cannabis names. Let's go to another trade, of course. Let's take a look at another idea that I have of about a long on ARM. We've talked about this name yesterday. Talked about how we could start to look towards a move towards 200. It made that attempt yesterday. Look at the hourly. It just drove up all day long, started the day around 178.61 and continued going all the way up there towards a high around 196.14, and then after hours higher than that, 196.66. This is a huge run there for ARM. ARM Holdings, one of the best looking semiconductors out in the market right now. And if you look at the scanner, and I've talked about this for a while now, this setup here was just really prime on this kind of quarterly outlook. Look at all the wicks here. I'd always ran into selling pressure in the 170s. Now you completely clear it. And the area, of course, that was getting a lot of a bounce and buy was around the 110 to 120 range. Here's a big breakout there for ARM holding and continuing to go higher. This is a great trade that can continue to push more semiconductors as that continues to push higher. And you see the SMH, an ETF, if you're looking for it, right? The semiconductor ETF. This is absolutely killing it, guys. So any pullbacks on this could be a good way of getting after it. If you don't like specific names, well, SMH is definitely a play to be had. The market, of course, decoupling from any geopolitical noise as Iran's ceasefire is extended indefinitely. Earnings season is the primary driver right now, with 81% of reporting S&P 500 companies beating the ESP, of course, the earnings estimates, the earnings per share, and we're in clear consolidation and continuation regime. Buy the structural dips off of the 9 EMA is what I'm looking for here. Pressing on AI infrastructure. Also, of course, catalysts that I'll be watching, GEV, names like that. That's what we should be looking for. All right, that's going to do it for the playbook today. We'll get towards the sunrise report where we talk about what stocks are moving and why. Let's not get around anything else. Let's go right to the action and take a look what's going on in the market today. Right, let's get to the action. Of course, as we see here, we got another push there yesterday on a push towards the highs. We'll look to see if he continues pushing. Of course, the Iran war being the focus here, and we're stuck in the range. Can we get to the 712? This morning, we even make a spike there towards 711.16, but can we close above that, right? What we need to be looking at is that Iran was simultaneously seizing ships in the Strait of Hormuz, and Parliament Speaker declared the waterways impossible to open. After the close, Tesla's earnings calls eased a 4% after-hours gain in real time as Elon Musk warned of substantial increases in capital spending. Why? Well, we have something that I'll be able to tell you guys later on during the show. As you guys know, Money Mitch does the deep dive into the reports. We also have some slides that I'll bring up with Tesla's report. I have a report that we can get into, and we can talk about the trouble ahead for Tesla, but also potential big upside. That's the fun part. We'll talk a little bit about that. The bull case handed back on the same call it was built. Futures are lower Thursday, but quickly coming back up this morning. We'll see what happens that. And of course, the market is digesting Tesla's capex guidance, meaning for a sector that has priced AI infrastructure as a decade trade. Let's keep taking a look around in the market today. Let's go to Tesla and talk a little bit about their earnings. We'll talk a little bit more about them during the open, but Tesla, of course, reported Q1 earnings of 41 cents per share, beating the 37-cent consensus. Revenues came down in 22.39 billion, below the 22.64 billion estimate. The stock went up 4% on an EPS beat, then reversed to more than down 2% when Elon Musk warned on the earnings call of substantial increases to capital spending. So capex, right? To fund, of course, Tesla's self-driving and humanoid robot programs, with the capex now expending the top 25 billion this year, 5 billion above the prior guidance of 20 billion, and the gross margins of 21.1%. Deliveries of 358,023 vehicles were secondary considerations to the capex relevation. This, of course, is on the current Tesla trade is essential form. The car company print is not the point anymore. The AI autonomy capex story is the point. And that story now requires 5 billion more per year than the investors had originally modeled. At this multiple, that prices Tesla as an AI robotics platform rather than a vehicle manufacturer. And of course, this is also an indefinitely expanding investment cycle without clear payback timeline is one thing that the bull case cannot absorb cleanly. Things to be thinking about in Tesla, and the reason why you might have seen the rip and then the dip, right? All right, well, let's go to TXN, as TSN also reporting earnings, and this one actually reporting great guidance and helping it move forward. Up there to 260s and continuing to push. Let's talk a little bit about this Texas Instrument report. Q1 report above the estimates, guided Q2 earnings per share to a range of $1.77 to $2.05, well above the $1.57 consensus. Q2 revenue guidance of $5 to $5.4 billion, above the $4.6 billion estimate there. TXN making analog and embedded chips that go into industrial equipment, automotives, data centers, and connected devices. Not AI training chips, but the infrastructure layer underneath all of it. when TXN guides current EPS roughly 30% above consensus, it's confirming that the semiconductor demand is healthy at the base layer, not just the AI GPU layer that TSM and MC and Marvell represent, right? So the analog recovery here was the missing leg for the semiconductor bull case through most of 2025. TXN is now saying that that leg has arrived and the market is reading it as such with a plus 11% rally here on the earnings. So this is telling us that the semiconductor area is healthy and we could see continued upside. All right, now in focus, of course, ServiceNow. Let's take a look at that one, as that was a beat on earnings, but downside action. ServiceNow getting a really hard hit downside, 13%. The cost of AI, of course, through acquisition. And this is just a story that I think we'll start to see a little bit more of, right? ServiceNow Q1 beat earnings revenues estimates, raised its full year subscription revenue guidance to $15.74 to $15.78, up from the prior being $15.55 billion, and it still fell 13%. The culprit, of course, the Avis acquisition, the cybersecurity platform that connected and operational technology that now ServiceNow is integrating into its workflow automation suite to compete, of course, with enterprise security. The market's down 13 response to raise guidance is a verdict that on the integration costs and dilution, not on the underlying business. The underlying business is doing well, but the cost here for the dilution is what's happening. So Avis brings a new revenue line, but also new complexity. The combined company guidance raise is smaller than the growth investors were pricing in standalone. ServiceNow matters beyond the stock now. It's the first signal that the earnings season that AI software companies that expand through M&A face multiple compression, even when the strategy is sound. As every enterprise software platform races to bolt on AI security and autonomy capabilities through acquisition, the Avis integration discount may become a reoccurring theme that we see in Q2. Of course, Tesla and other names are down. We've talked about some of those names. We'll get into the action. Let's talk about Honeywell as they came in with their report. They're actually down 5.6%, giving me an opportunity for a dip buy this morning towards 202.10s, but I wasn't up there and grabbing it this morning. I was doing a little research, but I do want to take a shot here at Honeywell on this pullback. Let's talk about the earnings, and then we'll do a little bit more of a deep dive here. Q1 adjusted EPS of $2.45, beating the $2.32 estimate. Revenues of $9.1 billion came in below the consensus there. Q2 EPS outlook $2.35 to $2.45, falling short of the $2.56 estimate. Honeywell is among the broadest industrial bellwethers that are available. Aerospace, building automation, performance materials, and guidance miss signals that industrial demand is not uniformly recovering, even as aerospace and energy capex accelerate. The stock's 5.6 decline on parallel beat is the market pricing in a forward miss, not the Q1 result. So we'll see what happens here with, of course, this downside. Will it be an opportunity on the move to the down? Then you got IBM out there, guys, that had earnings also. So there's so much earnings to cover. I'll keep going through it, and we'll talk about some other ones coming up, guys. All right, IBM down 7% here. It beat Q1 estimates on both lines. EPS of 191 versus 181. Revenues at 15.92 billion versus a 15.62 billion. But of course, declined sharply after the company declined its full raised of guidance there. But of course, this is a large tech company that beat by a meaningful margin, but refuses to lift the annual outlook. So investors read it as a management signaling limited visibility into the back half. In IBM's case, the consulting and hybrid cloud segment are on watch. Soft enterprise IT spending in high oil and high uncertain macro environments tend to delay the discretionary projects IBM service business depends on. So IBM taking a hard hit to the downside, and it doesn't look like this one's going to be bouncing back anytime soon. Why? You're not giving the visibility. So without visibility, it creates uncertainty. All right, there's other ones out there. The last one that I'll just give up is Nokia. Yes, I'm going to talk about Nokia because this stock is up another 11%. This has been a stock that I've been talking about since when? Well, since the pullback at $6, guys. I've mentioned this one, and it didn't seem like it was possible to just continue the lift, but it has just continued to drive higher. As of course, it posted a Q1 earnings beat tracking towards the high end of the full year guidance despite a revenue miss. Nokia's operating profit is coming in above expectations here, and the network infrastructure company costs restructuring it into translating into margin improvement, even as revenue growth remains moderate. Telecom infrastructure is slow moving but multi-year capex cycle. Nokia's tracking forward guidance high end is a signal that the wireless and fixed line network equipment business is holding up better than feared in a capital constrained environment. All right, that's going to do it for our Sunrise Report. We'll talk more about what's leading into the market as we continue on with the show. We'll bring on now Michael Doss and take a look into the market and maybe celebrate a car accident. What's going on, Michael? How we doing, my friend? I think you're on the hard mute. Maybe it's just me.
All right, what about that? Can you hear me now?
There you go. Now I hear
Perfect.
you. It wasn't just me this time.
Turn off and back on with EV Mux, huh? But yeah, we're celebrating. That's for sure.
There you
Thankfully,
go. Thankfully,
right? We were watching this, right? We were watching it at the right time, and this was just one of the easiest trends to stay into. So I talked about how I expressed it with that call credit spread. And, I shared in our little WhatsApp chat, by the end of the day is up 70%. So you can only make 100% on those, right? It's one of those when the volatility collapses and there's only so much, we talked about this a lot yesterday as a good way to express it was, in selling some volatility, but doing so in a way that your risk was capped. And that made a lot more sense than what I was doing, which was buying puts on the first time. And again, the beauty of that was that as long as it stayed under 750 for the next month, it didn't really matter what the price was. I would get all of that profit. The downside, which we mentioned, was that profit was capped. However, 70% of the value when I covered it, I got. So I'll take it, right? So now the question, if anyone's asking, is what's next? And there's an email. I'm sending an email out about this today, but I think nothing. I think nothing.
What?
I think it's here's a silver chart, right?
Come on, man. Give me something. Something, Michael. Something. I need something.
You had to watch yesterday.
Next trade.
You had to watch yesterday for. And again, I think it's going to be like silver. If you're a short-term day trader, I still think car is going to be the place for you for a while. It's going to have that volatility. But the reason I bring up the silver chart is because it's kind of exactly what happened, right? Huge parabolic, crazy move. Everybody was talking about it. It was the most popular thing going on in the market. When it cracked, ever since then, look, the low of that price was $74 and we're at like $70. So yes, if you're a short-term trader, you could have made a lot of money doing this, but when these parabolic moves crack, they're generally, you got to get that first day. Maybe we get another incredible down day today, but you got to be in on it quick, and then it has to step back and just say, hey, it's on to the next one, right? On to the next thing. Speaking of, right, that's kind of what we're seeing here in the SPY. We have, I wouldn't call this parabolic. It was a nice push up here, and we haven't really cracked yet, but we are seeing kind of the first issues, I think you could say, where we got to this prior high. It's probably better to look at like a 30-minute chart. We got again to this high that me and Mitch were talking about of like 12 or 712-ish yesterday. So now it's 1, 2, 3 highs, and then we just hit it here in the pre-market and backing off a little bit as well. So clear line in the sand. If we either break it and fail back down or fail to break it entirely, that could be the first, okay, it's time for a little bit of a pullback after this gargantuan move. I still think it's a bit of a lockout rally. I still think that there's so many people on the sidelines that I don't think we're dipping hard at this point, but a little bit of sideways action. And of course, we've already tacoed the Wednesday issue down to Friday, which is tomorrow. So there could be a little bit of worry, I think, in the market where people just want to lighten up a bit, maybe hedge some. This could be one of those days where you see the VIX spike even when the SPY doesn't move, because people are buying put options. They're putting on a little bit of a hedge, because what if everything goes sideways on the weekend, right? You want to be exposed to that as well. So yeah, with the SPY, again, just looks like a great bull flag. If you just zoom out, huge move up, sideways now for 4 days plus. If we could push through as well, as if we can break through that, we can break through with some volume, some momentum, some kind of certainty, then I think things look fantastic. If we break and just fail right away, or we fail to break and we break these lows, that's where I'm like, okay, not the end of the world, not bear market pullback 2.0, but maybe it's time to rest. Maybe some people are kind of a little bit worried, but I am seeing some good relative strength in IWM. So we are seeing MAGS, not a lot of liquidity on this one. We're actually seeing this down quite a bit. There's going to be a lot of Tesla, and then we're seeing the SPY down a little bit, and then we're seeing IWM holding up just fine and actually up on the day. So I don't like to look at RSP in the pre-market. There's just not enough volume to care, but that's going to be one of the things that I'm going to be laser focused on right on the open is RSP going to be outperforming the SPY? And we can get an early sign of, is it a tech day? Is it a non-tech day? These rotations have seemed to be happening every day, where one day is large cap tech, the other day is something else, and so on and so forth. Silver down, biotech's down a little bit, and healthcare is something we wanted to look at, because me and Mitch were kind of stalking this Eli Lilly. Starting to maybe look interesting to me, where, downtrend here from basically the beginning of the year all the way down, a little bit of a bounce, and then a pullback. So now we have that potential higher low scenario. So if we kind of reverse here and start to move higher, that is that we can lean against this old prior low and start to push up. But with the XLV, right, you need things like Eli Lilly. We've talked about how UNH and Oscar and all these other names have been doing fantastic, but it's really been like the biotech side of healthcare, you could call it, like Eli Lilly and Johnson & Johnson. These guys have been lagging. But I just want to note, again, pretty big volume there yesterday on XLV, so we need to keep an eye there. But overall, right, there's not a lot of technical analysis to do on a market that's done nothing in 5 days. So it's one of those moments that if you are a market idea, then you have to, if you're a market trader, if you're an ES, a futures trader, or an ETF trader, or whatever, it's kind of like either play the range in and out, or sit on your hands, have some patience, wait for it to break, which we know it will happen at some point, right? It's just whether it's going to be clean or not.
Definitely something to look for, and we'll be seeing if we get a little bit of that healthcare trade and some other trades up there setting up, and it's time to take a look to see where we can make some money, right? I mean, it's going to be an interesting market indeed as we keep playing, and there's stocks definitely breaking out, right? So I think, you continue to look at the areas that have been hot, and we'll look to see what happens with the SPY, right? We keep trying to get to that 712, so can we break that today? Of course, that would be the focus until we get out of that range. Of course, everyone's going to be kind of watching to see what happens there. But
That's why
semiconductors, man, I think is the idea of why this can keep going. I mean, the SMH says it all, right? And it's not just one name, right? It's tons of names now. When, like I talk about it often, when you get this type of industry-wide move, it starts to lift all the boats, right? Just even if it has bad earnings, it could start to lift semiconductors. And so I'm starting to look deeper and deeper into the semis as being the area where rotation of money wants to go too, right? Because especially if they're late on the ball, Well, now they really need to get on this fast because names like Marvell that have just completely gone to the moon, right? Names like Micron are completely pushing. AVGO doesn't even want to come back to the 9 EMA, now towards 420. Some of these stocks just complete takeoffs, right? Um, Look at On Semiconductor. This stock almost a double since April, right? I mean, what is going on, right? So this is where we need to jump on trends fast and maybe look for some pullback opportunities.
Yeah, that's what I'm really hunting for, and the problem is that's what the world is hunting for, right? We would love, like, every kind of trader, investor, technician in the world would love us to roll over here, and to have a 3 to 5%, I think, correction, and that's what makes me think it might not happen. Is right? We talked about, I showed the fact that everybody puked out the Qs on the lows. Everyone kind of fell for the news again, got scared when things were at lows. We're talking bearish, blah blah, and you can see it in the flows. They have to report these ETF flows, and they puked it out at the lows. We talked about the commitment traders data. And the fact that they shorted more on the way up. So the large institutions are shorting this. So the positioning is just all out of whack. So that makes me wonder, kind of like in 2025, is it just going to be like this for the rest of the year, in which no one's positioned correctly? And when no one's positioned correctly, that's the one thing that's going to pop it up. And so far, the data is kind of showing us that. Now, I'll be interested to see new COT data comes out on the weekends. So I'm going to be diving into that on the weekend. I'll kind of show you guys that a little bit, right? I did a little presentation on commitment traders data there. And yeah, I think that will be important. And then maybe, we'll look at like things like ETF flows, because these positioning numbers can be a huge help. Because if you're trying to grab like sentiment or something from social media, A, people can say whatever they want. B, it's going to be whatever the algorithm feeds you, or whatever the people you're following are feeding you. And then I want to see the data, like show me the actual kind of data out there, and take a look. So that's what I'm more interested in than anything else. And yeah, we don't get that till the weekend. So
well, we'll have to wait till then, but I'll tell you what we don't have to wait for. I hear a plane coming in, Airplane Jane coming in, of course. Let's bring her in and see what's going on in the market. How we doing, Jane? Can you hear me?
The curse.
Oh, we're all on the same thing. No worries. You just got to go and press the audio again. It happens to me every time.
Yeah, I had to like flip in, put sources,
flip out,
and then put it back,
click something else and put it back. It's the same source, but for some reason it just wants to disconnect it right now.
Turn it off and turn it back on again.
This is what's happened to me a couple of times. So I'm like, dude, I have it on the right source. I just came in from another interview and it was working fine.
I didn't change anything. Oh, that do it? There. Just flashing black. No, it's good.
Almost. We'll get there.
We'll get all this
producer
stuff
will work with her in the background. There you go. I hear some Jane action. We'll see if we get her on here. I think I heard her for a second. Okay.
Like once you guys turn me on, then I have to go into the audio and then select it. It's an extra step for no apparent reason.
Don't worry, we will give Emux some extra bonus points this morning.
Emux, it's got puts. I got puts on Emux for going down. So
yes.
We are. I am with you.
Can you reshare for us?
There we go. So I am with you. Everything has to just go through it again. It's like you got to set everything up and redo it. How about that? Good?
There we go.
Extra work just for fun.
Let's rock.
Are we clear? You guys can see. Yeah, for sure. It's just to make sure that you're savvy with the software. That's all it is, right?
Yeah, that's it. It's just a test.
So you are correct, Michael. We've gone nowhere, and I have seen those bigger money levels change because obviously when we go nowhere, what does that mean? Positioning, right? You see that line right up there on the top? That is the line from April 1st, 7/10/21. So that's the area where all of that big volume from April 1st is now up above us. We had the run up from March 30th, and now they have hung it up here. Is it the hanging man that's going to be setting up on the weekly chart? We shall see. But starting with the SPY and then going on over to SPXS, you know me, I like to check those inverse indicators. Oh yes, they moved it down to 3110, right? So they're starting to align the inverse indicators and the markets up at the highs. They're relocating. Now, is this going to be, this is a risky point at which to get in when the bigger money repositions their positions. I say go small. Right? Because if you were wrong, that big money is going to railroad against you. So step in small, make sure a confirmed move in that direction, and then add on to the winner. It's a hard thing for those newer traders sometimes to move your average up or down, depending on if you're short or long. But it's one that when you have that confirmation, you can go in because you've got the billionaires at your back. So you're able to have a super successful trade. Looking at the Dow as well, DIA, also seeing that they repositioned here 494.34 for that bigger money level from April 1st. Look at that big volume day right here. Well, when we look at the SDow as well, oops, it helps when I spell it correctly, not DOQ. Maybe that was a sign, Q for bankrupt. So SDow, I can't pull it up. Yes, 2882 for the inverse indicator right there. For SRTY, the inverse for the Russell, we have their bigger money level at 2872. So I hadn't put that on just yet, but 2872 for that level. Really quickly, let's set it up. 2872, and we are hanging out at 2856. So with the inverse indicators, as it goes down like this, right, we see that what did the Russell do? The Russell moved up, right? The Russell, they have changed their position up to 2766. So all of this bigger money, yes, it makes sense, right? It makes sense that we have bigger money positioning up here. Why? We just broke out of the high. Shorts are going to be getting out. And if you're getting in long, you want to wait for that higher resistance level to break. So that's, again, a caution. Just because we see the bigger money levels move does not mean that this market is going down from here. We do have the big catalyst of the ceasefire hold on caution that came out yesterday. They changed this during the day yesterday. That bigger money volume came in yesterday to change this position. Is it in relation to that? Potentially. We always have the bigger money moving before the news story confirms it. So watch these bigger price levels where the biggest wallets in the indexes are located, and then follow it. It's going to give you the ability to have a great profitable trade. You can also use these levels if you do trade the futures, right? You can see where we go above or below on the indexes or on those inverse indexes or inverse in ETFs, and then profit from it. So I'm starting to see that they are changing their positions, and I think the market next week is going to be quite exciting.
You definitely know that one. The market doesn't hide, and the market's going to keep coming with the earnings streams coming fast. And don't miss, of course, our earnings streams as we give you guys some great previews into the major reports. Tonight, we get, of course, Intel reports. So this one's going to be a fun one because it also will give us some insights. Will also give us some insights into, of course, Elon Musk's AI plans, as of course we found out more conversation from Tesla yesterday about the combination with Intel. We've already heard about this, but we'll hear more from Intel tonight. I think this is one of the major drivers, of course, moving forward to see what other kind of things Intel can get into here for AI, and we'll see. We'll find out tonight, of course. A big report came in last night with Tesla, but let's get into what's driving the market and shaping Thursday's session. Of course, going into the market, we're going to be watching to see what happens with, of course, Iran and the two ships in the Strait of Hormuz. We'll be keeping an eye out to see what happens out there. They did get fired upon, and the parliament speaker is stating that the reopening is impossible while the U.S. blockade continues. Indefinite ceasefire extension remains in place with no talks really scheduled here. Top economists now put a U.S. recession probability at 40% due to sustained Hormuz closure. Demand destruction estimated at 4 to 5 million barrels per day. WTI approximately $93, unchanged from Wednesday's close. We'll see what happens there. Tesla's capex raise. That'll be a conversation today, of course, going up there to 25 billion from 20 billion prior. That's the overnight story. We'll see what happens as it opens the question whether AI hardware investment cycles is being funded by free cash flow or multiple expansion. Things to think about, right? Moving forward, Texas Instrument up 11% to counterbalance as a long analog demand is confirmed at a broad-based rally here in semiconductor as the upcycle has legs outside of the AI GPU narrative, and we're seeing a ton of semiconductors continue to hold their push. ServiceNow, of course, down 13%, raised its guidance, but still getting multiple kind of compression there that's really kind of affecting the stock. We'll look to see what happens in those SaaS stocks. Earnings continue, of course. The pace of beats have been strong, but the pattern of beats and falls have happened. There's been a couple of names like IBM, ServiceNow, Verti that signal that the bar was a little bit high, and guidance is what the market is trading on, not the Q1 results, it seems like. We'll see what happens here as there's competing forces, of course, earnings this week, and then, of course, the war conversation. But it seems like the market is more focused on the earnings, of course. We'll see what happens there as there was some pretty good numbers overall, as I talked about it a little bit earlier in our playbook, how the beats have been pretty significant. And if you look at the beats here, 81% of reporting S&P 500 have beat the EPS estimates here as we see the high bar set from earnings.
Yeah, earnings is going to be interesting because I know like forward expected earnings is.
Ooh, what's
like,
going on in FCX right now?
pretty
Sorry about
juiced.
that, but something's going on here. Sorry to interrupt you, my friend.
Copper?
No worries.
Just that's a
What's
pretty
up?
big
No.
drop, right?
What's going on?
God.
Did you see the drop overnight in
That's
the
a
oil
copper drop.
futures?
Did not see the drop in there in the oil futures.
Well, all
Unfortunately,
futures,
I
yeah.
don't watch.
Yeah,
the
there was
future action there.
it was like there was
So
a
let me
computer
know.
glitch. It was it was
right
like
here.
it looked like car, but on a 5-minute chart.
Oh,
Where it
that's
went
not
up.
good.
And then it
Yeah,
went down.
right here
Right?
and back up. There's on yeah, I got it highlighted on my chart here, but yeah, it was a quick kind of almost like an algorithm thought it picked up on some news and got kind of reversed right off the bat. So these are 5-minute candles, right? So 5 minutes or 10 minutes straight down, and then next 5 minutes it was right back up. This is the SPY, so this was across everything. It had this kind of crazy action. Not too sure why. I heard some different takes but yeah, it looks like there was an unconfirmed a news report came out and then it turned out to be fake. So it's the problem, I guess, when you're running news algorithms is if they're looking
An AI
like,
fake.
right, it's like Walter Bloomberg tweets something and then tweets a correction later. It's like, well, you have to be you got to be the fast one if you're going to run those kind of algorithms. So sometimes you're just going to be dead wrong like that, where you're chasing something before it's confirmed and you get kind of slapped, because that's what I was talking to people. I'm like, well, what happened here? But yeah, it seemed like it was a potential fake account there. I'm not seeing really anything on FCX right now, but it's got to be. Is it earnings? Did they do? Oh yes, that's it. They're doing conference calls and earnings. So that's earnings.
Oof, that's
Yeah,
not what you want to
guidance.
see there. Guidance,
isn't.
something
Mudslide.
given. Like we
Yeah.
just talked about.
Mudslide.
But
It
this isn't a
mudslided the price.
great opportunity, though, at the end of the day, because copper's still going to be needed no matter what, guys. So I think this is a great opportunity to get this on a discounted price. We'll see how far the discount can come into play as you are
I'm going to
getting
say
almost $10 off the price.
$60.60. That's where the
There
bigger
you
money is
go.
on Freeport. 60.67 right there. Watch that level for a bounce.
They missed revenue. That was what happened. So the earnings are out. They're going to start their conference call soon. I see here, starting in 35 minutes. So if you're an FCX trader, just know that the volatility is not done until that call's done. But yeah, it's they missed top line. So that's unfortunate, but that's just the way she goes. But yeah, just know that when they do things like guidance and all that kind of stuff, that's going to happen during their conference call. And that starts, again, according to StockTwits here, starts in 35 minutes. So you're going to get a pretty wild opening on this one as well. It could be one of those things that reverses entirely or continues depending on what they have to say. You still in your MSOS there, Mitch? I know you kind of posted that you took a trade on that yesterday.
Cashed out. I cashed, man.
You're ripping here.
Yeah, and I think it continues to rip. I'm looking for a little bit of a dip buy opportunity to get right back in it, but I mean, when you think about it, I sold near here. I sold around like the 450s, so not bad spot to sell on the rip. I had an MSOX, of course. I had the leverage, but not a bad move. And I've been talking about this since Monday. The rumors were out there that rescheduling was coming back into play, and boom, that's why you play the rumor. Buy the rumor. Now you sell the news, baby. I'm looking to sell the rip today, if not buy the dip. We'll see what happens. But MSOS doing really well on the breakout. Schedule 3 mentioned here. Of course, this is all about 280E being taken off. It's a tax, essentially, that gets affected by these companies. And I think this just creates what? Fundamental shift, right? Like I always talk about, when you see fundamental shifts, that's when you see the biggest movement in price.
And yeah, the market makers win again on Tesla. I think the expected move was like double or triple what actually happened. So the people who sold calls and sold puts through those, they won again. I made a joke that people loved. It's like you can find the exact moment that Elon opens his mouth, because on the numbers, everyone loved it. And then the dude started talking and just boom. So, maybe put that guy somewhere. Say, here, you work on your rockets, dude, and kind of let it go. But yeah, it's like part of me wants to get into that, selling the strangles and the straddles into earnings just for a nice little side income, because it's one of those, we talk about it all the time. It's the pennies in front of the steamroller strategy, right? You're going to be right 80% of the time, and all you have to do is you accept every now and then you get slapped. It's being the casino, or it's being the insurance company. Most of the time you're going to collect money. Every now and then you're going to have to pay out a big chunk of that, and then you just continue. But it's been heavily back tested, and it makes sense. People are paying for protection, and you're just selling them that protection, and most of the time you're not going to need that protection. Every now and then. So yeah, the Tesla market makers, options market makers, are having a glorious day today.
You sound like a tasty trade kind of guy.
It'd be one. The beauty of it is it's like one specific strategy that would be definitely uncorrelated with all my other stuff. That's
Which is always a plus, right?
Right. And that's what you want. You just want to shove in as many uncorrelated strategies as you have buying power for, and just kind of continue to go with that. Right. So it's an interesting one if you guys want to look at, but I always like to look at on big earnings events. You guys know I don't really care about the fundamental stuff. I just go, okay, what was the market expecting for a move? Which you can find very easily. There's a lot of data sources that will tell you this is what the market makers have priced in for a move, and then whether or not it was. Yeah, that's how it's done. It's what like one standard deviation of the options are, and that's what the market makers price in, and they essentially go, is it more or less than that? Because if it's less than that, then it's what everyone kind of expected, up a bit, down a bit, who cares? When you get those like huge outliers, those are really interesting, because that was like, that means they shocked you with something. So I guess we could do it right now. So FCX, let's see. What was the FCX market maker? Here, I'll do this on maybe Perplexity. I don't even know if Perplexity will do it, but I'll look at it. But this feels like, and I don't know, this feels like something that was outside of what people were expecting. So when it's outside of what people are expecting, sometimes that will make a way better even intraday trading candidate, because if you're expected a 5% move and there's a 4% move, and it's like, okay, well, right, who cares? But if you're expecting a 5% move and there's a 10% move, you go, okay. Right now, right? They said something either really good if it's 10% up, or they said something really bad, 10% down. And the market makers and a lot of people are caught offside, and they're going to have to try to trade around that position, which I think makes for a little bit more of an active trade.
Also, there's also fuel cell as well that's rocking from, it's been moving to the upside and broke out of a nice downward trend. Looking to see if that one will break above 12 today.
Yeah, I've been watching that one for a while now. Of course, that one is moving off of the mentality that you can use fuel cell for independent power producers, right? You can use hydrogen and kind of get into using fuel technology.
And there it goes, above 12.
So take a look into that, guys. We'll see what happens there. That one's up there to 12.05, breaking the highs. We'll get to the market today, guys. Take a look at the action and see what leads the market today. Let's go. Who's driving in the background?
I'm looking for that FCX at 6067.
Sounds like you're in the middle of the
Got
woods.
an order in.
There he goes.
Yeah. So, Jane, I think they muted you because I think there's some background noise coming through just real quick.
Oh, it says Jane's going through the woods.
Yeah, you don't hear much around out here until Amazon comes every friggin' day. Every day. I go broke from Amazon. 4.2% on FCX. That's beautiful because I could just ask Perplexity and it was able to find it. It dug it up. So we are kind of well outside that. Yeah, well outside that. So again, I think this is a really good lesson. So let's watch FCX today, because the smartest money in the room, the market makers, expected a 4% plus or minus move, 4.5% plus or minus move on FCX. We got a 12.5% move. So there's so many people caught offside here that this could be a very volatile one throughout the day. I have a theory that I haven't tested yet, that when you get a move like this, there's probably more likely of some intraday mean reversion moving higher, because the market makers are going to try to get out of this position, right? So they're going to be trying to buy dips because their short stock or their short options are going to get them hammered. So the more they can kind of recover throughout the day, it'd be better. Just a theory. I haven't tested it yet. It's going to be very complicated to do, I think. Unusual at Wales as an API now, so it's on the list. But so let's see. And that's what was. And let me ask about Tesla. What about Tesla? Because I know it was inside with Tesla. And we can take a look at that one real quick, see how it's reacting right off the open. Ooh, that's a potential undercut and rally there, Mitch. It pooped right there
Tesla?
off the open. Yeah, and then just ripped right back up. So a big pre-market shelf here. It undercut and then rallied right back through pretty strongly.
So let's look at what I've been thinking about testing. I've been working on potentially 30-minute pivots with a 9 EMA undercut on the daily. So that's kind of the things that I'm kind of testing and kind of working and trying to get the language right. But this would be my mentality for Tesla. Of course, you'd have to look for it to kind of break the range here and then start to make some attempt back there towards the low. And you can take the shot on the pullbacks now. Tesla looking good there on that recovery. And another thing that was mentioned in the chat too, that earnings, Tesla and FCX were bad. You really got to look into reports right now, because I think that stocks are moving not based on the actual results, but more on guidance. And if it's moving on guidance, is that the actual results that were bad? No, that's just a forward outlook, right? So stocks are more focused on what future earnings than current earnings. Why? Because it's the cycle focused, right? The focus of where the cycle is. Is it on a growth cycle, right? Are we seeing a growth push? or are we seeing that decline in that area? So there's certain stocks that are seeing declines, like let's say certain SaaS companies, right? Like ServiceNow, they're seeing a decline in that mentality of the cycle. Now other ones are seeing increased moves, semiconductors, hardware names, right? So that's what I would focus on.
Well, and also,
Watch.
And Tesla's becoming a semiconductor name, just to let you guys know.
and so yeah, with Tesla, just quickly, they were showing a 6% expected move, and they got a 2.3%. So I would put Tesla in the essentially flat category, right?
All right, focusing on what's leading from the open, I have a new scanner that I've been using. Marvell is a good stock right off the back here, off of the kind of expansion, just continuing to the upside. Marvell now up 2.67% from the open, continuing to hold up. IREN is another one that I'm kind of keeping an eye on for a break above 50, holding the 9 EMA, but would I'd have to risk like down there towards like 46, 47. But IREN on the radar today.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people watching this consolidation in this name. This is one of those, growth stock investor, like breakout trader favorites, because it has a history going when it breaks. So yeah, I saw that on Twitter a bunch from a lot of those William O'Neill disciple types looking for this range to break higher.
Also watching Newsmax to see if it can continue today. Up above 960. We've got a Camarilla level there, but short below 888. So watching those. The bigger money is at 909 right now. So primed to see if we can take out the pre-market high. Can you guys hear me?
I forgot. Yeah, I hear you. Newsmax. I forgot. I just forgot about that one because that was one of those that was that insane IPO. It went from $9 to like $200, and then just fell all the way back to right where it is. So it's back to its IPO price, kind of. No, a little bit under. Yeah, it went that. I just remember that crazy. It was that, and there was another IPO that came out at the same time that just did these stupid moves that made just absolutely no sense.
And looking to see if we can break that 1014 level if we get above 10.
I think today is starting off a little bit interesting. I'm watching the SPY lift here, but I also am seeing what is lifting. Industrials are pushing well out the gates there. Utilities are pushing well. But technology's down big here out the gates. So telling me more and more we could be in a little bit of a pullback. Basic materials, financials pulling back, healthcare pulling back. I'm seeing defensives up, right? Real estate, energy up. So we could be in that little bit of a pullback. The interesting ones, energy and industrials up, because oil trade going higher should be affecting industrials to the downside. It is not right now. USO is going higher here, pushing 131.63. Keep your eyes on oil. It looks like it's driving. I will just say that. I'm not trying to be like the proponent of bad news, right? I like to focus and like to give levels. USO, the level that I've been talking about, is the Monday level of April 13th, which is 133.53. So look to see if USO starts to continue to climb. If it gets to 134, 135, you start to pressure all the bears that are short on USO. So USO.
So I got into
FC outlook
down at 62.11. So up already about 90 cents on that mean reversion trade.
There you go, FCX. There you go, get after it. I'm looking at the basic materials down. That's probably why I didn't jump into that, but I can't blame you for getting after it. It is down big from the open, using that dip to jump in there, right? So get after it. We'll see how that keeps working. Building materials doing well. Agricultural inputs doing well. Metals and minerals still up there. Yesterday, CCJ was one of the names that I was looking at for a nice little rip. That's holding well today. I've talked about those names that have continued to hold well in the space there. doing really well, 22.85, right? USAR doing really well. But these names have already kind of had its little run. Are we going to get a little bit of a pullback? That's what I'm kind of keeping an eye out for today. Honeywell is one that I wanted to dip by today, and look at it already, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Honeywell does not give me a chance, dude. I would have to buy this in the pre-market. It didn't even want to give me a chance. Already back there to 213s. Honeywell, a name that I really do like.
Yeah, there's the RSP, right, being up while the SPY is being down. IWM up almost 0.25% while, right, the SPY is
Nextera.
down. Right? Just a lot of this kind of real stuff rally. Mag 7 down 0.76%. Obviously, some of that's going to be Tesla. But yeah, we're just seeing a lot of this. Right? Here's your RSP up on the day where the SPY is down. XLK is down almost 1%. And then you're having IWM move higher. So looks like, at least so far, it's kind of like a real stock day, like a real world day. So here's some trades right off the bat for the opening range break system. It actually bought FCX on its own, so it'll be a good way to track to see if my theory makes any sense. Also long DAL, short LYB, long BK, and long IBKR. So that's the
Interactive
trade
brokers.
so far today. Yeah.
They were beaten down yesterday.
Have you tested it a little bit further back on the opening range, like a 30-minute?
I did. So it's kind of as you expect. So the longer the opening range break, you up your win rate a bit, but because the opening range is going to be wider, you lower your risk reward. Right. So if you're quick off the bat, and this makes sense to a lot of people who just trade. If you're really quick, you're entering your trades quick, your win rate tanks. But when you're right, because you're getting more of that kind of opening range craziness, you make more money, and vice versa. So what I settled on was this opening 5-minute, because 2-minute was like a 30% win rate, and 30-minute was like a 49 or 50% win rate. And then 5-minute was like a 40% win rate, but it just had such a good risk reward profile that, again, in the long run, it made sense. So again, this account, it's been up, it's been down. I'm down $1.40 on this account. Again, we had a little bit of a drawdown early. I corrected some things in the code, and then it's been kind of grinding up and chopping. But based off the equity curve, and the beauty of being able to test these things, I've got an equity curve going back 5 years, is you get a whole lot of nothing and then a huge spike. Like, you get something like a car or maybe even an FCX, I don't know, where these things have the potential just to rip, and then you get your bag from that, and the rest of the time you just kind of spend there sitting. But I'm okay with that because I'm not hitting the buttons, so I'm totally cool just hanging out, because if it makes any amount of money, and it's using somebody else's capital, trade the pool, and zero work on my behalf, that's a perfect way to do it.
I have flipped my position on FCX because I saw the bigger money flip from below to above.
All right, we'll see what happens out there, guys. Rocket Lab pulling back a little bit today. I'm seeing the SPY just hanging out there. Bitcoin starting to pull back a little bit. That was strong this morning and strong yesterday on the gap, but pulling back a little bit today. Could give you a little bit some pullback action. Taking a look into my scanner, seeing anything standing out. NVTS, Semiconductor, really pushing strong, holding the pullback today on the 18. And this is Breakout City, NVTS. Smaller name too, $20 name, right? So if you're looking for a name that's pushing strong and has some really good volume the last 2 days. So NVTS, a name that you probably don't know that you can maybe look into. ALB is one name that I'm watching here for a potential dip buy off the daily 9 EMA to see if it can push right back up in the lithium names.
So we're 2 minutes? Yeah, 2 minutes from now. There's an orange envelope number with flash services, PMI. Here, I'll grab it up here. So not a huge deal. I mean, anytime the envelope or whatever this is, anytime it's an orange one, doesn't mean it's a massive deal, but it is happening in a minute. So just FYI. And then nothing for the rest of the day. So it'll be mainly talk about negotiations and war and things like that we matter, but just know there is a very slight, mostly insignificant number that's coming out in just kind of 1 minute here. So if you're planning on taking a trade now versus 1 minute, maybe you wait that 1 minute. So I'm just going to go to the SPY. I'll go to a short-term chart just to see if we do get any action here. But so far, right, it's been kind of a slow grind higher. We're getting close to this pre-market high, and then at 712, that's between 711 and 712 has been the area to keep an eye on, because we rejected from that zone like 3 times now. Let's grab
We
this
did
1
hit
minute.
712.39 as a high on the pre-market charts on what day was that? That was Monday, I want to say.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's like 3 times I think
Friday.
we've gotten close to that level, and then we
Yeah,
just
Friday we
reversed.
were up there.
And just another high flyer, right? You can keep your eyes on Poet up there towards 1295. Semiconductor just absolutely ripping into small caps.
Yeah, and Poet was active yesterday as well. Second day continuation move.
Nope. Just did
Looks
an
like
undercut, trying to rally, but not my type of play there. I'm watching also beating Bloom Energy. Nice little rip higher today in Bloom Energy.
So you said you were looking for a pullback in MSOS. Well, it's just
coming into play like I thought.
dumped right off the open.
This is what a classic cannabis stock move. So what do we want to see? We want to see it at least get back 61% of the rally off of the news mentioned. I'll even use the spike today. And so we're about to hit that spot around the $5 spot. So undercutting this 5 is very important. Let's see if we can get a quick wash type of look towards like 460s, 470s. And then I can use 450s from yesterday to start trying to take a risk on the MSOS. But remember how I always talk about it. A lot of times in cannabis, it's a buy the rumor, sell the news event. And I think you're getting just that today. You're getting some people taking some profits, which I kind of expected out the gates. That's why I sold my rip. Now looking to buy the dip, right? So we'll see what happens there.
Well, yeah, and it makes perfect sense if you just zoom out on the chart, how many times people have gotten burnt on any gap up that's happened on any marijuana stock ever. So it's like you get your hand burned so many times that it makes sense. You're like, okay, I got a gift here. Let me just take it and move on. It's why you see these stocks that just kind of suck, and they do these rallies and they fade right back down. They rally and they fade right back down. Well, kind of makes sense. If every time you look at the chart and you're like, wow, every time this does anything, it fades right back down. Well, okay, I'm not gonna pretend to be a hero here. I got my money. Time to move on. Time to go to the next thing. And maybe at some point you get some sort of sustained trend, and that's fine. Just means you're going to be late to it. I think that's totally okay.
So those numbers, 54 for flash manufacturing with a forecast of 52.5, and flash services 51.3 with a forecast of 50.5. So a little higher than expected.
It doesn't look like we got much reaction out of that there. So now, unfortunately, we are waiting on tweets in order to get. But so far, like if you just look, this is a 1 minute chart of the SPY. It has just been a quiet, chill uptrend the entire day, almost back to even. The Qs just actually flipped back to even. Even MAGS here is on an uptrend. So it's been chill. Hasn't been like a huge trend, but just kind of slowly up. Away we go. Let's see what's happening here. IWM is, I think, flat pretty much from the open. Yeah, so it is the turnaround that we're seeing. I mentioned that XLK was down almost 1%. Now it's 0.5%. So we're seeing this grind a little bit higher here. We'll do Tesla. Yeah, some of this might be that. Right? Tesla did that kind of undercut and rally that we talked about and just ripped. So as long as Tesla keeps bouncing, keep holding up here, it's probably almost flat on the day at this point. Yeah, that might be what we're seeing. It's just a little bit of recover there from these things.
Oof, good 9 EMA recovery today. I missed this one. This should have been an easy one. FN really good, right on my strategy, like as pure day as my strategy gets is FN there on the daily. Look at that 9 EMA recovery, just beautiful, guys. So you just see where the 9 EMA is, which is 681.30s. You look at the low, right? Where does it go today? 679. So you undercut it by what? $1.30 on a stock that moves 38 points on the average on the daily. You can really get after a stock like that, right? FN, Fabrinet, it's really good name there as it pushes right back up there to the 715s. And all it does is just dip out the gates and drives to the upside. So big move there. And that's electronic component stocks that you can start looking into, seeing those names start to make a move. You got your VRT. You have GLW that's doing well. That's off the 9 EMA also. So looking for opportunities in these pullbacks.
That FCX short is working nicely. Looking for that 60, 67 target.
So many of these off the 9 EMA. Those are my favorite looking ones right now, especially sideways up at the top of the end of the range, holding towards the 9 EMA. So you're getting that 10-day kind of consolidation, or at least like a week of consolidation at the top. VRT, perfect 10-day, like literally matched is the pattern. So VRT and FN, two of the best setups that I'm seeing right now, right? So I need to get a little bit quicker on recognizing these, right? So that's why I've been kind of developing my scanner here that you guys can see me pull in, right? I'm developing some scanners there to try to help me find these faster, especially off the 9 EMA and using different type of things in this, right? So working it up because I'm trying to get towards the watch list trade mentality, right?
Good work. Yeah, SP 500 falling here with a little bit of a volume spike on there. It's just 1 minute chart. So highest volume 1 minute candle so far today, including the open, and a little bit of a drop there. So I'll go hit the street, see what's happening.
Yeah, I expect some type of rhetoric here.
It's tweets. Always going to be a tweet.
Regulated Electric doing well today, and NextEra Energy, Duke. I've told you enough, Jane. You might need to add it to the investment profile. Start adjusting that
I know,
energy.
you're right. You're right.
Until you see that energy bill here, and then you're like, oh my God, I do need to. These people need to make me
but
money
I've got
on the
solar
upside.
in the Sunshine State.
We'll sell it back to them. It's not really, you're going to learn, it's really not the Sunshine State. They lied to you.
It's definitely more sunny than up here. My goodness.
It's actually more the rain state, I would call it. But it rains here like every day in the afternoon in the summer. But hey, that's what you want it to be hot and humid. Well, you're gonna have to pay the price, right? The rain's gonna come, but it will be hot. I will say that, Jane. You will realize what he is. Because it's in the summertime when it's like 95 outside and 85% humidity. Ooh. Car.
Yeah.
Close your ears, Mitch. We're
I
looking
had
at
that.
car here.
Uh-oh, hold on.
Close your ears. Look
Did
at
you
this
continue the
trend
short?
from the open. No, I got out of the
come on. You
rest
got out?
of it here. I got out
weekends.
most yesterday, and then I got out the rest so far today. But yeah, good. It was the thing to watch yesterday.
You told me it was an easy
Holy
trend.
smokes. It was.
Easy
Look at that
trend, man. Why didn't you stay in? Why'd you get out?
Because I made what, like 70-80% of
You
the
said, hell
spread's
yeah, I'm
value.
gonna take that money and run.
Well, no, it ends up getting to
Payments.
gamma, right? You get to a potential. This is also right. If you guys want to learn more about this, right? Tasty Trades are probably a good place for it.
Tasty Trade.
We do stocks here, but eventually, when a spread's value gets tiny, the gamma increases dramatically. So it's way
not worth
easier
it no
for
more.
the thing to get back into. So to make like the extra 10% on the trade, it's like I would have to take a ton of risk. But this is where having short stock would have been the move. Because if you were short from the breakdown when we were talking about it up here at like 750 even, yeah, I'm holding that stock. If I didn't have an expiry date and I didn't have a spread, I'm just holding that. I'm like, see it zero, or at least back where you came from, back down here at 100. So yeah, it's still a long way to fall. There's going to be, but I think it's going to be kind of, and we talked about this morning, but people may have filtered in. I think it's going to be like silver. I think silver, I talked about this on the day that it broke. I brought the analogs from the last time silver broke, said, hey, this is nothing different. The story's been told with silver a couple times, that we're probably doing nothing for a long period of time. And then just look at what happened since then. I remember bringing this to you on this day, saying, hey, don't expect much in silver on either direction for a while. And that's what happened. I think it's probably going to be the same with car, right? And you could probably go look at a lot of these, short squeeze things that break. You go back to GME, go back to AMC. They have the break, then they have a whole lot of chop up and down as people are trying to buy dips and do whatever, and then eventually it just gives way and bleeds back down. It's probably going to be the same thing. I haven't even heard if they've done the offering yet. I hope. I hope they did. Could you imagine how dumb you would have to fire the CEO immediately if your stock went up 700% and you didn't raise money at that price? You'd have to be just get out of here. Get out of here, man. What are you doing?
And they're worried about public opinion. Nobody will rent from us.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they forgave Robinhood, so they'll forgive you. They'll forgive you too. SPY.
Tesla's got a nice potential drop here too.
Yeah,
from my
the SPY came
the bigger money
right to that pre-market high, that 711 level, and we've pulled back so far. So I don't know if that's a reversal at that price or we're just giving a little bit back. But just note that we are coming down here in the SPY. We're coming down also in IWM. So mild pullbacks. I didn't see anything for that, what that candle was on the streets here, but a little bit of a downtick. So keep an eye out. I see nothing.
Oh, I have a tiny position in SPXY.
What's an SPXY?
I mean SPXS, sorry.
Oh,
I don't know why I said SPXY.
I was like, is that going to be like a 7 times leverage one at this point? Like, just keep it going. So I know Crow plays Crow plays the 4 times leveraged SPX one. So why not just keep her going?
What's SPXZ then? That's the 100 times. That's going to be on the tokenization. The 100 times leverage.
Oh well, it's cool. And I know I shared this.
UEC alert.
UEC in the kind of WhatsApp group, but I use that Hyperliquid website all the time to see what we're trading at.
Looking for pullback opportunities now on the 15 minutes, right? So 15 minutes up and then 15 minutes back down, then using the lows to determine levels of risk. So some of the things that I've been working on. So trying to use like an entry here on like, let's say this UEC chart, right? How can I risk off the low and then base it also off of, let's say, ATR. So I want to use kind of let's say like a 0.25 of the ATR here. It's about 90 cents. You can make that like $1, right? Just to kind of round it up, 25 cents, something like that, on risk through the low, right? So my idea is to try to adjust the undercut and rally strategy to give myself some cushion off of that low, but still buying the kind of combining some orb mentality with the daily 9 EMA undercut too, because if we don't get the undercut into the 9, that's when it's difficult. In this case, the UEC undercut was really about two or 3 days ago. So you're not really getting the complete undercut. You can still use the 9 though, because you did touch it today. You went to 1478 and then the 9 EMA is at 1479. So it's the slightest undercut underneath the 9 EMA. So these are the types of things that I'm trying to work in my system to try to get it down packed. So another way is give it charts, let it learn, right? So that's another way that I'm doing it. So I'm keep trying to take screenshots on charts like this so I can keep developing the strategy.
That's a really good thing to do with AI. One of the things I always do when I'm having it backtest a new strategy is I give it like 5 examples. And I'm like, if in your strategy you don't find these 5 trades, you're doing it wrong. Like, so, so make sure that your data, your output data includes these particular trades. And yeah, it will have it kind of go back and reassess kind of over and over and over again until it's able to figure out, okay, yeah, now I was able to do a test and find those trades inside of my test. So it probably means I'm on the right track.
Testing the low of days almost. Well, testing Camarilla at 37.19 here on Tesla. Might bounce. Tightening my stop.
Tesla, not the, doing the TSLQ or TSLL
No,
or
watching the
leverage
real
her.
one.
Get her leverage.
Now
be
there's a nice
interesting.
big gap if it could go all the way down to 365.48. So let's see.
Yeah, that's
Stomp
not,
on it. Got to jump up
not
and
what
down.
you want to see as a long, right? It did the opening rip and then just kind of failed all the way back down, right? The rainbow of death. So
365.48.
yeah, if it gets to lows, that could be interesting. This has been kind of a problem child anyway, right? And that daily candle doesn't look great either. Where if it closed like this, obviously a lot in the day, that inverse hammer where it came up, filled the gap, and then just reversed immediately. So a lot of, I don't want to say bearish things, but like the SPY's coming back here too. Just nothing feels exuberant right now. And probably we're waiting for, so we get really excited. We're waiting for some sort of a tweet of, oh, yeah, we did a thing.
It's testing that Camarilla right there at 373.19. And is it going to fail from there? Let's see. Out.
Nice
All right.
work. SPY
Yeah.
getting close to lows here. So be careful there, everyone.
All right, guys. Looks like we got, of course, our trader joining in here with us, Jesse, coming into the show. What's going on, Jesse? It's good to have you back on.
Hey. Oh, you got the problem, bud.
Come on,
You're
producer.
All right,
infected
Come
too.
just
on.
go to the sound setting and just click on it. That should set it up. You basically have to set everything up. Then when you come in the room, reset everything up once you're in.
All right, guys. We'll bring him back and then let him deal with the producer. He'll get him back on. If you guys want,
Yeah.
just take off your off stage. Listen for a second until you see.
Yeah,
him back
just
on.
be careful here. The SPY, we're just flirting with lows a day. I'm just watching this kind of slowly tick lower. So be careful out there. I mean, we're getting, Jane was talking, that's one of the Mag 7s. She was trading to the short side. So that's going to pull on us just a little bit. And again, just like I said, on that, this is not what you want to see is, a push to highs and then a reverse back to lows on the SPY. And there we go through lows.
There's the
on
breakdown
another
there.
a high volume
This is where
candle.
I think we could be.
So,
We could be on our little pullback day, right? We keep going up to these levels and rejecting. Whenever I see the fourth reject, I always get to the point where it's like, okay, we're going back to support. So at this point, I'm more on the bet that we're heading back closer down there towards the hourly support of 707 here. We'll look to see what happens. So
You're good. I hear you.
it's a good good time to frustrate a lot of traders.
Jesse,
I'm
Jesse,
going
what's
to
up,
bow
man?
out. Have a great one. See you all
definitely.
next week.
See you
Bye.
next week.
Bye, Jane.
Yeah,
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing good. We're range bound, huh? You find anything interesting to keep
I
yourself
was
occupied?
Yeah, I was just trying to short Tesla, and I got in at the
Okay.
bottom. And it started going the
Nice.
other way. So, yeah, I wish I had been about 3-4 minutes earlier because that would have been a decent short there. But I have been looking. I don't know if you guys highlighted this earlier, but super microchip. SMCI, it was down over 10% in the pre-market earlier because of a failed contract with Oracle. So both Oracle and SMCI are down. I've swung SMCI before in the past. It's made a recovery since the open, but at the moment it is currently going back down. but it looked like it was on the road to recovery. But as I'm looking at it now, it's starting to falter, and we are at VWAP at the moment.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing that there. Nice little bounce, but this thing's always scary. As soon as you get the DOJ knocking on your door, I start to get very nervous. I'll still trade it, but I would get very nervous holding this for any length of
very
time.
much Enron vibes in SMCI. Exact Enron vibes, if anything. If there's anything, and I actually did a recent story on Enron and the Jim Chanos trade that he did, and specifically I also asked it to find related stories that could be similar. Even AI pulled out SMCI and was like, yeah, this could be one of those. So a little bit scary news there for anybody that's an investor in SMCI, but I can't blame you for trying to trade it. It has been looking good. Reason why? Dell. I'm always about relationships. Just take a look at that Dell chart. That will tell you it all in this space.
Yeah. And then if we could also maybe highlight, I'm sure you guys have talked about it. I was listening, but CAR is continuing to crash and fall. And we're at 291 and it's halted. Probably, I've at least watched 3 or 4 halts already since the open. And it is continuing to fall. I think, Michael, you had said it on Tuesday, where it seemed like there would be one specific moment in an intraday where it would just collapse. And I think yesterday was the start of that. Today appears to be continuation to the downside.
Yeah, this thing is dead now. Like it's, again, I don't expect it to do too much more to the downside, but it's just to the point where I'm not buying dips on this. You're not paying me to, because when these things crack, they don't look back. And that's why it's so important to watch them on the way up and to keep that, keep a cool head, make sure you're not one of those shorts that gets blown out. Same thing with Kevin and Josh and all these guys trading these low float, shorting these low float names. It's no different. This was just not a low float. And that actually makes the market cap move on this really substantial. Like you're talking $15 billion has been wiped out in this name overnight, just like that. And when it's a micro cap and the thing's like a $20 million stock, it's $20 million gets lost when it goes back down. But this was billions and billions of dollars that just got sucked out of the market. I haven't looked to see the news. I haven't looked to see what caused it, whether it was a marketing or whether they sold something or whether maybe another hedge fund entered the game. But it feels like this is a battle now of hedge funds. You've got those that have the locked up. As soon as like the rumors were spreading that it was all like the same GME stuff, that 100% of the float is short and these guys own 250%, and it's all, I'm like, okay, we're getting close, right? The tinfoil hats have come on. We're getting near here.
Yeah. MU yesterday also hit blue skies. It has pretty much consolidated, but it has dropped in the last few minutes. It's actually going down right now, just below pre-market lows. So we'll see what it does today. But hit 491 yesterday. And I was wondering if today is either going to be a day of consolidation or are we going to see it maybe try to hit that 500 mark?
Yeah, the whole semiconductor sector has been like the beacon of strength through all of this, but today in particular, we're just having this. I don't like these kind of horseshoe kind of looks of you try to rally in the morning, they bring it all the way back down to the closing price. But if this can, we get the SPY dig in, semiconductors has been the place. Because even just look at the SMH chart, it didn't participate much in the sell-off at all, and then the rally, it hit new all-time highs before like everything else, and just continued to the races. So this has been a nice. Been a nice trade here. I'm looking here for silver we're down big here, so down 3% or so on silver, so keep an eye there. And oil, we've actually been slowly kind of grinding higher here, and I'm always watching to see when this relationship breaks between oil and stocks. Doesn't look like it's there yet. The biggest kind of loser today, I think, has been IVG. So high volatility, right? So it's always going to move. If the SPY is down 0.5%, IVG is going to be down 2 or 3%. And if the SPY is up 0.5%, IVG is going, because this is the highest beta play right now. But got right to these prior highs and then reverse from it. So I still hold a chunk. I'm actually looking to buy more now. I sold a little bit here on the way up. We hit this prior resistance point. Now we're pulling back a little bit. I'd like to see it a little bit more. I'd like to see it to get, into the high 70s. Then I'll buy it again and maybe lean against this prior low. But yeah, it's looking good here. But I think, and this is, so Crow's saying this as well, and I chatted about this. I wouldn't be surprised to see the market not do much, but us starting to get an elevated VIX into the weekend. Because with the whole ceasefire thing going on forever and the chats or whatever, it would make perfect sense to me to go, okay, let's just buy some puts or buy the VIX or buy something to just hedge myself over the weekend. And then if something crazy happens, okay, right, I have that VIX, I have that kind of hedge. And then if absolutely nothing happens, I'll take a little bit of a haircut on the trade and move on from there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
To look for potential 1030. See if we start to see the SPY just come right back up. Right, we got a nice little dip towards the low here. I think we got to watch to see if we take that SPY low out again here. If we do take it, I think we get a declining type of day. If we can come and start to push right back towards 711, maybe we can take out the 712. Another area that I'm watching is Bitcoin. Bitcoin telling me more and more just sideways action from the open here. And pullbacks could mean more and more, maybe a little bit of a risk off type of day and pullbacks coming into play. Watching the utilities and the communication, that's actually holding up really well.
It seems that the 700s have held up pretty well with SPY in the last few days. Just that range of 700 to 710.
Yeah.
It seems to have found some support at the 700 level.
Yeah, we're in big, you look at the daily chart, we're in big consolidation mode right here. And the candles are kind of getting smaller and smaller, but we've gone nowhere. Now we're sitting on day 5. And I'm trying to think of what's the market waiting for? And the only things I can think of is, we've got all these talks going on and then earnings. So we need to get that day. I don't know when, I think it's next week. Let me look. But there's always a day where you've got NVIDIA, Apple, you got 10 of the big guys.
It wouldn't be NVIDIA, but it would be Apple, it's Amazon and Google that kind of report all together, right, that week. Not NVIDIA, but NVIDIA reports super late.
Oh, yes. They're the weirdos that go.
They're the weirdos that report the last week of earnings. But that's why, because they like to let all that whole sentiment flow through and then push it as late as possible. Some people like to front run. Some people like to back, right? And so...
Well, the thing with NVIDIA is you've got all of their clients already reporting. By the time they've reported, everyone who buys things from them is already done. But just
next week, it's next week Wednesday we start to kick it off. It's Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, all on one day, right? Those all three come in, and then Apple on Thursday will be a big watch, of course, right? Those are some big boys.
That's a big day. Yeah, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Google, QCOM.
Look for maybe some digestion until we get to there, right? So you could see a little bit of some ping-ponging. What I think is important to see, though, if your stock was strong and it did rip like the SPY did, right? If you could put your stock next to the SPY and you see that same kind of relative strength, you want to see it hold at the top end of the range. Not start to pull back those 50%. I think the 50% are actually not what we want to see here because that lets traders in, right? Like Michael's saying, they don't want to let you in. So if they keep it at the top end of the range, you have to feel like you're what? Like you're chasing the range, right? Like you're chasing up, right? So that's kind of where the mentality is, I think, for a lot of trades is looking to see kind of those small pullbacks. For you fib traders, you can kind of use fibs if you wanted to use that. right? You could look for retracements, right? What type of retracement would you be looking for? Well, you're talking more in your 38.2, right? That mentality on retracements, right? So we'll see what happens
Yeah, and
out
it's
there, guys.
until positioning recovers, you're going to have this lockout rally, and you're going to see it in the data. And I again talked about the COT data last week, and that's what I think it's important to keep an eye on, like commitment of traders data and ETF flow data and any data that you can get a hold of that is real positioning. And sentiment, I don't really care that much about, because it's very hard to measure and record how people are feeling. Like, you scroll through your Twitter and you get vibes. Well, that's going to be more about the person who's reading than it is even just the tweets out there. But if you can get like raw data of here's where people are buying, here's where they're shorting, all of that kind of stuff, then you can get a real good understanding of, okay, are people well positioned, in which case there's really no edge there, or are people offside? And what we've been seeing with the COT data, what we've been seeing with the ETF flow data is, yet again, everyone puked out at the lows. Just over and over and over again. You just see this all the time, where the market dips and then everybody turns bearish only after we dip, and then it turns and they have to just chase and run back into the fire. So
Joby1 Kenobi says, I've got short Tesla 376.62 average. Can we go lower?
yes. It's Tesla.
Yes, it's Tesla. Of
That's
course
the
we
answer.
can. Yeah, Mitch,
Anything can happen.
I really loved your PowerPoint yesterday, and especially the slide where it showed the averages of the 24x of where the dispersion value. Oh my gosh, you got $25 all the way up to $600. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it definitely is, guys. All right, guys, taking a shot here on UEC, taking a little long here on UEC. We'll see how that one works out there, setting it up there. All right, getting after it, guys. Let's see what we can do.
Still there, hit lows, SPY.
And look forward to some more coverage today, guys. I will keep giving you guys some great information for those earnings, and there'll be some slides, information you guys can work on today. Intel. So get towards it, guys. Don't miss out. Big information. And another insight into why Tesla is no longer you could ever call it an auto company. Stop that. And you hear anybody say that, you give them a quick whoosh, and you don't let them say it, because it's not. They're turning things around. They're twisting things at Tesla. They're focused on what? More creating that full semiconductor type of company. So just make sure that you're understanding that. And there's a big thing that's coming into play with the space IPO that was actually revealed to us in the earnings, things that you need to be thinking about, right? What happens here with Intel, SpaceX, XI, and Tesla? Tesla could be actually the one that takes the dilution hit because of what they're trying to do with XAI. So there's some conversation there that you got to understand if you're an investor.
Taking a look here. Yeah, so some U.S. accuses China of AI technology threat or theft. Okay.
Of course. Well,
shocking.
I mean, you guys steal our
FXI.
stuff, and we're gonna steal your stuff.
Like,
This is the way it works, guys.
I don't know. That's the only thing I've seen come through today.
Check out the dedicated channel on the Discord. If you're not in the Discord already, you're missing out. There's a Discord link for you guys. Get over to the Discord. I'm also giving the full report there on the Discord. So if you haven't hit the Discord before, definitely get out there, guys. Some great action there. And I'm giving you guys the full report, not just the slides there. If you want the full report, where do you want to go? You got to get into the Discord. Get the exclusive information only on the Discord. And a really good weight there on UEC buy, guys. This is starting to trickle up. I'm setting in here the stop, and I'm just going to go looking for other trades that can match the setup now.
And Tesla is continuing to slide.
Good job, Joe. Yeah, that gap kind of reclaim and fail, not ideal. It's still a tiny move in comparison to everything that we talked about the market maker expected move being like 7%, and that we were getting way less than that, 7%. So in the grand scheme of things, it's still not a big deal. Doesn't matter if you're day trading it, right? If you're in and out for a day, it's still profit to profit, still a great move.
All right, did we get that complete takedown MSOS? Yes, down to the 470s. Where's the level that I gave you guys exactly? 470. So looking really good there to see if maybe we start to see a little bit recovery. What I'm looking for is one more attempt down there to create kind of a double bottom, a triple bottom look. So let's see if we can get that action there on the MSOS. Give me one more wick into that 470s, and then going to look to start seeing a recovery there in MSOS.
Tesla at 369, continuing to fall.
Tesla.
Watch it here. She's
The dragon.
going.
The dragon.
that's gonna-
spy wicking there.
Elon must have talked again.
Yeah, just shut that guy up.
I'm telling you guys, the dilution factor is going to affect them massively. I think they it's almost like a given. It's like, hey, we're going to dilute the crap out of Tesla, and we're going to use that money because we need that money, and we're going to use that for the mentality of what's really to come with these companies, right? So Elon's focus is to be a top chip maker, is to control the satellites in the sky that controls the data centers, then control what? Large language model, right? And pushing that, right? And then creating kind of a monopoly within itself, right? This vertical integration that can go to everything. And so taking all that data that gets on the XAI and then pulling that XAI into their chip making and, of course, their robot building, right? Which will eventually lead towards more automation from, of course, FSD, and also drive further things that they can create from these chips, right? So that's the focus of Tesla moving forward. It will eventually, I think, combine under like a huge umbrella company that will have Tesla, that will have SpaceX on there, that will have Starlink even. I think eventually they all go under an umbrella style company, right? So keep your eyes on this. And this is an adjustment. And I think we can't really bet against Elon in the long run, right? So I think this is an opportunity for anyone out there that is thinking about how do I invest moving forward. You guys know I'm always focused on that, right? So these types of things, vertical integrations, further outlook, an adjustment to a company is really what you want to be thinking about in the long run. Now the question is, which company do you go get, right? Do you wait for SpaceX to come out? Do you go for the Tesla first? Do you try to get private exposure to Starlink? All the things that you need to be thinking about if you're trying to invest in the Elon thesis. We'll call it that.
The Elon thesis, I like it.
Yeah, and it's what he's always talked about, right? He's always talked about combining everything into a one app, but we've never really understood that, I think. Now I think the picture is getting clearer with XAI, SpaceX, and the mentality of data centers and orbital data centers moving forward. And now partnerships with Intel, right? Like they don't want to no longer be an auto company. They want to be a chip making kind of company that uses other tools and resources to continue pushing their chip making and their large language models.
Yeah, those
Cool
orbital
stuff,
data
man.
centers are super interesting. I was reading on that a little bit yesterday, and it is crazy to think low Earth orbit, they're potentially going to be housing data centers. And it's so cool.
All right, guys, I'm thinking deer dip buy here now, so I'm a little bit late to it. I wanted a 586, so I'm going to try to get a dip buy here on 587s. Let's see if I can get it. See if I can get 586. I'll put it out there. See if I can get a dip buy. Trying to get some deer. I sold Cat yesterday, but Cat's ripping today, man. Sold it a little early, like it happens, right? You sell the rip, but I was thinking this runs into the earnings. Cat doing really well today. Industrials overall doing really well. I also liked Nextera Energy right out the gates there today, but haven't been able to get a pullback in it. It pulled back to 93s, breaking out there to 95. 15 right now. See if we get some dip buy opportunities here. Market is pulling back today. I'm seeing consumer defensives be the trade here. I like USFD as one of my top names to watch. 92 undercut today. I'm trying to grab some right now as we speak.
SPY pushing here just a bit, just FYI. We're getting that first hour out of the way. So we're still kind of smack dab in the middle of the range, but we're trying here. We're ticking up just a bit.
I saw
Grabbed a little bit
APL.
there, USFD.
I saw APLD was the #1 trending stock on StockTwits earlier, and it's up
Really
right
good
now,
stock.
12.83%. Yeah.
That's my strategy right there. 90 EMA hold, undercuts the 90 EMA today. Where does it undercut it? Look, it's at 9. It's 31.66 for APLD, right? The 90 EMA when we start, right? We undercut it today. The low is 31.62. We get right back above that, right back to the prior day high. And you're looking usually at the highs to the left, right? Where's the closest high to look for a break? It's Tuesday's 21 high, 34.16. Now you're at 36.63, and you're doing a 90 EMA breakaway, right? Like, beautiful. This is pure momentum trading on APLD, right? Trend trading. This is what's working right now. If you're not doing trend trading, you're probably doing it wrong right now, right? That's the way I feel like, and I think that's how the market is. For a little while there, mean reversion was the top strategy, but we're right back into trending markets. Trending markets means back towards the trend trade.
Getting close. Just
UEC
could be,
doing
right?
really well.
Especially that it's happening later in the day. Yeah. Of course, Crow's talking about APLX. If you want to be a degen with your already degenerate trade.
So the problem that I find is that, so like we're on trade the pool, right, guys? So just be careful with the leverage names, because if you go for some of these, you're going to break your 5% rule. So if you break your 5% rule and then you don't make the trade because you wanted to go for leverage, is that really a smart trade? So
Right.
just don't forget about the 5% rule. And if you don't have the indicator, be careful with illiquid names on the day trade side.
And that was what I was going to point out. There's 2,000 shares done in this 5-minute candle. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's certainly not super liquid. Right?
Look at that VRT continuing now, guys. That's a good name. Electronic components, AI trade, right? Look for that type of trade to hold on. GLW with another nice little hold of that 170. Look at all that wick action on GLW today. You still looking at the car crash?
Yeah. It is a car crash. Wow. We're down to 274.
Yeah. It was short to come right back after, right?
Yeah.
Question is, could you do it, right?
Maybe for one share. That would be if you're going to do this, just go in with one.
Yeah. And then that's where, it's like, is it worth your time, right? I think that's one thing that I think, and I was talking about it yesterday, was it worth your time, right? And that's what matters the most, man. It's all about mental capital too, right? And how much mental capital you can put into a stock. If it's taking up too much mental capital, might not be the best for you guys. That's how you get white hair trades. What I call white hair trades, where you're just gonna end up with white hair, dude, real quick if you keep trading those.
Or no hair.
Yeah, the best way to deal with that is
hair.
right, pick stocks. It's S&P's coin thing, but pick stocks in play, right? And just focus on what everyone else in the world is focusing on, because you're gonna have volume, you're gonna have momentum, you're gonna have movement. The quickest way to have these white hair trades is just buying something that's just not doing anything, and you're going to get chopped on both sides, right? And that's why people were like, I want to trade NVIDIA every day, or I want to trade this it's like, okay, so NVIDIA sometimes is going to be a great trading vehicle. There's going to be some catalysts or some news or a technical breakout or something. And then most of the time, NVIDIA is going to do absolutely nothing. So instead of just trying to pick one or two stocks and saying, okay, this is the one to focus on, this is why you'll see, algorithmic traders and people building systems and everything focus on, let me just have the system decide, okay, here's a bunch of names that are doing something interesting that people are talking about, that, you know, they're going to be emotion behind it. So again, like car, that you're going to get a 50% one day move. You know, you're going to get these larger moves. And that's why even within this kind of system that you're seeing, that's why it's trading FCX here, because there's just a minimum relative volume required to enter the trade. So it just needs to be doing some amount of volume that's above and beyond the normal threshold, and then it can enter the trade. And if it's not doing that, then it just kind of ignores it, because a lot of stocks, you know, we all find and focus on the ones that are moving because we can see that out there. We can do that. But the ones that aren't moving, right, are more plentiful, right? And if you go and you look, it's probably actually we can just do this. Let's just go to FinViz here, and you can look at how many stocks are making a new high, a new low versus doing nothing. Right, so this is the S&P new high, new low issues on the NYSE, Nasdaq, and Amex. There's only 175 new all-time highs and 176 new all-time lows on thousands of securities. Right, the rest are just doing nothing. Right, most stocks do nothing. So focus on the ones that are doing something. Focus on the cars of the world, or what APLD is on fire, or FCX, or TSLA. It doesn't necessarily need to be gaps. I know a lot of people think that means, the stock needs to be gapping. Like car didn't gap yesterday, but it was the one to focus on. So gap doesn't necessarily mean interest. You could find, if you have the right scanner, you can find things that are getting volume surges. You can find technical breakouts, right? Stocks making a new 20-day or 50-day high or something like that. Those are other things to look at as well. But yeah, just saves yourself a lot of time and a lot of headache if you just narrow your universe down to something that's doing something.
100%.
I totally concur based on the experience that I've had lately, which was I was trying to hone in on just a few stocks, Tesla, MU, NVIDIA, and then it was like, oh wow, yeah, NVIDIA's not moving. Palantir's not moving the way that I thought it was going to, and you can really get caught up in just trying to hone in on one thing as opposed to where's the action at. And that's the thing. Right. You want to be at the party. If there's no party there, you want to get out. You want to go find something else that's moving and that actually has some people in it and some volatility for sure.
Absolutely. I heard a ding. Do we have now? I was going to say before we bring Josh on.
Hold on.
Did you do the sound?
Can I hear you? Oh.
Everybody.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh, it's just a running joke now. Oh, Josh, you got to.
How about now?
Change. Oh, yeah. We got
it. Now we got you. We got you.
All right. So, how we doing, guys?
Hey, all right.
Currently in car at 376.70. One share.
Nice.
In? Like
you're in right now on the short. Yeah, on the short side.
Oh, I was about to say, you crazy?
You should have
on the short side.
Should have been here yesterday so you could yell at me.
He's going all in, man.
When you said in, I thought you bought it. I'm like, well, it's one share, so the worst you can lose is what, $300. So you'll be fine, but it's probably not advisable.
Yeah.
Another halt down there.
Yeah, we're halted again.
The reason why I don't go in this right now is that I don't want to ruin your trade there. But if I hit the buy, the sell button right now. Watch this trade turn.
Yeah, it comes out that a third hedge fund also bought like 50% of the company. And
right then, as soon as I hit the button.
Yeah.
That's why I'm respecting myself and like being like, no, Mitch, don't go touching car. That's why when yesterday when it was starting to come down, I was like, yo, Michael, I might help you out and go buy this stock right now. Try to help you out there, dude. The double jinx out there. Do you guys believe in that? Because car is definitely that jinx type of stock, right?
Yeah. It's been pretty today.
MSOS on the lows here. Do we dip by MSOS? Do we go cannabis buying today, boys? Oh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one to call.
That's my reaction to the cannabis play. I think I've probably been faked out of cannabis runs like 17 times in my career, and I just can't. It's like, oh, this time, rescheduling. That's got to be a good thing.
It's always like this, though, right? That's why I mentioned it right before the gates. Like, I was like, this thing loves to be a buy the rumor, sell the news event, right? So this is what's going to happen. You're going to get caught on pops, right? MSOS is not the type of stock that you want to get caught on pops. There's some stocks that run. They like when they get pops, they keep running. Like, I'll give Tesla one of those names. Like, when they really pop, when Tesla really gets going, that thing's a dragon. It'll run over short squeezes all over, left and right. But MSOS has a tendency of doing this exact move. Now, what it does have a tendency of doing, Michael, which is important, is it has a tendency of recovering in the later part of the day, right? That power hour type of rally, right? Look at what happened yesterday, right? So you got no action in the first part of the day, and of course news comes out towards the end, and then it gets the lift, and then right towards the close, you start to get another lift, right? So I think that's what you kind of watch for here in MSOS. Opening wash, psychological washing of the bulls. You're waiting and waiting to start seeing what? Volume come back in, right? So low volume on the daily is what you're looking for, and you're getting half the volume of yesterday. You're looking for opportunities to get good risk in return if you're trying to buy that, right? It's up to you guys. Spy just flirting with this 7-Eleven here, and it just doesn't want to go. I might have to go to a 7-Eleven, go get a Slurpee right quick. Maybe he'll get it going here. 7-Eleven Spy, can we get through?
What you munching on? What you gonna munch with that though? You can't just get a Slurpee. You know, you gotta get something to go with it.
You gotta get the crooks, man. They got some good cookies.
Little sugar. Oh boy.
A little cookie action, right? You know, you gotta get a little white chocolate macadamia nut, right? Can't go wrong.
Yeah, hey.
I actually used to manage 7-Eleven, some of the biggest in the states here. So I know all about the 7-Eleven life.
Tesla's making a nice curl back up.
Tesla, the dragon.
Alive.
We're still below market lows, but at the same time, it has done a good curl of a few bucks up. I think we were down. Yeah, good recovery. We were at 368s, and we're at 372 now.
Well, take a look at SMH as an area to look at to see if we get the lift, right? What did I talk about before the open today? SMH, the way to play the semiconductor rise. And what do you see again? Another lift, $4 on the SMH today, guys. So you might want to go diversifying also in the semis, right? Because that's the key of the SMH there that you get a little bit of an advantage of. Well, if one of these high flyers can just keep pushing, well, then you continue riding that, right? And I'm sorry if I jinxed car there for you, Josh.
Oh, no, you're good. I'm fine.
You see, this is why I didn't want to touch it. Look at the 1 minute. No. Look at the 1 minute. This would have happened right here if I would have just jumped in short. This would have happened to me right there.
So, Josh, what is your number, Josh? 3 what?
376.70.
You're still fine.
Yeah. You got 100.
Still fine.
You got $100 at least.
Yeah, I had in just an eval account, but I took one share, as a joke on stream yesterday right here, and just let it cover at the end of the day. It's like 350 or $400 on that one share. And I think
you had a better day than me yesterday with your one share. Unbelievable.
Shows you guys size. Hey,
congratulations,
boys. Size isn't everything, man. Newsflash.
Okay, man.
Well, also it's like with my real systems, everything is kind of volatility based, right?
You got to clap for that.
Did we
small size?
I think we halt. Did we halt again? Looks like we halted again. Yeah,
halted up.
Upside halt.
Yeah, these really do create a free flowing fair market. These halts that happen every 7 seconds.
Yeah,
like if it's gonna halt if it moves, that was like 20 points in a minute. Like that's for this thing. That's nothing. That's like it dropped 400 points yesterday. So it's gonna move every time it drops 20 points. It's gonna halt. It's like what do you do there? It's like, you just have to hold on and dig in. But speaking of holding on and not doing anything, here's the SPY. Challenged again today's high and the pre-market high, and we're pulling back just a bit there. So we've really got to get this thing going in order to push that, get that up. But we're just not doing it. Oh no, here's Joe.
No.
He's starting to buy the dip. Don't get in the rage spiral. I'll tell you right now.
I started the degenerate spiral here.
Just don't. I've been there. It's down like 700 points in a day. It's got to bounce down 700 points in like 2 days.
Someone needs to make a Degeneration X, Degeneration, a brand new version just for the penny stock traders out there.
Yeah, like that'd be great. That'd actually be great. Because we suck at trading.
Degeneration X. I'm gonna have to make a meme out there.
We should. Hey, Andy, going back to SNL and Andy Samberg and all those little funny, goofy, fun song sketches he did. That I could see that would be. We need to get him to do it, and then get the people that made that song for DX back, and they did anyway. That would be great. I'm telling you, that could be a good spoof song. Sorry, Joe. Don't let them make fun of you. You know, you're up 20 points. Take the profit right away. But with the spread on that too, it's just nuts. You know, trying to get in and out of that. All I would watch is that bid and ask, and just kind of put limit orders in and see if you get filled. But yeah, that spread, it's nuts. Like you're saying, Nas, to see a play that just normally used to run maybe a couple of dollars. I didn't really ever look at CAR, but yeah, to see it do this over the last 2 days. But it reminds me of this reminds me of watching the small cap. We see these small caps go parabolic. You know, we'll just say this. We'll take a zero off. It goes from 10 to 8. It goes from 10 to 87, 850. We see that quite a bit in the small cap sector. Seen a few of those already this year. Obviously, TCGLs of the world. And then what do? That got H11, but most times it's just like this. As fast as it goes up, it goes down even faster, and I mean hard.
Yeah, and because it essentially became a small cap company by kind of no fault of its own, right? These guys went in, they're just like, okay, well, we're just going to buy. I think it ended up being like 60 or 70% or whatever it was of the company. So they just removed a lot of the float and therefore a lot of the market cap right out of the stock. And so it went from being something that was worth, I think, like 30 billion at its height. And then from there, it's just like, okay, well, it's right now it's worth $30 billion on its height. But if we take away 80% of the company, well, now it's only worth, I would say, 3 billion or something, and 5 billion. So it just became a small cap or a micro cap stock just by, right, we're going to pull that out and we're going to shrink it down. It's just kind of the way it happens. So XLK, this is really what's dogging us today, right? Look here, the tech sector, it's just not doing anything. When I look kind of across the board, we have RSP doing just fine, holding up near highs, XLF, finance is moving, healthcare.
Right. This is why I like always understanding the industries, right? Because that's what gives you the insight there on the XLK. What's holding us back? What's hurting us, right? Because there is some areas here that are really good today. Like good areas, semiconductor, electronic components, scientific technical instruments, and electronic computer distribution. What is that? The AI trade. Solar doing really well, up 2.44%. Now, what's getting hurt? And software application, information technology services. Your IBM trade down 8%. Bouncing back still since the open, but this overnight action that hit down ACN also down 7.15%. You're having a big hit there in the information technology services that's really weighing on some of these stocks. So that's kind of your downside action there. Software application also seeing the downside. CRM back down 8%. ServiceNow 16.87%. Well, the anchor of technology weighing in today as your software names weigh in on the downside. This is why I've mentioned that software, to me, even though these can be bounce backs, the multiple compression, the sentiment has still really not changed. It's just getting relief. And that's what these names are getting a nice little bounce. So ServiceNow, just destruction. You're wondering why we're going down. Well, why we're not just ripping, it's that. If not, look at the semiconductors. We would be rocking and rolling, man. AVGO's holding on really well. TXN is up 16.31%, 5.59 from the open.
I don't know if you're watching this, Mitch, because you mentioned this earlier.
Man.
I just saw a tweet.
I had the alert set there at 48. I didn't think I saw the alert trigger. That's a really nice one. Daily is a little bit away from the 90 MA, but the 90 MA entry was on Tuesday. So this is where it's like, do I chase the stock? I could day trade IREN right now, but I wouldn't be able to necessarily say this is my swing trade setup. I'd be chasing. And I don't want to go and just be like, oh, well, let me buy 51s when I should have been buying on Tuesday's action, where Tuesday, the 90 MA was at 44.98. You went to a low of 44.94, right? So I'm trying to define these more and more. Stage 2, pullbacks to the 90 MA with an over at least 10-day consolidation at the sideways action to the top. So trying to define them more and more, guys, and I'll keep working that to kind of show you guys the mentality there for swing trading. But IREN, beautiful chart, and what is it doing? It's a classic trend line approach chart. If you look at the daily, there's a trend line you can draw from all the way back on October 14th, and it's going right to that trend line. I'd bet 54s are a good look. And this is when you can use kind of like options, right? If you're that type of trader. But for me, I always look at these trend line approaches, and this stock went sideways there for how long? 10 bars, 14 days, right? Perfect strategy run there, IREN.
Come on, Irene. Come on, man. You gotta be saying that right.
And ARM has been the other one that I talked about yesterday. Remember, I talked about on Monday, ARM wanted 200. It was at 167. It's 205 now, almost. Look at this breakout on the monthly. This is what you call institutional accumulation, guys. If you're ever wondering what an institutional accumulation looks like, just look at the monthly chart on ARM. You will start learning something there. That is how you go after investment style swing trades, not just a 1 or 2 week trade, like a hold on for the rest of your life type of trade, right?
AMD's, you could put AMD in that same boat. I think AMD is a really good one too, as well. I mean, it's not as pretty today, but
no, the monthly is as pretty, dude. And the monthly is as pretty as you would call it, Josh. And this is the stuff that you want to be looking at. Monthly charts, not just necessarily daily charts. You look at the monthly chart, what are you going to see? Beautiful accumulation, pull back to the 9 monthly moving average, then just holds that and rips right back towards the upside. That's what you want to be seeing on your stocks. Those are the stocks that are performing some of the best. CoreWeave's another one that I'm keeping an eye on. And look at that chart, same kind of action. Monthly chart that's working really well. Daily chart's going sideways here, so I'm looking for opportunities. But this is the type of action that you should be looking for. And if you're wondering why we don't go back down, it's the semiconductor running here.
Yeah, lockout rally, right? They're not positioned enough. I see if I can find the tweet.
They're definitely not positioned enough, Michael, and that's what I'm seeing. This is like a new AI run, and if you don't get positioned in, well, when are you going to do it, right? And the key, it's back to the plays that we were looking at the beginning part of the year. The AI infrastructure hardware play, the big change that it's actually gone to the semiconductor chips versus just the GPUs or the opticals or kind of the hardware behind the AI infrastructure data center build. Now we're actually shifting that cycle to the semiconductors themselves, where that's an important shift, right? That continues to lift in Intel, AMD, and all others. When you start to see a TXN go to the moon, when that stock has been stationary for 2 or 3 years, it's a telling sign, boys. We're in for a new AI trade. And a lot of times you have to separate trades, right? Because I think that some people like to kind of put them in, oh, but this is the same trade as it was in the past. No, new trades can happen. And when do those usually happen? When we have a quick shift in price. What has happened as of late? Quick shift in price, right? Everyone getting caught by surprise and getting run over.
SPY getting really close here. I just noticed, about to flip positive on the day. Was able to do that.
Even with tech down a little bit, right? And so that's
Yeah.
a telling sign, right? How strong tech really is. Information tech services is down 5.38%. Software 5.13%. Yet semiconductors are up 1.3 and just continue rocking and rolling. Electronic component stocks, GLW, VRT. I talked about VRT at the open today. That stock's now 322 when it traded at the open at 303. So you're getting these names just ripping higher, man.
200 is your target I'm seeing in the chat on car there. No, that's crazy. It could I don't think that would surprise anyone, but
850 yesterday down to 200 today. It's possible. That's crazy.
I feel like we're on prices right, and I'm like, give me big money. Come on.
241 maybe. 241 is a 50 moving average. I could see it being a 50 moving average bounce, but that's just the way I look
Let me grab this. I did
50
a VWAP.
moving average.
Let me see if I can find it here. Because I just
Also,
wanted to
you
see.
could think about it as, you've passed the 50%. You're closer towards 6. You're passing, I think, even the 61.8 retracement. So.
Oh yeah, we
have to draw
smashed
it
through
from the
that.
bottom.
I just drew a VWAP from the breakout point, but we killed that. That was up at 380, so we just smoked through that. So
next spot.
yeah.
Then
You'd have to do
161
like a
for the
fib.
200 moving average. If you
Yeah,
could
I
get
mean-
161, I mean, that'd be insane. But
That's the thing. Is you just keep blowing through any moving average. Anything you put in, okay, it should bounce here. Maybe it just keeps blowing right through it all. So
Well, like let's go back to, because I showed you guys. Let me grab this. I showed you guys this chart. Was it yesterday? I think. PSKY, and talked a little bit about. There was like a documentary too. I shared in a little WhatsApp there about it. This kind of looks to me like car. This slow, none of these were like insane moves, but this slow grind up that happened over and over again. And when it broke, that was it. Just broke and just completely kind of rug pulled and went down. And again, the story behind this was there was some hedge fund manager who was kind of cooking the books and just ended up using like these total return swaps to just leverage up into the position. And then all of a sudden his portfolio value was higher. So he went back and bought more swaps. And then his portfolio value, and he just ended up being leveraged like 20 or 30 to 1 on this entire stock. And then on this day right here, it reported some bad whatever. There's always just like the catalyst that you can see after the fact, the straw that broke the camel's back. And then it just created this kind of liquidation run where, holy smokes, this guy is leveraged to the moon on this, and he doesn't have the capital to make the margin call. The banks just had to kind of start to flurry to get on the other side. And that, I don't know, right? That's kind of what car looks like. And it took, this is from February 21 all the way up to March. So it took 3 months to go up, and then it took 3 days kind of come back down. Could be the same thing that we're seeing here. Wouldn't surprise me.
good action in LEU today, guys. That's a big stock to watch for a breakout in the metals and minerals. Just want to put that on the radar out there. It's breaking today. This is where it's like I hate not getting after some charts because it's definitely already a little bit pushing too much on the day. But I do like the chart already. We'll see what happens there. LEU. Metals and minerals, guys. That's where I'm looking at for a lot of trades, and that's just supporting the AI trade. Cat's still doing well. Deere is one name I'm trying to dip by. Can't get it right now. That name's starting to push, and of course, Cat's been doing so well that I'm looking for that push. USO is one thing that I keep looking at. Also, I'm seeing it. It peaked today. It went to 132.18. In the pre-market, it was up there to 133.65. I've talked about above 135 is really your danger zone for USO, and now you're starting to fade on USO. So if you're wondering why the market's coming up here, the fade on oil, right? You fade on oil, you'll start helping the market. So market's holding really well with this fade on oil.
Yeah, and that's going to be the main watch. Rip higher. You know, we're going into Friday,
day traders,
and right? Friday's going to be important. That's when they're supposed to have their next little chat, and if they don't, could be more downside. If they talk about how everything's amazing, then could be some more upside, right? You just gotta pay attention to what's happening there.
New all-time high for ETN investors out there. ETN is an AI trade that I really like for diversified industrials, and we keep going higher, guys. So not a bad trade to look at today. And overall, the industry, the industrials, really doing well. What is that telling me? Oil's going to come down, guys. This is the tell, right? Look at railroads, absolutely skyrocketing right back to the highs. Yes, railroads. You guys have heard me mention those in the last couple of weeks. They're boring, but look at that daily chart. You could have just bought the dip and got the rip right back up. This thing was ripping right before the war. The war is the only thing that knocked these railroads down. So why are the railroads being used? The AI infrastructure trade. How do you move a ton of copper? You don't fly copper. You have to move it on the railroad, right? You know what I mean? Like that just doesn't just magically get there, right? So railroad use increasing here. And if oil's coming down, the plans to use it doesn't stop. So you're seeing a big breakout there. Like I mentioned, I was like, yo, Michael, go get your CP, dude. Go add CP. Canadian Pacific, Kansas City, baby. Doing well.
We got any maple syrup?
CP, dude.
You got any maple syrup stocks out there?
Well, yeah, I think there is.
Canadian National Railways. Come on, man.
I think I looked this up once. That does Canada have? I think we have maple syrup futures.
I'm sure you'd have to out there.
You actually do. Yeah. There's futures for a lot of things in commodities that you probably never thought of. It's just more what market it trades in, right?
Yeah. Soybeans. Yeah, it's crazy all the different futures we have.
Looks like
what trading places. It was orange juice, right?
Yeah,
orange
That was
juice,
their whole thing.
eggs, right? I mean,
if they farm it, you can usually make it. And yeah, that is new high there on SPY. Now we're flipped. We're up across the board.
We're up.
So Q's up, RSP's up, IWM's up almost 0.5% here.
What's leading the last 5 minutes? Technology, baby. Let's go. Electronic components taking off, semiconductors taking off, electronic computer distribution taking off, scientific technical instruments taking off.
Car new low of day.
Look at this. Keys.
Should have upped your one share. You should have gone 1.5 share, or maybe even, dare I say, 2 shares.
Hey! You sold out, so don't hit Josh.
Hey, I did all right. I did all right with my options. I had that was a 5
I got
figure.
you, Josh. I got you, bro.
5-figure
I got
trade,
your back.
so I'll take it, right? We can hear everyone except AK. Well, I can hear you. It's weird.
James wants
I've
to hear
heard
you
that.
louder.
I've heard that before. That people, for whatever reason, they said, "Man, I hear everyone else really good, but for whatever reason, you." And I've turned my mic is all the way. I am turned up, so yeah, I have no idea exactly why I wouldn't be able to be heard.
Oh, I don't know. Check your settings there. Let me see.
Mux.
All right, let's do this. I'll check my settings. I'm going to back out and I'll check this.
Hold on. It could be the auto gain control affecting you, or the echo cancel. I'll try to adjust
I turned
the echo
all that
cancel.
off, like all that AI stuff. But,
Here.
so I looked it up. So there is no maple syrup futures, but there's a niche online marketplace called the Maple Syrup Exchange, where farmers and buyers can trade bulk maple syrup electronically at negotiated prices. So there you go. So you want to be a real trader. You take off your hat, you go on the Maple Syrup Exchange, and you start scalping maple syrup futures. There you go.
Yeah, that's next move there, right there, guys. The maple syrup. Get your maple syrup while it's going. I'll tell you one stock that is a trade that's working great for me here. Strategy UEC starting to do well here, guys. We can take a look at that trade. This is a swing trade on right now. Talked about this trade before. Now you're getting the metals and minerals starting to jump right back up. Bought the dip there, right? 15-minute dip, looking for the risk. Took the risk off the ATR. The one that I'm using right now and my mentality is look at the low risk 0.25 the ATR from the low action. So of course I got to kind of calculate this right now manually, but eventually this will be calculated by the system itself. And now the trade reversing exactly what we want to see, right? So UEC looking well. I like uranium names overall. You guys can look around for different uranium names. There's URG, there's UROY, and then there's an ETF that's really good for rare earths. I just can't think of the name right now. I don't know why it's not coming to me. I know Michael will probably figure it out for me. Where's the rare earths ETF? Is it REMX? Yeah, there he goes.
Yes.
Strategic REMX.
Right.
You see, we're smart around here, guys. It just takes a second sometimes.
The SPY type 712.
REMX.
I'll throw that out.
Oh,
Yeah, you're
the
getting the
fabled
push.
712.
You're
So that
getting
will
the
be,
push.
I think that'll be my summary here before I
Tesla
take off
recovering.
is, we've got this zone up at 712, and I just like
There's
highlight
Tesla.
this, right? 1, 2, the third test through here. So if we can do it, if we can break it, that's going to be sizable. If we just completely fail and break down from here, beware. And then kind of last thing I'll say is just there's going to be a lot of people nervous for this weekend and what's going to happen over the weekend. So I would not be surprised to see some defensive stocks start moving, some VIX start spiking, right? People buying put contracts on the SPY. And with that note, we're gonna leave it to J&J, and I will talk to you guys next week. Just be safe. Now, market's up. Josh, that's your job. You keep it up, right? So
Yeah, you
that's
keep this
on
thing
you.
going there, son.
Oh, the sound again. The sound. The mute.
Oh, we got to
the
redo
bug.
his sound again. Hold on. Let's get him going before I hop here.
Oh, there you go. I think you're back now.
All right, guys. We'll see what
Check,
happens out there.
check.
There you
Mic 2, mic
Okay.
3, 4,
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I did adjust your mic, so you guys can kind of hop there if you need to hop. But
right.
just wanted to check out.
Peace.
All right. See you, Mike.
I think I hear echo in your background now. Oh, I'm gonna have to adjust that.
What happened?
Are we getting echo?
Yeah, there's echo.
Do you use a speaker, Josh, or do you use headphones?
I use a speaker, but I never have an echo. I never have an issue with it.
Yeah, it's just a lag in the audio, so that's why you get a little bit of that sound. We just put it on again. The auto gain is probably the one that I think we play with to see if you can get your mic a little bit better. But no worries, it's a great day here, guys.
I'm all clicked on, so.
Hey, well, I'll leave you boys to it. It's time for the J&J show to take over as the M&Ms are out of here, guys. So take care out there, and whether you're a big old crispy fan, peanut fan, or chocolate fan, get those M&Ms before they run out, because it was a great day today. We caught a lot of action on the pullback and also gave you guys the areas in the market to continue to watch. That's what I always like to focus on. Don't forget our earnings stream tonight. Intel, big on the report. We might see Tesla ripping higher already as some traders are buying that dip. We'll see what happens there in the semis, in tech overall. Have fun, J&J. Take over.
See you, Mitch.
Take care.
Like what I'm tuning to. Boom. Yeah. So, man, hopefully you guys are having a good day. I'll do anything I can to try to turn my mic up. But yeah, I've gotten that before. You guys can hear me just fine. And
I hear
the people in the live stream are like, "Why can't I hear you when you're talking?" I said, "Man, I couldn't tell you why. I thought I sound great, marvelous." It is. I know one of the things that affects me as I go back and forth between like EV Mugs, Zooms, OBS. There's another one I use from all the different live streams that I'm going through and the different ones that different people are using or myself. And so my audio is always adjusting. So I've had that unfortunate issue now where I'm going through the different platforms, and it is what it is. So let me know in chat, by the way, James. You are loud and clear. Loud and clear. Oh, loud and clear. All right. There it is. All right. Mike, what up? What up, D-Rider? Nice spy move here again on the way up here. I think if we hold this area right around 711 to 711, right through this area, the pre-market high, we're resisting through that area. Now we're squeezing up. I like this move to make new all-time highs today. what 712.35 or something like that. I think is all-time high if I'm not mistaken. Car, just watching that as that continues to go dumpacito. Not really too worried. I'm sure you guys in chat about continue to watch that play. We'll see if it gets more interesting. But yeah, still in that trade, one share. 712.39. 712.39 is all-time high in the SPY. That was last Friday. Does the way it looks over here on the, just going back here now, I want to pull this back into a larger time frame here, which I love doing. We'll go back to a 15-minute time frame. Zoom out here just a tad bit. Beautiful ascending wedge here. Did make that one low here on Tuesday. That high on Friday really seems to be like it's going to get taken out. A little bit of a downtrend line too as well you could have put in here. Overall, just in this ascending wedge. Oh, you're going to do that too. Oh, I'll put a vertical line in. Who puts a vertical line in? I just want to know. What's the vertical line for? Tell me this. Who puts that line in? And you could have made it a little tighter, but you can see from yesterday's pre-market high, somewhere in there is a downtrend, wherever you want to call it. And we had this base bottom here, and overall the base to me really was starting to come in around the 706.50 mark or so. We've had that just huge moves there on Tuesday, there in the afternoon, but now really moving back on up. Kind of an inverse head and shoulders as well. There's your shoulder, here's your head, there's your shoulder. Again, how much the head and shoulders of the inverse take shape to really form and work out to be a great setup. Not all the time. It's like what I think we talk about it here, 50, 60%, but it happens. And especially here we're at all-time highs. I see it happen in me and of course, it was Steve yesterday on the, which tomorrow we get to extend, which is awesome. And Steve will be back here in just a bit with me on the call-in show. But tomorrow we are doing the lunch recap. So starting off finally here on Friday, going live for at least an hour, maybe a little longer on Fridays with you guys to recap the week, the trades, the setups, what we can look for. Of course, what we saw this previous week, but what we can look for into the next week, what you guys can work on the weekend. You know, give you books to possibly read, movies to watch, stuff like that. Of course, join us. I think Saturdays, Joe, right? If you're here around Joe, don't we have a movie night or movie day on Saturday on our Discord, which we need to promote that for sure as well on Friday. Anyway, usually we're all-time highs. Steve and I were talking about it yesterday. This goes to 725. You know, if you go to what Steve was doing and start drawing in all those lines here, right? I see this doing something like this today. Can I continue to put them in? Okay, that's right. Boom. And then we'll come here and put another one in. And then maybe we come down here and retest all-time high. Then we come here and do one of these numbers. And we end the day something like that, right? 715. We could see that happening. Now, to get to 715, maybe we don't. Maybe we only get back up to, say, 713.50. Usually a nice whole round area that we fail at. 1250, 1350 is it. But what I do see overall in the long term of things is, say we do this, we come down, maybe a retest later today, after hours pre-market tomorrow. And at some point, we're making this move into the 720 mark. That's just something I see, in my opinion, just what we saw when we came to 500, 600. It's pretty much what we did. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. Honestly, if I had to pick out a chart and say, hey, look what we're going to be doing over the next day or two or three or four, this seems that is what I would put. If I had to like draw a chart out, you know, if you're in school and say, what do you see coming up, Josh? Okay, Miss Appleby. Miss Appleby. I don't know what that would be. She's like, I hate that place. I hate that place. That's the worst restaurant ever. So I traded car today. That's my main mover. And I wanted it yesterday, but of course, just car moved just so far down. I just felt like I was chasing. You know, by the time it really had, and I talked about that on my live stream earlier, I just felt I was chasing. By the time like the 600, 650 area, that's when it just started to just really dump away. It was kind of a choppier move down to start. Today I was like, guys, I'll just had this, like, this is going to crack. And 375 to me was a big key crack here. And if it cracked below that, I said, watch for a move down to 350. And if it gets below that, the floor may fall out. And if you look at, you know, the chart today for car, depends on what time frame you go in, but it essentially was straight down out of the get-go and just kind of riding that momentum from yesterday. So that's my one trade for the day was car. What do you got for you today?
Yeah, car has really crashed. I did not trade car yesterday, but I wanted to. I thought about getting in it today, but I just can't do it. It burned me last week, and I felt like it was just a little unsafe for me to do. I have traded MU and Tesla today, and I had some success. I was just chasing MU, what I thought would be to the top of the pre-market high, but it is kind of come back a little bit. So I kind of just stopped out. And yeah, so I'm a little down on the day, but hopefully I can make it back up maybe in power hour.
Gotcha. Looks good. Yeah, that was a definitely looks a little bullish now coming back up on around the top side. Were you short or you said long there?
I went long when it was at the 482s. And then ever since then, we just dropped down to 481.35, it looks like.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it looks good in my opinion. If it gets back over that 80, I would wait for 83.80 to break. So 83.80 pre-market high, right there at the bell, failed right at it. That looks like a good breakout point over that 83.80 mark. And then for me, from there, I don't see how we wouldn't hit 85.40, 50-ish area. Then even then from there could hit 87 or so, 88, 86.80. That would be me. So look, keep an eye on that just even for yourself as you move forward for the rest of the day. I always like doing that. Like even myself, if I call out an area I like to say, am I correct in what I'm seeing? You know, I don't want to just call something out and just move on from it. I'm like, okay, well, if I want to say 5 + 5 is 10, I want to see if the teacher says, yes, Josh, you were right. You know, you don't want to just, 5, 5, 10. Well, if you didn't know and they never told you were right or wrong, you'd be going the whole life. 5 + 5 is 14. What did you just say?
I hope not. My goodness, no. Did you see? So yeah, yesterday MU hit blue skies. It was up at 491. I was thinking either today would maybe consolidate some, or perhaps we maybe push to that $500 mark.
And and a lot of times you'll see that big move up, next day consolidation. We call it mid candle breakout in small caps. So we'll see a huge move up. Maybe again, it may be a multi-day run. So we'll go back in this here real quickly on. Look at it. So it really was consolidating before that big breakout day yesterday. So what you'll get it stays in between halfway. So especially we fell at that 83.80 mark and come back down and we stay below that for the day, we will mid candle breakout. So tomorrow would be the day that we squeeze and look for that move to 500. But today could still be continuation. It's still early on. If we break that 83.80 mark, it's going to be on like Donkey Kong. We're going to start getting some moves, and that's going to be the key. And I think we at that point could really retest yesterday's high. Of course, we had those levels I just gave out a moment ago. It does look bullish though. You know, putting this in a 5-minute time frame, kind of zooming in and out on this. It is starting to move a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. Depends on what time frame you have it in, but you can see a shoulder head, and there's your little bit of a shoulder right there as well. So I do like this, especially over 83.80. If you like, you guys are loving to trade. I'm still sitting in my car trade as it now is halted down again. Still thinking this play, my lower VWAP band is at the 223 or 225, 230 mark. Depends on what time frame I'm in. That'll move around a little bit, but I have car honestly hitting 200 today. It's funny, you guys. I was in one share still. I was in 20. I was in more than one to begin with, though. So I've been scaling out along the way. I said I'm still in one share. So car, still in one share. I haven't scaled out since the 290 mark, and now I'm holding this one last share for are we halted up? I thought we were halted down. Mine shows down on the 3-minute. This is on a 5-minute showing up. So, and I saw see green, so maybe it is. Oh, because I wasn't zoomed over. Okay, that's why we are halted up again. Okay. Right. Yeah, we are making this little. Do what?
264 for
yeah. I was looking at TOS and I wasn't zoomed. I wasn't pulled over on the chart far enough. But yeah, I think this play still it's been running down the 9, and we're finally back up against the 9 right now, which is right around 264. Again, that goes on to what time frame you have it in. I have it in the 5-minute time frame, in the 3-minute. It's really starting to rest up against that moving average, the 9 EMA. So we'll see if it gets back above that. If it does, I think we'd get a little bit of a bullish move. Stays below that, I think we continue to see new lows. Again, my lower VWAP band is now all the way down to 219.25 and still continuing to go down. I trained, again, Joe hopefully got in and out of that on your bounce play earlier. This is a play that you want to be very careful taking longs. This is just really holy moly. And I'll go back to this overall to yesterday. We'll go back to auto so I can scroll back and we can go Holy Banana Joe's. That's right. That'd be a great restaurant, Joe. Holy Banana Joe's. All right, so this is the mark where to me really start to fall off. Oh no, it was this mark right here. So you can see it's chop up, chop down. Now it's a good short, good long. You really don't know if this thing's going to maybe U-shape up until somewhere in here, and then we do start to cave off, really get rid of that U-shape yesterday and potential to do so when we crack here. And that's really maybe your first potential to short. Why? Round the whole number of around 700. It is the crack of the U potential. And when we crack, we come up and retest. So it was and also another area to re-enter or just get in because you missed the first crack. But this is where the caving came. And I was in a one-on-one yesterday at this time, just watching it fade. And then, of course, then you see a play go from 850 to essentially you're almost down to 650 at that point. That's a 200-point move. I got that yesterday. What you got today, I can't do it. Too far, not doing it. Just can't do it. And then I watched it go from, again, another 200 points from there. So I'm like, man, today we're luckily resting right here. Nice, good shelf being built in right at the round number of 400 and saying, guys, if we start to crack, and 375 is a big number I saw where we saw a a big pivot point on the way up earlier on the move up, which just seemed like yesterday. That was to me the good crack joint to where we'd really dump away today. And so that's where I got in. And yeah, I've just been riding her out ever since then and just sitting on this play. And then going to small caps too, it's been a little herky jerky. There hasn't been anything that great today. CPIX you thought was going to possibly take the mob there. Right at the opening bell, we'll go to 1 minute time frame to see that nice, good staircasing on the way up. So beautiful longs to be had there. Then immediately out of the gate, boom, halted down, chop away into nothing. It's done really nothing since. EUDA is one that my boys in chat, Taquito, Tack, and you guys have been mentioning in chat here recently that have been halting up. I'm not touching this play. Does have good gap halt potential. Most likely going to see a decent sized gap down. I would imagine that of another halt down here. I just right now at this point of the day wouldn't touch that. We had AUUD earlier. This was the first one in pre-market that we thought was really going to be able to go. And you can see after zoom out, this play has really come back down. Potential still there to U-shape when you're building these cups here at the bottom. Bear flagging down to start. Of course, that looks gorgeous on the way up as we did that. Actually prettier on the way down. But now we're starting to build this base and kind of you can see the channel, right? So if you want to go in and put a line in here. So we're building a channel from 620 to around 685. Now, if we get back above 620, 625, that's where we move up and can build a channel here, top being 680, bottom being probably somewhere right around 645. And we can keep building up these channels and maybe start doing what we did on the way down, on the way up. We could make a move back up. So don't count AUUD out until it pulls a car like yesterday and the potential of the U-shape fails, which would be the crack of 550, and you can just wave goodbye to AUUD. And again, just going through the small cap sector today, it just has been that way from yesterday. I kind of called this out actually in pre-market yesterday or today saying, hey, we have a lot of tickers to look at. Tzu's another one that actually mentioned to my traders in pre-market, and actually this one's holding here, seeing this hit just new highs here recently, so not bad from Tzu. Travel Zoo, we've all heard of this play, right? But just not getting a lot of follow through after opening bell. We talked about this, I think, if I'm not mistaken, with you even on Tuesday, Jesse. We're just not getting that follow through. We're getting some good pre-market into opening bell movement. Then afterward, you get into around an hour, or right now, almost 2 hours after the opening bell. And yesterday was good. I will say, good job there, Taquito, yesterday on the Taquito. What was the play yesterday, brother? Oh, Taquito, what was the play yesterday? I'll have to scroll up. What was the play yesterday? Akon and Young Cheesy. So good call out yesterday from our boy there, Taquito Cheeto. This play yesterday did go Banana Joe. So we'll go into a 3-minute time frame right here. We go 3-minute time frame. Boom. There we go. Akon. That went Banana Joe. So kind of looks like AUU to start, not AU. It looks like EUDA, where there's really no news, I don't think, on it. Comes out of nowhere. Builds a beautiful bull flag right here as we're fading down. That's a bull flag, right? We have the pull up, flag down, squeeze out of that, and then continue to hold former highs here, not only in market, but in after hours. Build a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders there to squeeze for more. This was money, and now still on wash today. And so that's kind of the thing where we're at with a lot of these tickers in small cap sector, just to give a recap there for you, ladies and gentlemen out there. It's just a little bit slower overall after the opening bell. Yesterday we had AKA in at least to give us some spice, not only after the bell and throughout the day. Today we're very similar to all the rest of the days we've had over the last few weeks. Oh, this one still could come up maybe, kind of so to speak. And yeah, Taquito all over it there, brother. All over it there.
Shane McGuire 6 has made a nice 869 on AUUD on 850 with 3 different entries short. Nice. Good job there, Shane.
Yeah. That one was definitely a good thumper dumper today out of that, after you could have got it in pre-market. It had good moves, AUD, and then halted right up out of the gate. And then, it just started halting down there. So we'll see if that can't U-shape back on around, still trying to hold that channel. I'm just watching CAR hit new low of day. Was halted up like we talked about. Now it's back down to the 640s here, 240s. So sitting in tight with the one share. I'm going to hold that one, most likely just see how, honestly, take that to, if it gets maybe to 2, I don't know. I don't know. It's like, do I take the one share? Do I let it just go to the closing bell? So that's kind of where I'm at with the one share left on CAR. But man, just what move. What a move on CAR of the last.
What is your magic number, Josh? You think 200? You think we'll end at that? Close the bell today for CAR?
The lower VWAP band now is where we at here, 215.68. We usually will chase down further and further into it as it continues to go down. Lower VWAP been 15-minute time frame is at 2. Okay, cool. I'm going to say, and I'll just go back and look at the chart here. We're at a deviation channel in the 4-hour, which is key at this what is that? Like it's at 245, which is kind of crazy. It's like right where we're at, bouncing off of it over and over and over. If we crack that, I don't see how we see 200. This honestly could be a play today where we have another barn burner play and we get into the 100s. I will say, like, again, we did this with the car on the way up. I said 875. I ended up going with like 875 minimum, 1,000 could be maybe even more, right? So, and I was close to 875. We got about, 25, 30 points away from that. I would say today, minimum low, if, the caveat there, we crack this deviation channel at 245, we'll see 200. Somewhere close to that, just being that round number. I don't think there's anything on the chart that's going to hold us up. I think maybe round numbers could do the trick. Like this, today and yesterday at 400 for the move down. Yesterday, we got to right around 400 here, especially in pre-market. So today, 200 if we crack to 245, that deviation channel. The lower deviation channel is all the way at 31. Now, will we catch that? No, there's no way. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see like 175, 150 today, possibly. The breakout point of this move for me is right around the 130s, 140s, 150s. When I go back and look at this one, it really first started going big. Well, actually, it's right at around the 125 mark. Then we plateaued right around 145. So let me show you guys that here on the chart when I'm looking at here where I could see this play getting down into. Go back to the 15-minute time frame here. We'll zoom out a little bit here. Scroll on over if we could, please. Oh, I've got to go back further. Here.
MU made a really good move. It's way above pre-market now. We're at 485s, and are we going to chase that 491 high of day from yesterday?
All right, here we go. All right, so here's what I see. And so the breakout point for me, here's the first day right here where we first really started squeezing, which was back on crazy a month ago now, almost on the dot, on the 26th of March. We squeezed really hard, but then we built this plateau. Resistance, 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 resistance. And then finally here, on the first day of April, true love came to me. Avis budget car went to the moon. And I said, 4 pairs in a pair. Anyway, whatever. Man,
beautiful. Was that off the cuff? Was that just like bam? Did it just hit you?
Yeah, well, yeah, right there. Oh, yeah. Those are those random ones. See, I don't think those are the ones that we won't get hit with copyright because they're my own lyrics.
Yeah, hey, if they copyright that, man. I'm sure that one's not copyrighted, but yeah, I wonder if the tune is though.
yeah, that's exactly.
Man. YouTube's funny. YouTube's funny about some stuff.
Yeah, right. Let's not get them thinking and looking into the books.
Let's not. You just continue. Tell us more about this resistance we got going on here.
But that's where I could see it getting down to. So this little there, because there's really not one of those built up along the way. Because if you go up, we just kept going. There was never really a flat plat. We never built a flat area. We did kind of right there at around 300, but today we didn't really stop at 300. But you get my point. We never really built an area where we squeezed at, and this was an area where you get tight, and then boom, you squeeze. So I could see it getting all the way down to this. I will say, if I had to put a number on it, this is the area that if I had to go for a balance on car, that's where I would go at, is right there, right around 145, 150.
Nice.
We'll see.
We'll see. We will see for sure. SPY has gone up to 712.20. It's continuing to reach new high days. QQQ is up 656.
All-time highs, just ripping. Just ripping. Here we go. Love it. Yeah, this is beautiful movement right here. I mean, that's what me and Steve talked about yesterday. That beautiful W shape right there. Yeah, I mean, this is I think SPY, like I said, 6 or 726. Wow, we're 720s. This is in the 600 still. But yeah, I would say if I had to guesstimate on the run we're moving here, Q's hit 700 sometime early summer, late spring, which would be June. SPY minimum 725, 730. SPY could maybe see higher than that depending on where that would fluctuate with the Qs, but Qs just seems like it wants to push to that round number of 700 at this point if we can maintain the momentum right now. So try not to get in the way of the freight train and short what you're seeing here. And yeah, I love the weekly there. I'm looking at that on my side. 225 would be the first weekly area that this thing could bounce at potentially. And here she goes, new low of day car down to 237s. So give me 200. I will hold that one share if I see where we're at now. I'm holding it all day. So if I see the 100s, I'm gonna just be in heaven. So far for a day trade, being in on a play, this is up there with the biggest move ever. With SMCI in 2024, I got in at 905 and rode that up, but it closed out at right around 1K. So TCGL was right around 100 minute, but because think about the day of now, SMCI the next day did go to 1080. So this is already at that SMCI stage. So I'm in it, of course, on car here. Again, go back, you can see the line in where I'm in at 376 mark, 376.70. So we're already up 100 and. Yeah, it's not going to be like yesterday. We're not going to get $400 dumperoni today. We're not going down to zero today, I don't think. But,
I don't know. The company's in a lot of debt. The company's in their eyeballs with debt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is absolutely fun to watch, though.
You mentioned SMCI. I was looking at that today, actually. How high was that when you were in it? You said last year?
That was in 2024. So, yeah, I don't know if this will load up far back enough. I know the Trading Evolution doesn't. But if you can do it on your side, go back to SMCI. Mm-hmm. This is on February the 14th. So February the 14th, 2024. Pull up the chart. I know it's reverse split price wise, but it was. If I do it here, hold on, let me do it on my side because what would it be? I think it's still even wise. So let's go back here, 3 year, the weekly. Yeah, so go back. Yeah, this will be right. Yeah, so it's still reverse split wise. So this will be showing that this will be showing. Go back here. I'm going to go on the yearly now. 1 year, 1 day. We'll go back 3 years here now.
Yeah.
So can you do that on your side?
Yeah, I can see it. Wow. Yeah.
But it's on January the 14th. So I do those morning alerts, right? So I do the morning alerts, and I got on the horn. I was actually doing a one-on-one. And I was on the horn, I got on the horn, and this is when I was over on another trading platform, and I got off doing a one-on-one, and yeah, so go back to, there you go, February the 4th, everyone in chat, go to February the 14th on your chart, February 14th, 2024, literally Valentine's Day, and it was squeezing up. Now it's at 8, essentially we'll call it 8, well, at the chart will show 88.50. It was at 808, anyway, it was squeezing in after hours, going up to 900, and you can see the gap up the next day anyway, but regardless, so I'm telling everybody it's hitting, 900, 905 in after hours on Valentine's Day. And I get on the horn. I can literally have to scroll all the way back and all the way back and all the way back and all the way back. And you would, on my morning alerts, but I could find it. And it's, anyway, hey guys, SMCI tomorrow. Watch for a dip back off of today's highs. Close area, 875. It was 875. Somewhere right around 875 or get over 905 breakout. My average entry was right around 903. It did dip down to 865 in pre-market, but it was like at the 1, 2, 3, 4 where we can't really trade on most brokers. Sure. And it ripped right back on up. And you can see it opened that day at 90. What opened that day is 91.7. So it means it opened up at $910. Ripped up that day, and you can see the closes at 1,000. And I took that afternoon off. I didn't take, for whatever reason, Valentine's Day off. For whatever reason, I think Avery had to work. It has to be I can't remember now, but that has to be the deal. So we took, that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was a Thursday. Yeah, because Friday was the 16th, and you can see that big sell-off, and you can see it went up to opened up right around 107 and hit right around 1080. So it hit around 1080 in the run for us. Wow. Anywho, and so I'm at Best Buy. Go back to the 15th, which is a Thursday, and I took off because me and her are going to have our Valentine's Day, and I got me something that day. Because I'm seeing SMCI rip, and I get something to go pick up from, and I have my X-Ream. I had an X-Ream competition at the time, and I'm like, I'm gonna get out, drive my, my M series. It's a beautiful day. I'm gonna enjoy this beautiful bank and win. I was in 11 shares, and I rode it all the way up. I said, I'm not scaling out till I hit 1K. Sure enough, rode 11 shares up to that 1K mark. But I'm at Best Buy and I'm getting my phone just blowing up. Man, congrats! Man, thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much, man. Congrats, that's so badass. And I was like, because I said it's going to 1K tomorrow. It's going to 1K tomorrow. It's going to 1K tomorrow. Watch. And so there's that kind of like car look where it ran to 875 and then that next day, boom, hit 1K. So it almost, if you look at that day on SMCI, that's what I thought car was going to do yesterday, was going to run up to 875 and close the day up there. And then the next day open up at like 9 something and hit 1K. And that was kind of where I got that from. And then you can see it hit 122.90 overall in that run, which means it hit, 1200. I forgot what it hit, probably in pre-market one of those days, maybe higher. But bro, that was that was a call on calls right there for SMCI that day. I've had a few of those throughout the years, but that where I got on the horn and I was like, hey, because I get my morning alerts. I'm like, hey guys, SMCI tomorrow, and so I'm holding my phone right here when I'm doing them, so just like that, and yeah, it's going to 1K tomorrow. Get in now, blah 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 blah. I'm starting to slowly average in. And it was a banger. It was, to have that was so cool to be at the Best Buy and picking up one. I think I was looking for maybe a new keyboard. I was looking at maybe, I don't know what I was looking at too, but yeah, and getting your phone just blowing up. Because I try not to look at the stock, a lot after like lunch because it was just going crazy that day. Up, it just kind of kept going up and kept going up. And I knew we were doing good. Going to like looking like it was going to maybe hit 1K. I think it was like at 950, 60, 970 when I left the house. And so I'm out running errands. And I remember I was just at Best Buy as my point, and picking up something, but also looking at stuff. You're like, maybe I'll buy more stuff. And then my phone's blowing up right at the closing bell. Right when it's like, I remember it was 3 o'clock, 3:15, in between there, my phone was just getting so many messages, and people took the trade or people that didn't take the trade. And yeah, so this is overall, though, back to point wise, in a day trade, this is the most points I've ever been in, up on a trade right now, up over 100, right around 140 points right now as we're going down into the 235 mark for car. And EU day.
And you called it. You called it right. You held roaring AK-47 right there for you. Surprised Congress didn't set you aside and say, hey man, how did you know this? How did you know this was going to happen with our stock?
Yeah. Hey, I'm not, there was a stretch from 23 to 24, and I wish there was like Myron's. And Taquito remembers that. He was around a little bit of that, but it was 23 to 24. That's where I was trading that 6 to 7 times a day. And killing it small. But when I was trading earnings, and that's when I was like, man, I can't believe I'm killing earnings like this. And I would say, hey, Google's one of them. Go back to April of 24. It was in April when it's obviously earnings came out, and I said and the trend was, if it was up above the VWAP and bullish for the day, I didn't care what the earnings was. It was going up. It was weird. And if it was down, it was going down. So I'll never forget the first one that I called out. Because one of the streamers was going in Tesla and earnings are bad, I'm going in short. And I was like, guys, no, the trend's been since the summer, because this is now when Q3s have come out, and this is the fall of 24 or 23, fall of 23. And I'm like, guys, no, trend's been, if it's down for the day to go down, but this is up. I'm telling you, it's going to go up. It's weird. I don't know what's going on here. And I was like, I'm going to go in small. Sure enough, that thing went flying up. And the other streamer was like, what's going on? He's just like losing his mind because the earnings are terrible, but the ticker is just flying on up. And then I tried it. I forgot what other ticker I tried it on, and that fall. And so of course now let's fast forward to January into February. So we're doing Q4s, the first earnings reports of the year of 24. I was trading NVDA, SMCI earnings. I did it again, and then with just the earnings reports that we're going through right now. Google was my biggest one that I actually even did options on and held those into the next day. It was crazy how that went. And I would trade about 4. I would say I would do all of them. I would wait to see the trend if it was still going, and then I would see how much we were moving, because those earnings reports, we still see those from time to time now. And we'll see like Tesla's, which you got to cover, yesterday, which we'll see that. We'll pull it up right now, where we essentially go up to go down to do nothing, right? So we go up and you think we're going to fly up, and we come down, and then in the end we just do nothing, a whole bunch of nothing. So we're, oh yeah, here we go. Nope. And then we close right essentially where we closed the day at, right? And you're going just like, okay, all that for nothing in the end. And so I didn't want to see that. You'd still get that with some tickers. And so I'd wait for like the Meta or the Tesla, whoever it was, to give me this sign of we're really still continuing doing that. And we did that. I would say 80% of the tickers, that was what was going on, which was just a trend that was happening at the time, and I traded it. But that was, the SMCI call, that the earnings, there were people going like, how did you? I'm like, man, I just reading the trends, and I'm trading it, and then this is going to stop, because what literally truly summer 2024. So the first earnings report, the next ones we'll have. So it was working now in 24, but the next ones we have. So what that'd be like August. and September did not work. I waited for the first like 2 or 3, and I'm like, this is not working at all anymore. I didn't trade them. I just want to watch to see if the first 2 or 3 do it. Then that's why I don't trade them all, because I want to make sure the trend's still working, right? And it went to just nothing. It completely stopped working. I was like, all right, done trading that trend. That is not working anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah, you'll have that kind of shift back and forth. Let's see, Taquito says there was a dude going huge size always against your cars. Oh yeah, Taquito. Yes, I don't want to name drop. But his name started with a T. T-Trades. I don't want to bring up his full name, but yes, Taquito. I love you, Taquito. I love that you've been around that long. That's so funny. You remember that too. Yeah, there was a guy. I'd be going live, and I'd be like, hey guys, I'm going in whatever. I remember one of the more infamous ones when I traded SMCI earnings. I'm like, hey, I'm going in short SMCI earnings. Here's the trend. We know the deal. I'm going in short. And he's like, well, I'm going in long, AK. You're going against me. And I was like, okay. I'm just saying what I'm doing. You guys trade at your own risk, but this isn't like a game or a duel or some like competition. But yeah, that guy would always kind of make it a competition. And I don't really know. I don't know. It is funny. It's funny though. Yeah. And then NVDA was the other one where I went long here and there on the way up and day traded it more so. And did one swing trade on the earnings when it was at like 600. I said, hey, blah, 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 blah. Here's the deal. It's up for the day. Let's go up. And anyway. So, but there was one, this was in the 600s, but he was like shorting all. I was like, don't short it. No, he kept shorting it. And yeah, that was when NVDA, of course, went gangbusters and everyone was trying to predict the top. And I was like, man, yeah, it's like car. You don't know when that top's going to come, but wait for that first big red day. Mitch and Nos talked about it so much, in the last couple of weeks. It's like, hey, it's coming. We don't know when, but you'll know. And like me today, while I'm still in my, we saw it. Now we see it, but Taquito, yeah, funny and sad. I do was freaking losing 2 years. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Taquito. Yeah, it's sad to see that. It was so weird. And that's the thing. You just can't step in front of freight trains. I've done this. The very first time I learned my lesson was, again, we talked about it, Jesse, my 1K loss on that, my big loss. I lost 1K on a 3K account, chasing a third halt up, got in front of a freight train thinking I knew what I was doing. I'm like, just what are you doing? You just... So yeah, it's one of the things where I've learned throughout the years to get in with momentum, ride the train, get on with it if you can, for sure.
And frankly, with that kind of risk, the nice thing is join Trade the Pool, set up an account, do an evaluation. You will save yourself, especially if you're new to this, you will save yourself a lot of money by using someone else's capital, which is why we're here at Trade the Pool. So that's definitely something that instead of losing your own money, learn, take the evaluation, and hopefully things will go well. But the truth is, this stuff is it's difficult, and there's obviously. Go ahead.
Look what did I say? Look at this.
What happened?
83.80 or 83.70. What did I say? Where's the breakout point for your MU? 83.70 broke out, came back. Hell, this is why I'm all about the chart. You give me any chart, I'll find where the play is going to be. I'll find your support, I'll find your resistance, I'll find the breakout area. And that's what it's about to me. You don't have to use a lot of different, I know traders want to use at first, is my point, traders out there that still are newer. And again, back to you, Jesse. You don't have to have all these moving averages. You don't have to have all these different charts. Find your chart, go through different time frames, and find your support resistance areas, and find your profitability zone, so to speak. And so I'll zoom out a little bit. And so if I see an area, if I want to go in, and we'll do it, and we'll put a line in here, we'll put a horizontal line in right there. And so if I extend this out to the left a little bit, boom, and so we can see, I don't need to change the appearance. Not that it's perfect, but if I go to a larger time frame, it gets probably a little bit cleaner. Support becomes resistance, and now really truly into today. So let's just say we see that. But if I break this area, where am I running to? And I feel the next area I'm going to run to is probably somewhere right around in there. And boom, look where we're failing at, right? So again, another sandwich area. Old resistance becomes support. And then we're seeing resistance right at the closing bell yesterday. And then that's probably where we're going to run to next. So it's got good profitability zone. So if we break 83, I have a line into 83.80, we'll call it. We're going to run to probably somewhere right around 86.50. That's a pretty good profitability zone. Then if we break 86.50, where's the next area that I see resistance at? Probably somewhere right around that mark. Now, it could get even in higher. No, but we know this is going to be a zone. So when Steve always puts in those boxes, these are mini boxes that you could put in right through this area, or mini ovals, depending on your charting service. And this is going to be one big box, where this is kind of like your main area you want to get into, whether it's here, at that line, into this line, somewhere in there. And that through this area, just be out most of the trade. Like me and Carr, have one share left. You're just holding for the rest of the run. And now what you're wanting to do is build another bull like we are, hold the former flag as we're doing here, and then squeeze and go for more. What are you going to say there, bub?
I was just going to ask you, so in a chart like this, when you've got these great lines of support and resistance going, if you're in a trade, let's say this starts looking bullish again at the 464 mark, would you give it all the way up to your next line of support and resistance? What is that, 491? I think that's 491. Would you let your trade work out that long? Or where would you give your potential stop loss? If you were to get into this trade, what would be your idea?
Let's just do it like what I would do here. Like what I like to trade would be old resistance, new support. So I would have said, hey, I want to get in off of this dip right here. So off of this area where we would be getting filled. So we'll just say 83.80 we were getting filled. My goal overall in the run, with this move on up, whoops, let me zoom back on out. We already have the lines in. So our goals would be filled here, target 1 here. And I'll put another line in, but this will be target area 1, and this is target area 2. And so if we get in here, I am out right now probably half of this trade into target area 1, which is right through this area. Now I'm holding for target area 2. And so I would start to scale out as we hit it. I'd hit some here. And then we get every new high, every 10, 15 cents, I'd scale out small shares into this line, which is the high from which we saw yesterday. And that's where I'd be out most and holding maybe 10% of my move for more continuation. Stop loss. Let's just say out of the get-go, we move up. We're not really taking profit yet. We don't know if we're going to get to profit zone. Stop loss for me is going to be where can I hold into this play based on my overall target. So if my profit area, and again, 83, I know the line's around more so around 83.90 to be exact. We'll just call it even 83.90 is our entry, or 84-ish area is entry. With me, guaranteed, in my opinion, I'm going to get to 86. Okay, so I've got 2 buckaroonies there. Minimum. Out of the gate, I don't want to give this more than $1 anyway. So I would say if I'm in at 280, we'll call it 283.90. I want to say I'm going to go down to 282.90 and see if I don't see something right around 282.90. I do. I see something right here where we failed, right here where we failed, right here where we failed. And go, if I crack back below that, I can't really start to give it much more room. And if I do, I'm going to give it to here only. Again, because it's another area where I could see us holding up and bouncing, which is right around 82.75. Again, we'll call that $2 or so below entry price. And the only reason I'd give it that low is because overall, that makes this a 1-to-1. Target zone 1 to stop loss. That's not terrible. It's not good. What is good is the fact that we are about to get target number 2, which then if you want to base it off of, then you think about overall, that's a $5 move. 83 actually almost a $6 move. So we'll call it 6. So that now becomes, even if you want to give it $2, well, what's that? That's a 2-to-1 reward ratio, and you watch any moment now. And then if you get the top portion, which is really kind of target 3 in a way of your target 2 zone, now you're talking 4-to-1, 3-to-1s, all that kind of stuff. And so I let the chart build for me. And when the chart builds up this sandwich area that gives us a bounce play, I find my targets first. Where do I want to take this to? I want to define that. So that way I can define what my risk needs to be in this trade. How much risk can I apply to make this an applicable R-to-R trade, so to speak?
Sure. And then so it looks like we just hit that zone for you there. So you're at this point you're scaling out more.
Right.
But you're scaling out. But you're still in the trade. Yeah,
100%. Yeah, still in the trade, knowing that we're most likely going to see some failing in the next 15, 20 cents as we hit the whole round number of 90. We might even already hit it right there. What we hit high was 98 on this, or 89.98. So we're going to see some failing, some selling coming off that area. So sold some into there anywhere as close as I wanted to, as close as I could. And then we just know, to me now, what am I doing? Now let's go to this. Where's your stop loss at? Well, Josh, now that I've scaled out, minimum, we'll just say 3 to 4 times I've hit the sell button. I'm out probably 3/4 of this trade. I want this play to hold the last bounce, last rejection area that came with it, which is right there at 85.80. I want this to be the hold. If we hold this, we continue the higher low pattern, right? So we'd continue that with the chance to move up to your last target, to where I say your last target, but the last one you feel you can really get to. The last one that after that, you've got just a few shares left to say, hey, I'm going to let it run, baby. And then you do truly keep your stop loss down low. You don't want to keep moving it up high. It's going to stop you out. Well, what's the fun in that? What's the fun of wanting to get new high in the run, new high of, maybe I think it is all-time high, or whatever it is. What's the point Yeah, what's the point of, oh, well, I'm going to keep it right here and trail it and trail it and trail it. Don't, when it gets this far in your direction, don't trail it that tight. Give her some room. Put her back down in the last support bounce area and say, hey, you know what? It's not going to make or break me. I am out all but about 5 shares, all but about myself, all but out but 1 share. Let's just see if this thing doesn't squeeze all the way to 500 for the day. Like me right now in car, about any second now, almost hit new low of day. Literally just bounced right off of it. Hit 233.34, 233.33 is low of day. Anyway, it's 1 share. It's, yeah, right now I'm up, whatever, $100+. But is it going to make or break my day? That one? No, I want to see this thing go. I want 200. Lower VWAP band right now is at 203. Well, it's 202.94. What was it when we first started talking about, hey, Josh, how low? It was at what, 220s, right? Somewhere around there. It's now 20 points lower. So just, hey, if it gets that far in your direction, just let it go. And calling it right there on the dot. There's your 290 rejection there, or 490 rejection, 290. I'm thinking of car. And then you want to see it hold this again, continue the staircasing pattern. Old resistance, new support, old resistance, new support, old resistance, new support, old resistance, new support. You want to do it again here. That then means bulls are here, bears are barely in, and when they're in, they're out or immediately. Or a lot of this too, again, with that pressure is what? People taking profit. Like I just said that I would have done in that area as well at 490. But that's how I trade. Was it like that at first? No. Was it like that when I was at your stage in trading? No, not at all. This is something that I've started to do over, I would say, the last 2, 3, 4 years, and have gotten really good and better at over the last year. Like I said, that year-end confessional New Year's resolution that I do, and I talked about this, and here we go. Finally actually doing that. Like, wow, this actually, and it's not that hard to do the smaller shares. Now, I think holding, like, hey, would it be awesome to still be in full size? Sure. Is anyone ever going to full port that all day, every day? Maybe on your swing trades, and we'll get to do that, and that'll help me out. Hey, I'm only going in 10 or 20 or 50 shares, but I'm holding this for 3, 4, 5 weeks or whatever it is, 3, 4, 5 days. And then, then maybe down the line up that to 100 and then 200. And then that'll help me out down the line going, oh, yeah, remember you're doing that in your swing trades. Let's start doing that, a little bit more, holding bigger in the day trades. Because usually it's smaller shares that I'm holding, but it's still fun and nice to have.
Yeah, it all and that knowledge carries over from swing. Yeah. No, that's really good. That's really good. Mike says things are slowing down for me over here. Mike. Hope things pick up for you soon.
I mean, well, maybe, and I was just saying, maybe when he means slowing down, maybe he means that in a good way, where things are slowing down.
That could be right. That's true. A Gunner says, "What's up, all? Hey, how you doing?"
What is up, my friend? What is up? What it do? Yes. Balance, imbalance. How we doing? Taquito's been around for quite a while. And yeah, going over to CPIX. Taquito said he was short on that. Loved it. Taquito knows about my shelf crack. Wasn't much of a shelf crack so far, but we know we saw this 430 to 435 support. 435 support, right? Came down a little bit here. Doesn't have a lot of charting on it. You could put downtrend lines from up top here, possibly even here. I would really say your downtrend line needs to start somewhere right about there and come in. You can see the downtrend really is right through this area. And we're just floating down, low volume, good short there if you guys caught that. Again, really seeing that from the small cap sector. AUD, the other one today, again, halted down out of the gate after being maybe a potential halting upper. And then we start to halt down, and same thing. Got the W shape. So now the U failed. Last op is the W. We cracked back below this W shape at 550. And of course, that real true first bounce in pre-market was right there as well, as you can see. Sayonara, see ya tomorrow, AUUD, we'll say.
Also, the SPY and QQQ are both down. SPY is down 711, and QQQ, they both had pretty massive red candles there.
Wow, right at all-time high, brother. Right at all-time high. We talked about that. 1239, I think, is all-time high. So beautiful to see traders respecting that. God bless America. Not just because of God bless America. God bless anywhere you live. But God bless the fact that we are actually having technical sound charts. My gosh, I love to see this. I want to see this. I want to see a chart go into its former all-time high and double top and get a rejection off of it, Now bounce. This old resistance area, please become new demand. Let's see a bounce here. Trend line crack as well. The uptrend channel finally cracked, getting a nice hard sell-off. So it's nice to see. I'll say that because for the longest time we were running a little too erratic, irrational, not technically sound, and I can't stand charts that aren't technically sound. I mean, right now, already getting it. And this is good enough for me. The fact that we're coming down, trying to respect the former high resistance of the day. We'll put a line in somewhere right about 711.07. Gotta love that. I love who doesn't love? I think most people's favorite numbers. We did a poll. favorite numbers, I bet 11 and 7 would be up there with probably those got to be the top two. Like,
Well, they
if I
rhyme, so that helps. That really helps is that they rhyme, man.
Yes. Yeah. And so, boom, shakalaka. There we go. Love to see that. We'll go ahead and put a line in too, just for now, because it'll throw it out to the right there at all-time highs. Knowing that's the key. And again, what do we know? We felt at that twice now. Of course, earlier, what was it, last week, Friday, or whenever we made that high at 1250. I think it was Friday of last week. We do it again. Well, the point is now we have double top. So what that means is let's move to 713.50. Let's move to 715, whatever it might be. Old resistance will become new support. This will become a great bounce play. So that's nice to see, though. Good to see the charts moving today the way they are. Absolutely beautiful. Even just going over to plays like MU and going back to this play right now. Absolutely beautiful. Old resistance, new support. Still holding, my man. So,
and you like the 3-minute time frame?
It depends on what time of the day I'm in. I float through them all. So I'll go one. Not for small caps, I'm in the 1 minute for the first hour or two that it's moving, and then I move to the 3 minute. And then I'll still float back and forth if I need to zoom in. It's like that little magnifying scope class thing you had in class where it had like the 3 different you know what I mean? And but I feel like I have 5 of them where I go to the 1 minute if I really want to zoom in. I have the 3 minute if I want to zoom out a little more, 5 minute, zoom out a little bit more, 15 minute, zoom out a little bit more. Then the 4 hour if I really want to zoom out. 30 minutes fine, hourly is fine with me. Of course, the 1 year, 1 day, the daily is fine as well. But if I want to use really get in on the chart for the last 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 15 days, I start with the 15-day, 15-minute time frame in large caps. So for you, since you trade large caps, where I get my levels at 15-day, 15-minute time frame. That's even like the J guy we had on last week to the NASAs and the anyone's of the world. When I hear them talk about 15-minute time frames, it just tickles my whiskers, because man, I'll tell you what, I do this. I figured all this stuff out on my own. Like, I didn't have anyone, I didn't watch any videos. You asked me the other day, I don't read books. I just truly just grinded at the chart, and knew if I could figure out what chart, essentially how to break down a chart, I could trade. Well, lo and behold, that is the truth. And so, 15-day, 15-minute, which I didn't get to that. It took a while to get to it, but 15-day, 15-minute, and then the 4 hour. Those seem to be the two biggest and best when it comes to large caps to really find your overall general levels. And then when I'm in intraday trading, 3 minute for large caps to start the day off and move in and out from the 3 to the 5 and stay that way. Sometimes moving over to the 15-minute time frame. But the 3, I would say, is my favorite. Like, say if I had to pick one overall to stick with forever to intraday trade with, it would probably be the 3. I like the 1 and the 5. It's a mix of both, so I get both now. So I'd probably stick with the 3, but I love the 1 to really zoom in, 3 to get out, 5 to get out more, 15 to get out more, and then whatever hourly after that.
Would you say the 1 and the 2 is just too much noise? You don't get the information you want for trade?
It's good for me when I want to zoom in on certain areas. Like for small caps, like I get it here on the 3 minute time frame for MU, but sometimes I'll need to move into the 1 minute time frame to really identify an area. Or again, for small caps, if they just started moving, I don't want to be in a 3 or 5 minute if I only have 1 or 2 candles. It just started spiking. If I have only 5, 10, 15, 20 candles, I want to be in a 1 minute time frame. But most time, the large caps, like yourself, they have lots of candles. They've been running for days, weeks, months, right? Years. So I usually generally start in the 3, as in if I'm intraday trading. But I have my levels usually generally already put in off the 15 or a little bit larger time frame. But still, you can use the 3. I mean, just like I was using on this one, you should be able to come in. And I have my charting lessons out there. I mean, this is... I think I've gotten this throughout the years too. So Jesse, you're gonna get a chance. I'm not going to toot the own horn, but I want to toot the own horn. I love to chart. I love to do the lessons.
Feel free to. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's just I break things down on layman's terms for people to understand. I've just gotten that throughout the years. Even Taquito's been around for a while. He can probably even vouch to that, where people understand what I'm saying a lot more easily, and they can understand, oh, this is where I need to put lines at. So I just did a bounce series lesson. That's going to help you out to where to look for bounce plays, and even, again, where to put lines and where to have levels, where I'm finding my bounce plays at. And then I truly have charting lessons out there. There's the multiple charting lessons. Like if you just go to my YouTube page and type in charting on the little magnifying glass to look, to search for something, little search bar thing. Lots of charting lessons out there. I love to chart. It's like, I love to, I love other things more. I love to cook probably more. I love to drive fast in cars more, whatever. But charting is one of my favorite things ever to do. It's definitely the top 10, I would say. You know, I love to chart. I guess that goes with, of course, I love to trade. So, you know, top 10 things that I love to do is charting, but / trading. So it's just finding these support resistance areas, right? And that's usually what you're doing. You're trading the tops and the bottoms, and where a lot of they meet up together. They like I said, they build these sandwich areas. And the more charting you do, like I have my call to 10 commandments, because it's very crucial to your early on trading journey. Go watch. That's another lesson I just did. It's a kind of just gets you in a daily to weekly routine of what you need to be doing Monday in pre-market to closing bell and after hours and on Monday all the way through Friday. And then you do that Monday through Friday, week in, week out. There's no way after 2-3 months, you don't have a lot more of an open eye mindset and a scope of what you are as a trader, who you are as a trader, and what you should be doing after you do that. And especially you'll be much better at charting, because that's the big thing to me is at the end of the day, painted picture, as I call it, stock market's closed. Especially for large caps, there's not a lot of movement in after hours. Granted, earnings season's different, but anything that doesn't have earnings today, as soon as the after hours hit, it's usually standstill. There's not a lot of big movement. So what you can do is you can go in and put lines in, like, hey, I didn't look at Meta today, Microsoft, Micron, whatever app, Apple, AMD, Google, blah, 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 blah. There are lots of stocks that you can go break down in the mid to large to mega cap sector. Go put lines in like this, like MU. Go in at the end of the day, painted picture, like say yesterday, it's a painted picture. Go in at the end of the day and go, oh, cool. And you're putting lines in. You're starting that opening bell. You're going all the way back down here when this play was back in this area, putting a downtrend line in, maybe putting a trend line in right here, and how we up and almost don't come down to it. And you'll see that. And you'll know that's when this play is getting very bullish. When we come right back off a pre-market resistance area, don't get down to the trend line and squeeze up. 7, 8, that shows bullishness, and we're going to squeeze and go up. But you're continuing to put lines in, put a resistance line in there, right? And you can see how resistance becomes support, but really becomes support today, right? And so you're just putting these lines in, put your trend line in there, put down trend line in right there if you wanted to. And the more you're doing that and putting your lines in at the end of the day, support resistance lines, your trend lines in, your downtrend lines in. Oh, that's why that bounced there. Going back in the 15-day, 15-minute time frame, seeing where it bounced off former highs or fell at former highs or bounced at former lows or whatever it might be. That's when you're going to prepare. You get your mind more prepared for the next day. Because I go back to sports, you got to think about it as you're watching the tape. You're going back after the game is over. You're putting your tape in of the game and going, okay, what did I do wrong? What did I do right? What did the other team do? What do I need to do better next time? What am I missing here? And the more you're doing that, it's going to get you more and more prepared for what? The next game, aka the next day of trading.
Yeah. I do find journaling to be very advantageous and useful, because you can always just go back at the end of the day and go, oh, this is, and not only are you looking, like you say, overall at the entire chart here, but you're really looking at whatever you traded and saying, oh, I could have gotten in here. My entry point wasn't that great. Or why did I find myself all the time saying, why did I exit this trade so quick? Like I could have stayed in for another 2 candles sometimes. I just wanted, sometimes quicker profits, as opposed to, as you drew out here, these charts that have channels in them and great lines of support that you can kind of wait the trade out, so to speak.
Yep. And just like we talked about, this would be the main stop loss, right? So we came up, boom, this needs to be the stop loss, and boom, right to your stop loss, comes right back on up, and you're still in the trade, right? And that's like you said, just like, and I had the t-shirt, not wearing it today. I've been saying this since 2021. I don't think I was doing it in 2020, but I know it was in 2021. Put your lines in and trade them. I mean, it is truly that simple. You just have to understand, A, wait for a technical sound chart to build up. B, when it does, and you're seeing all the lines working out as they are, these are the ones that you want to go attack and trade. It makes it much easier to take a trade on. I mean, right now, just imagine you more of a scalper or a trader. I think the bounce, right, if we get back down to 85, 80, I'm seeing that we're bouncing here at the 80 mark a lot here. I'm going to take a bounce play. Boom, you're in 85, 80. You're already up, point and a half. Boom, there you go, right? You're almost up a point and a half at this point on this bounce play. Or not, a point and a half, my bad. Almost 2.5 points now on this bounce play. Now coming into 3 points, coming in hot. That's why I find these technical sound plays, and I never leave them. When I find technical soundness, I get my stock trading tower every morning looking for that. And as soon as I'm looking at, blah, 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 and I find it, bro, my scope is on it, and every time I'm just waiting to find my rounds off, essentially.
AK-47.
Yes, with a sniper rifle, and it's an AK-47 turned into a sniper rifle, so it's very fast. It's just poof, poof, poof.
That's great.
Man.
SPY has turned around a little bit, and we're at 7-Elevens right now. QQQ is also coming back. We're at 655.
Yeah, that'll be the main watch for me the rest of the day too. Of course, SPY, does it get to where we, does it get to the all-time high? Holding that, it got a little bit lower than I anticipated, but that 7-11-ish area, if they can hold that, then we'll stay bullish. But crack back through that, and the VWAP, we'll see a pullback on the SPY. Been riding up the VWAP all morning long, has the SPY, which is really pretty to see. It doesn't happen that way all the time, but my light blue line is the VWAP, and just completely keeps riding up. It knows that it's a light blue line. Yeah, it's a light blue line. Light blue line. That's what I thought it was. Yeah.
Wow.
Just riding right on up it. So that'll be key for me if it cracks back below that VWAP. I think that'll be the key for some bearish movement. Again, I think a lot like yesterday, which we talked about that on the lunch recap. It did spike above it finally in the last 10 minutes or so of the day. But I was right, saying I think we found our high. I think we found our low. Lunch recap was right around this time yesterday. And I was pretty much on it. Today, if we crack below that VWAP, it's a done deal. I think we channel around, we come back down, maybe test lows of today in market. Could even retest yesterday's low area, back down around 708. I know we're about to get in the call-in show with Steve, but Steve would probably usually, I would imagine, concurs. We always usually agree together on these levels and charts. But if we hold 711, get back over yesterday's high in that 711.50 mark, and you can see that's where we're filling it right now, and we're bouncing out earlier. Again, here's another sandwich area that, because it's being built in here, Jesse, as you can see right at that 1150 mark. We get back above that, she'll be bullish, and there's that chance to move to new all-time high. And you can tell, to me, just the key today is the Wapacito. If she holds the WAP, she's still bullish. If not, we have found the high and the low, and we're just going to channel around for the rest of the day, in my opinion. Still at all-time high area, and definitely on watch for that move up to, even more in the next, of course, tomorrow's Friday.
As we wrap up here, what do you have? You're on again, coming up with Steve, you said. I'm up with Steve later on for earnings, so make sure you guys check that out. We have earnings today with Steve and myself. That'll be great. And then what time are you back here, Josh?
We've got call-in show coming up right now. We'll talk about car. How low can it go? We'll have maybe another topic from Joe if he wants to join in on another topic. We were going to talk about car. How high can it go? That literally was a call-in show topic Tuesday. We have now reversed it to how low can car go? In a matter of less than 48 hours. How funny is that? So we'll talk about car and the big movement with Steve, of course. Join in, guys. Tack, Taquito, anyone else that wants to call in. Love having you guys join in on the debate. And then tomorrow for the lunch recap. So of course today, call-in show with myself and Steve over the next hour. Then we'll take a small 2-hour break. Steve will be back for Power Hour commentary. Then Jesse will join him at after hours for earnings. Come back tomorrow, lunch recap with Steve and I. That's right. Hopefully you'll see the countdown up on YouTube. Don't think just because it's Friday, it's a day off, and hopefully you guys will get more and more used to it. But Fridays at 1 p.m. Eastern, we will do a week recap. Not only the day of Friday itself, yes, but then the week itself and what we can look forward to in the next week. And then tomorrow night, FNL, baby, Friday Night Live. Jesse, come join us again. Taquito, Mike, Tack, Crow in chat. Joe in chat. Who else we got chatting it up today? Of course, Steve's going to be joining us tomorrow night. I'll have Caesar joining us tomorrow night. It'll be fun. Friday Night Live starts at 9:30 Eastern time tomorrow night. So don't forget tomorrow. 2 live streams. One at lunch to recap the week, and one tomorrow night to just have drinks. Tomorrow is more about trades. What we can look forward to, strategies that are working out, really break those things down. How many cup and handles we've been going over. We'll have a topic for Fridays. FNL has just come over and just chat it up. That's just good old time with the boys and the girls. And hold on.
All right. There's Steve.
Howdy, neighbor. How we doing? I got one neighbor joining me and another one heading out. I'll
see you guys. I'll see you later on, Steve.
What's up, Jess? Thank you, Jesse. What's up? So it's like, I feel like it's the Mr. Josh Roger Smith neighborhood show. You're good. Oh yeah, there we go, Joe. Yeah, anyone else say you? Yeah, how low? We're gonna switch it up. I mean, I just like, hey, just
there we go.
Might as well. There we go. So yeah, it was funny with Steve. Like we were just talking. You got it. All right, cool.
Yeah, we're doing the mic shuffle. We're good now. Sorry about that.
He said we're doing the mic shuffle. But yeah, Tuesday, I'm like, oh gosh, well, how high can how can it go? How high can it's because I'm gonna get over to Joe. He said it. If you Tuesday, I was like, okay, let's just make it Tuesday. I'll get you the show topic for Thursday. So how high can it go? Thinking, okay, it should still be up somewhat by Thursday at this time. Maybe finally seeing it sell off. Maybe, was not expecting this sell off from CAR at this point, being back down this far. And of course, I'm still in this at 376, my friend, right now on the way down. I am on CAR 376.70 as she continues to go and dump away.
Beautiful. I'm assuming short, right? Wow. 228.
Yes. In short, scaled out along the way and holding this last final share for some goodness. So I'm going to join the call-in show. Let's see if we can't get this down out of the gate today.
Absolutely. All right. Yeah. So this is going to be crazy. I mean, can it get back down to? I don't even know where's support on this. $100.
I have one.
Oh, there.
Nope. I have 150. I have 150 is what I have.
Holy moly. Yeah, I mean, what an insane move. I just keep scrolling back further and further. Yep, I have. Well, look at that. Yeah, the 200 there. I'm seeing at 157. That's a good level.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Give it to me, baby. that or liquidation. It's that. It's like those are the two options I have. It's liquidation, or if I see anything close to the 150-ish area, I'll take the one share I have left.
I love it. Liquidation Nation. Speaking of which, SPY taking a little bit of a tumble here. We're doing okay. We're just back to VWAP, but it's an interesting place to watch to see if we can hold, if this is a back test for the breakout, which I think it may be, or whether we're starting to kind of mark down and need to de-risk into the weekend, fail that breakout.
Yeah, SPY, that was it for me, that WAP. It's been riding it all day through pre-market into, now in 2 hours plus after the opening bell. Here we are still on the VWAP. So that'll be key for sure as we move here into the call-in show. Are you over on the call-in show yet, my man? Or do you need the link?
That the Gmail link there, I should be seeing it any sec. Is it the same link as last week?
I have no idea, to be honest. I just always go to my Google calendar. It's in my calendar, so it shows up in my calendar. So I always go to my calendar.
Perfect. Let me double check there.
Chat, join in. What do you think? Of course, you want to call in or join the show. How low? Okay, so Keto goes, how about we do this? I think Ayush, Joe, Gil, anyone else listening over there? How about we do a 5K eval giveaway? Can we do that? Anyone give me the thumbs up? I'll message otherwise if y'all want to give me the message back if anyone's listening. I think a lot of you probably are listening right now. I've got to make sure Josh isn't, which I'm trying to hold the SPY up. I was given the duties from Michael Noss to hold the SPY up, and I'm failing right now. I was hoping we'd hold pre-market high 711 into the VWAP.
Oof. What? Yeah, so this is a straight knife through VWAP, so I'd be very careful here if you're in longs, guys. Josh, by the way, if you could just, sorry to be a trouble, if you could send me that link. I do not have it in my Google Calendar, so I'll inquire about that later.
I can send it to you only if you say the magic word.
I could not hear you over Josh's singing, unfortunately.
Awesome.
I heard you.
You're good. We got it. I get
the same one, and I'm heading right in.
Okay, you got it.
And I went.
There we go. Now we're back. Yeah, it wasn't letting me mute. Boom. Now I'm good. All right, on the Google Meet. Steve, you're not muted, right? No. Should be good to go. Can you still hear me? Steve's just talking away. Can you hear me, Steve? I cannot hear you. Make sure you're muted on EV Mux, and then Google Meet. You're not muted, right? You're not. I don't see a mute. Yeah, I don't see you're muted on. Yeah. Make sure anyone. I just want to make sure people can hear me. Joe, Taquito, Tat, can you guys hear me on the YouTube live stream? I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. I know Steve can hear me. Steve's got the EV Mux jinx. We can read his lips. We can read his lips. All right, here, just get up a whiteboard. You get a whiteboard. All right, Derek. All right, 5K eval. So Joe, Derek, Taquito, balance, imbalance. Oh man, I love it. See, we'll figure this out with Steve. I feel so bad for Steve because then I know Steve's like he's the mindset of it feels like it's his fault. It's not your fault at all, Steve. I promise. It is not your fault. Michael D. Ryder, Tag, The Crow, anyone out there listening? Yeah, Taquito, please do. So, 5K eval. That's awesome. Whoever's closest, we'll do the same thing like we did for TCGO. We've got another volatile, crazy play. TCGO was nuts. We said, and the giveaway for that when it was halted for about an hour or more, where was the open price at? We said, well, I think the closest was like 88 or something, and it opened up well above that at like 100 plus. So, the question of the day. And I'll keep track of them. I'll take pictures of everybody's answers in chat. Taquito says he's going to stick with 212.80. 212.80. What is the low of day? We'll say today. We'll just do today, not over on the run, because that'd be down the line. So we'll just do today. That way tomorrow, me and Steve for the lunch recap, we can give away the 5K eval, at least announce the winner, and then make sure you guys get it. And we'll keep talking about it for the next few days. So. What's the low of day? What's going to be the low today for car? I'm going to, not that my mine doesn't matter, but I'm going to say I'll go. I love 200. I want that. I think we're going to get my mark of 200 that I was just telling Jesse about. It's coming in hot. I say coming in hot. We're slowly getting down there. We're not getting that real die off. I think we have one more die off kind of pullback, and we hit. And I'll go with my area and say 157.57. There we go. That'll be my answer. 157.57. So anyone, and no Price is Right rules, just who gets closest, whether you're 5 cents above or below, doesn't matter. So we have one answer right now, but anyone that's listening, 100% vote. Taquito, balance, imbalance, Derek. We want to hear your answers, and whoever gets the closest will get a 5K eval. This is to me just kind of awesome to see this, but I hope we get more of them. Steve, just so you can hear me. I feel like I don't want to end. Yeah, I feel like I have a deaf son. Or no, I guess you wouldn't be deaf. You can hear me. You'd be what's the what would be a term for that? That someone that just can't talk. My son's a mime. Yeah. Oh man. Well, you know what? For now, what you could do, honestly, is you could probably just unmute yourself on EV Mux so you can talk. You could do that. That would probably come through until we have a caller. No, I can't hear you. Do the EV Mux. You'd have to do both of them. Have you not unmuted? You unmute both of them on EV Mux. Steve just got the complete EV Mux jinx right now. Oh my God. There we go. I love it. What would be it's sad because Kevin would just come back in. There we go. I still can't hear you though. This is hilarious. I mean, it's really a comedy at this point. Pure comedy. But yeah, it's like Steve, not your point, not your fault. Kevin comes in and immediately goes back to normal right away. All right, here we go. All right, so we got some answers coming in high. Take some pictures. All right, come on. Tell him to do sign language. Yes, go Charlie Chapman. Yeah, all right. Derek Lone Wolf, love it. Anyone else? Come on. Where are we at? Where's balance imbalance? I need an answer. Come on, Tack. I know it's a 5K email. And you're like, oh, you could give it away to someone else if you wanted to, maybe. I don't know. Just figure out whatever equalizer that you want to give it to. Yeah, Joe the Wizard. Steve, you over there. Why are you going deaf now? I keep saying deaf. Can't you talk? Oh man. I think what we need to do tomorrow, Steve. Tomorrow before we do the lunch recap at 1 p.m., let's get in here like 15 minutes early and do the call-in show ourselves and see if we can't figure out the things of this possibly. Because I just don't understand this. We're doing exactly what Jeff did. Maybe we need his magic powers back. I don't know. Okay, Steve's rejoining. And still nothing. He's in it. Yeah, but he's in it and then he's not in it. Amanda. Oh, Amanda. How are we doing, Amanda?
Can you hear me?
Let's go to studio mode. We're going to have to do this. Go to studio mode, guys. Can we turn off the live preview and go to studio mode? Because I'm getting an echo. But yes, I can hear you, Amanda. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just are you getting echo or are you here fine?
No, you're fine.
That's good for you then. That's good for you. I can handle it. I've done radio and TV and had to deal with this echoing back and forth for years. I just ignore the echo to me anyway. So. Okay, so Amanda, first time caller. So first off, Amanda, that's another 5K eval that we're truly going to give away today. First time caller, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Love it. So Amanda, I was going to say, you email us, call and show at tradethepool.com. Call and
Okay.
show. Write it down if you need to. Type it out right
Trade
now.
the pool.
Call and show at tradethepool.com. Or if you just want to email me, Josh A. Smith. Oh, Josh A. Smith. Josh A. Smith 7 at gmail.com. So either call and show at tradethepool.com or Josh A. Smith 7 at gmail.com.
Okay, I will.
Love it. Okay, so what you're calling in today? So let's hear your maybe you went 5K emails today. What say you? What is your low of the day answer for a car? Where do you think the low is going to be?
Yeah, I think about 180. Yeah, it's been on the way down, so I think it will slowly keep dripping.
Man, look at that thing. Sorry. Hey, Josh.
How you doing? How we doing?
I was just analyzing the chart on car, and it's ridiculous. So it hit its high of what, 800 yesterday.
Okay.
April, it was. I'm trying to gauge it's already broken under VWAP. So,
right.
It's at 287 now. It's got to bounce. It's going to hit VWAP at 148. I think that's where 113, 100 to 113. I think this thing tanks all the way down.
Give it to me. Hey, I'm one share in, keeping that right in. So okay, you're going to go. All right, so you're going to go 148.
Yeah, I'd go 148 on this today.
All right. What do you got, Amanda? What's your answer?
Yeah, I think it will around 170.
170?
Yeah.
All right, look at this. I like it. Hey, we gotta get these 5K evals. So we'll go back to Amanda first. Amanda joined in. Thank you for first time caller. Amanda, make sure you get your again, email me or email the call in show, which I can look into that. I have that email access to as well. So first time caller, I didn't want to get to know some of my traders that want to call in. Boy, we just have, I swear, everyone's just joining in today. We have people on. We got a lot of people joining in today. I love this. So, Amanda, what do we trade? What do we day trade, Amanda?
What I trade?
Yeah, what do you trade? What do you typically trade? We trade in small caps. We trade in large caps. We day trading. We a large cap trader, small cap trader. We swing trading. What do you do?
Yeah, more large caps and more swing. But yeah, lately with everything going on, I've been moving to day trading more. But yeah, I do a bit of both.
What's the you got to go to ticker you head over to every day?
I like SanDisk. Yeah, I have a watch list. Also, space stocks, a lot of them.
Nice.
It's been moving great. Just testing. Can you guys hear me now?
Well, I do now. Yes.
Well, look at that. I apologize, but thank you so much for joining, Amanda. I've been listening. Trust me. So
You're
I
on the
love
phone
those
now,
thoughts.
and it's working. Yay! We found a caveat and a way for you to talk.
It's a miracle. I'm the comic relief here. So thank you guys for joining. I'm all ears.
Oh no, thank you for joining. How about that? I mean, you know. Love it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I love it. So do you go long or short more? You just play it by ear. You know, whatever the day provides, you trade that chart setup.
Yeah, I like long more, but occasionally also short.
And have you been using Trade the Pool here recently?
Not yet. I tried the free trial, but yeah, I want to try it. So.
Well, now you get a 5K eval, which is awesome. So you were smart, like, oh, what? I get a free one if I call in. Good job.
Yeah.
Hey,
I just joined the Discord and I saw the message and I was like, why not?
Perfect. Way to be outgoing. And when a door opens, that's what I tell traders. When a door opens, take advantage of it. So good job. Thank you for calling in. That's awesome. So, all right. So did you email either myself or the call-in show?
Not yet. I will do it now.
You're good. You are all over it. Anything else? Any words you have for how long have you been trading? Also, by the way, how long have you been trading?
Since February, so not very long.
Love it.
That's awesome.
Well, glad you found us here. I mean, we've got a lot of us going live, every day from multitude of talents here on Trade the Pool. Going long, going short, from the small cap to mid cap to large cap to mega cap sector. From swing trades to day trading, find a little bit of what you like from all of us, become your own trader. You've heard how much of, and we've talked about tracking and journaling and back testing and charting. Do these things, go watch them. Of course, if Joe or Ish wants to put myself or Steve's information out there, we have plenty of lessons and videos for you to go watch so you can fill your brain with much more, tutelage, because there's a ton out there and you don't want to go in all the different directions. You want to kind of stay in one direction and find someone that you like and what they preach and teach and then stay with that with yourself. So thank you, Amanda, for calling in today.
Yeah, thank you too.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Any last words for any new traders out there? You just started. So any last words for new traders? Anything you've gone through that you say, hey, I wouldn't do this, or hey, I've had troubles here, or I've had success there? I would like to hear any words from you. You just started this, 2 months ago, I should say, in February. So any words for new traders out there like yourself?
I think a lot of time in the charts is what's most important. So just watching what happens and first trying out with low amounts before you get the confidence. And also risk management, obviously.
Yeah, it's key, very key. What got you? Last question. What got you into stock trading? What was the appeal?
I wanted to start with investing, but then I saw my my money go up and down all the time, and I was like, if you just sell at the top and buy at the bottom, then you can grow your account much faster. So yeah.
Good stuff. Love it. Good information too. Keep joining us, join the YouTube. I'm glad you're on the Discord. I'll try to chime in more over there as well. And anytime we're here on the YouTube, definitely join us. It's definitely a lot of information you'll get all day long. And so I appreciate you calling in today, girl.
Yeah, thank you too. And have a nice day.
You too. You as well. Thanks, love it.
Josh, you know what I really loved about that?
What?
Like the self-awareness that she's like still new and she's very open to learning. And what I notice is this commonality in anybody who's been doing this, like seriously, it's not about how long you've been doing it. It's about that time doing the serious serious work, you know? So just putting it out there, guys, you don't have to do this for 5 years to be good. It can take a year. It's still going to take a while to get really good, but you can practice in the right way and cut that learning curve down by so much.
100%. I talk about that all the time. Like in my journey, that first year was just like, when I look back at what I was like, what have you done? You've been trying to do this for how long? I'm like, you're not doing anything, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
You have done nothing but lose and gone back and forth. And so yeah, we could sit, preach and teach on that. But Lex, we've got still someone in the wings here. Nice. Mr. Lex Anderson. Are you a first-time caller as well, Lex?
Yeah, first-time caller.
Okay, well, Joe, we got to do it. Oh, come on, first-time caller. We right? They both get one today, right? So we give away 2 5K evals a day. Can I get that? Okay, Carlo, Joe, anyone back there? Yeah, I love it. Got to. I mean,
I've never won anything in my life, Josh. This is the first time.
Well, we got okay. You can't be throwing that on the stream and say you can't get an eval from us now. So, Lex, thanks for calling in. Are you have how long you been listening on the YouTube? You've been around in the background, being one of my wallflowers I talk about.
Actually, the Trader TV recommended y'all, and that's how I found your platform through the weeds of drop firms and organizations that out there to take your money and game the system. It seemed like you guys were, man, just one of the best firms I ever found. Like, I really like your setup. I'm just hesitant to jump in because I want to learn everything and not make any mistakes.
I love it. Well, I'm so glad you found us, and honestly, that's my trajectory too. I was in the weeds, and it felt like a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. And there's no magic bullet, but this is it's pretty close. So glad you're with us here. It's this was the secret to my managing my risk and not blowing up. Josh, what do you think about how long should we be waiting before we perfect our system before we jump in?
Well, I think it's I would say minimum 2 to 3 months, but again, it all goes back to that back testing, studying to where you want to get in the game, so to speak. And so it's always good to get a little skin in the game. And I think that once you find, like me, which is you go back, lo and behold, I go back in and I've talked about this a lot till August 2017. I chase a third halt up. Yada, yada, yada. Take a 1K loss on a 3K account, right? There's no TTP around, which would have leave that. That wouldn't have happened. I would have just lost the eval, maybe possibly, or just would have been stopped out probably for the day, actually, right? So that's where the love trade the pool comes in, and of course what we offer here. But then I finally started journaling and tracking and journaling and charting. And after doing that and taking trades, it took 2 months or so of me doing that to understand that I was only a bounce trader. There wasn't a lot of good things at first I was good at. There just wasn't. And for most traders, it's going to be that way. Again, you think about humans. We're not out there shining shoes. I got a car wash. I got a car dealership. I also have a restaurant. I wait tables at the restaurant. Did you know that I'm also I'm the butcher at the grocery store that I own, and also I cut hair on the week? No, you don't.
Busy guy.
You find one thing you're good at and you try to really perfect that in your life. And so it finally hit me when I, in that time frame of going, of course, looking at what I always talk about my my wings, Michael Jordan poster or whatever, going like, Josh, you can't be good at all this at first. It's just not going to happen, let alone even down the line. You're going to have 1, 2, 3 things that you're good at. You're just going to rinse and repeat that. And then that little bit that I did research or read early on, that was most traders. You don't have Warren Buffett's of the world trading 18 different ways, and he's doing all these different setups. And in any successful trader, they find their 2 to 3 or 4 things that they go back to, and they're just recycling those over and over and over.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love that because we just don't have enough time on this beautiful planet to be good at everything, right? So, we get competent at the things we need to function, and then we specialize in the things that bring us joy and that we find that we excel at. And so I love that. So
I forgot. I forgot also too. On Wednesdays, I'm a DJ, right? So with platinum albums. On Sundays, I'm the starting quarterback for the New York Jets. Now I just got signed. I actually just got picked up by the Canucks for the NHL playoffs. Anyway. You're not getting them to then play golf and then the tennis. And then you get lucky if you get a professional at 2 different sports, let alone 1. And so, you got to really define it. And so I think that's super duper key. So Lex, the same kind of questions I asked Amanda first time caller when he gets to know all my traders. We'll just start with the last one I asked her. We'll start with that being the first one, at least for myself. Why did you get into trading, and then how long have you been trading?
I got into trading because I was taking advice from a wealth manager, and I just got tired of their lackadaisical approach to buy and hold and let stuff tank and just keep it. And I was just like cutting. I had a better. I just thought about a better approach where I could control my money flow every day and protect my profits. And try simple setups where I could work with like money printing stocks like an S&DK, Marvel, ARM. Today is Texas Instruments. Like I have no idea what's happened there. That I've seen is the money go from Avis car to like Texas Instruments or something. I don't know what's going on, but that could be the next squeeze. So I'm really watching that one. But I like to
Interesting.
buy, hold, invest. I've been stuck in AVEX since last Friday. I trade with,
AVAX.
yeah, and I trade with cash too. So I'm down 4,600 right now on that, but it popped up this morning, and I'm in the defense industry, so I particularly found this one to be very attractive because of the current government contracts they have and proof of delivering services already in the past, and they made 400 million last year, and they IPO'd, last Thursday. So
It looks so I'm sorry, I think I had the ticker wrong. What is that again?
AVEX.
EX. Okay, I was looking at AVAX thinking like, I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. So I just said brand new IPO. These have you traded IPOs prior? I'm curious.
Well, Snapchat, and I lost that one when it first came out,
They're
and I
tough.
was like, never getting into this again. And then I started building up a long portfolio of investments. Decided to liquidate them and just start trading.
Okay. Gotcha. I just I always tell people when they maybe have an edge in the industry, from their career. Sometimes it can be tricky having that edge transfer immediately to the market because there's always these nuances. For example, IPOs, they're often liquidity events for the private holders, right? So the stock releases, you see it pop, and then they start selling into it, which is I think what we're seeing now. So I guess my question is this like a long-term fundamentals play where like
It's gonna have to be. My hope
Yeah.
is that it gets up to AV Aero
Oh, yeah.
environment, and it's trading around 200. Jim Cramer said it was way underpriced when they IPO'd. They're really I know they liquidated to buy real estate to manufacture drones that are like literally going into war zones right now. So I took the long approach.
Yeah, totally valid. All I would say is that just be aware of your time frame for each investment. I love that you're saying, and I think this is a reason why a lot of us get into trading.
One
Sorry, what's
thing,
that?
there was a buyer for 1 million shares yesterday.
Okay.
And it was the internal employee, which I
Right.
checked the filings on that.
Nice. So I just remember your time frames, right? Like some of these trades can take a while to play out after the IPOs, even if they're super, super high quality. Like, I mean, Palantir, for example, had to trade in the gutter for years, right?
Right.
So I have a friend who's like in the shipping industry, and he's very good at his job, and he's also a pretty good trader now. But I just saw him getting slammed earlier in his career because he'd be like, "This is such a slam dunk fundamentals wise. They're trading under book value. Their management's turning in a corner. They're hitting an inflection point. They're going to announce this all on earnings, and it all lined up." And they announced their earnings, and it was great results, double beat. Market didn't care for like 3-4 months, and he's like agonizing. So all I'll say is either have that conviction to hold, or just play it as a technical and say, hey, it is losing the IPO base. It might drag me for a while, but I love that you're already trying to apply your edge, and that'll pay dividends going forward, even if it takes a couple months to play out. I think.
Yeah.
Good stuff, though.
Appreciate that.
Of course. Sorry, Josh. I think I'm kind of derailing. Josh, what's coming to your mind? What was your next question here?
Oh, no, you're good. No, love it. I'm just glad good information. Like I said, love the first time caller coming in, and then get to have. And anytime you do want to call in afterward, just good information. We do this every Thursday, Lex. So I'm glad that you were, you found us. And of course, you were, who'd you say was the Trader TV?
Oh, yeah.
That's
Trader
awesome, yeah.
TV.
Yeah, that's good.
My handle's Axeman. So yeah.
Okay. I think I've seen you there. There's so many comments, but we really appreciate that, and I'll be popping on there in a couple hours. Really looking forward to hanging out with my Trader TV fam.
Yeah, it's definitely huge. I didn't realize until last year I got asked so often because I'm streaming live. I'm just doing my own thing. Very rarely watching other streams because I'm streaming live or I'm doing my one-on-ones, right? And throughout the years, you don't watch Trader TV? Maybe you don't watch like, no, what's Trader TV? So finally last year, we are on Trader TV. So I'm like, okay, I got to look into this Trader TV. I was like, oh, wow, this is actually really cool.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm like living under a rock here. And I'm like, it's crazy. I'm brushing shoulders with all the elites now. We got Kevin running it's the top podcast in the trading world now, too. Our good buddy, Kevin Avery, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're the Trade the Pool family is spreading our wings and getting everywhere. I love to see it.
Hey, let me ask you one last question. Is that okay?
Of course. What's up?
Could you look at GPUS? I bought 10,000 shares of that.
This is interesting. So I see that there's a lot of volume coming in recently. With these small cappers, it's always going to be a wild ride, right? But I do like the base here. I like that it's trying to base out. And this is another one where, hey, I think that if you like this because of a narrative play, it's a great one to throw a couple $100 at maybe. I don't know your size of your budget, but nothing that'll make or break you. But this could easily be a 5-bagger or it could go to 0. And I simply don't know.
I've seen this before. So here's what I call it because it's GPUS. Me and my names and tickers. I call this Jeepas Creepas. So it will pop up. Peepas. Yeah, right. And it'll pop up. This is at 52-week low, bottom right-hand corner chart. We've seen this nonstop since late last summer. This trend has picked up and has been nonstop. Crow, where's Crow at in chat? Crow, let them know that this has been a trend. Tack as well. Taquito, the Cheeto, Manito, Mr. Doritos over there. Watch for this to release a PR. This play could easily squeeze up to around, I would say, 2 to 250 is where I would put this at. These sub $1 plays really can't get usually higher than that. I don't see it really unless it gets a multi-day week run. Then it can maybe pop back up into the 4s. Where are you in at? What's your entry price?
It was like 15 cents. It was pretty
low.
Oh,
yeah, your money, honey. Yeah.
Wait, what are you looking at, Josh? GPUS.
Yeah, GPUS.
You're saying it's going to $4?
No. With news, this could go to $2.
Okay. Okay.
So we've seen a lot of these sub $1 plays that'll pop up to 1 and have trouble at 1. If they can hold 1, they'll get to 2. Then I'm looking at the chart. I see some 2 area that it could get to. It's got to get back over 70. There's a big triple top at 75 cent, 73 cent area from last September and through November that I'm seeing. And yeah, I mean, I like I said, it has been nonstop. How many 52-week low plays that we have seen over the past few weeks that have popped, few months, I should say. So Lex, perfect position to be in on this. Wait for a PR to come out, or we've seen no PR plays run. AKAN's the most recent one that did that. AKA, so these plays can squeeze. So yeah, man, I love these bottom right-hand corner charts getting in low, and next thing you know, you'll wake up one day going, is this really? It's at 115. Oh my god!
Yeah, it's slowly then all at once, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I like the asymmetric risk reward. Just always got to remember to frame these things as a percentage, like what's the likelihood? Okay, well, if this works, then it's gonna more than double, way more than double. If it doesn't, it's gonna go to 0 cataclysmically, So just size for that. And I also just want to put the bat signal out here. If any intraday traders, I'm seeing nice volume pops coming in on SPY off of the VWAP consolidation. So I'm thinking we might make a shot towards the new high, or for a new high day into the close here, depending on whether we can pop this big level that we're testing here. So just keeping an eye for any intraday traders out there. I'm also watching coin for an entry for a swing.
Sweet. Love it. Good stuff. Lex, any last questions? Anything else you want to go over, brother man?
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. And appreciate the energy y'all bring every time to these calls.
Oh, likewise, brother.
We're tuning in.
Good. Love it.
Thanks so much, man.
Keep calling in. Yeah, next time, every Thursday, come in, join in. If it's a topic you want to talk about or you have something, a little input, we want to hear it. I promise you that.
Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
man.
And by the way, we did get the confirmation. You are gonna walk away with a 5K account here. So thanks so much for tuning in here. We appreciate you.
Yeah, and like I said, just like the last caller, Lex, email me or my or the call. So call-in show at tradethepool.com, Josh A. Smith 7 at gmail.com, or just over on our Discord, which we have too as well. Just you can DM over there as well. So multiple ways to get a hold of us to get that 5K eval.
All right. Thanks.
Love it, brother. Have a good day. Have a good weekend too, Lex.
You too.
Love it. Lex the Flex. We all gotta have nicknames, Lex. So hope you like that.
I like it.
Lex the Flex. He's flexing his stock trading muscles. Good stuff. Love the first time callers. People calling in and taking advantage of that. That was awesome today. We've had that opportunity in the past today, and I think it's you on your phone still.
Yeah, I'm on the phone today,
That's
brother.
what we'll do
Hey,
from now
whatever
on.
works.
So now just go straight to the phone. So now we know how this is working. So I think maybe in the past us having issues, no one was calling in, probably maybe because of that. But now that we have that all fixed up, brother, man, yeah, love it. So we got 2 back-to-back first-time callers. Take advantage of that. If you're a first-time caller, we'll give you a 5K eval. We want you to chime in. We want you to know that you're appreciated, that you're loved, that you're a part of this team. We want you to talk. We want you to have an idea of what that you're saying and what before ask questions. Like, hey, what do you think about Jeepus? Oh, Jeepus Creepus.
Yeah, that do you remember that movie too? That was like one of my
Jeepers
favorites.
Creepers, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Justin Long, and I don't remember what the girl's name was, but yeah, Justin. Because then Justin Long, now that's all Justin Long does is like horror movies. I mean, like Avery, like my wife, she finds all these like random movies on like Netflix or Amazon that are. What's this movie? And yeah, well, there's been a couple that he's on, and they're weird, creepy, like horror movies that he's in, and you're just like. And you kind of get typecast. We know that was really big back in the 70s and 80s, right? You get typecast, but yeah, that first one, no, let's not lie. I'll never forget. Let's go to Jeepers Creepers. And we love talking movies and music, whatever. We got to go to this first movie, Jeepers Creepers, the first one. I remember seeing that with my girlfriend at the time, and bro, half of the movie theater, half of the movie was doing this. Oh no! They were like, we'd be standing up. I mean, like people were standing up, like freaking out in the theater, like they would like get up and stand up or whatever.
It was a good one. So you're a little ahead of my time. I missed it in the theater, but that was like the quintessential, like the golden era of stay home sick, throw on the Sci-Fi Channel or something, and there's just going to be like 4 of those type Jeepers Creepers type movies where you just that if you suspend your disbelief just a little bit, you're gonna have a great time. I love the cheesy. Like, give me like a Leprechaun or something there, and I'm in. By the way, it looks like the big seller did step in at that key level, so still in this kind of consolidation here. I no trades, no setups for me here. I'm just hanging out today. But what's up? Do we got anybody in the wings here?
Nope. I think that was it right there. We're gonna go. Okay, hey, one more. Anyone that call, hey, 2, 3 more. We can get you in however you want to call in, but call in. Got the link out there, so scroll above. Of course, it's over on the Discord. So love it. 2 different ways people are finding us today. One was on the Discord. Amanda, thank you again for joining in. Saw that, took advantage of it, and then Lex the Flex. Listen to us or heard of us from Trader TV, which is freaking awesome. I know they love to give us some love and promote us. And then boom, shakalaka, got Lex in here. So any of you wallflowers. Love it. Like, that are out there listening, never think that you're a little, hey, I don't know anything. Calling like Amanda did. Amanda did so great. I thought maybe she was just going to call in for the eval. No, she had more to say. She actually got, you can tell she wanted to talk, had stuff to talk about. So that was cool. That's the one thing I always like to rhyme with the nicknames. I can't. It's hard with Amanda.
And Amanda's tough. I'm just thinking the Boston song. So that's, I guess that's not a nickname, but.
Oh man, I love it. I love it. Yeah, the first thing I think of is Kung Fu Panda. Kung Fu Panda Amanda. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying over here. It's hard. Amanda, no offense. It's like Josh. Where do you go with Josh? I do like it. Doesn't fully rhyme, but kind of does. Where is Coach TV? I haven't heard from Coach TV recently, but he calls me Josh the Boss, which I love. That
Josh, you're making moves like Chris Bosch.
There we go.
If you see him at the show, watch out. He's gonna mosh. I can hit the white boy rap.
Watch out, Steve the Achieve on the roll there. I like it, Steve. I like it. Well, so far, I have to go back and look at it. No, I think I love it. I think the keto so far is the closest 214 low of day. Okay. Steve, did you give a number you couldn't really talk. So what would have been your number if we were going to have a low day?
I said low of day was going to be 213.35, and you can check the tapes.
Oh, okay. I love it. 213.35.
No. I did not give a number. If I would today, it's actually pretty wild. So this is spooky. The cam pivot level I have it on my screen. It says bears shall not pass. It's at 213.1. I cannot edit these levels. So guys, cam pivot systems, they work pretty well when they work. It's telling me maybe mean reversion to 300 and maybe a short from that 280 to 300 zone. That's what I'm looking for.
Got it. Love it, love it, love it. Big play today. It was good to see back-to-back Dumparooskies there on car, back-to-back days. Ample opportunity, to make some pretty big change there. I think we'll see more of this. The SanDisk, the Micron. We're getting a lot of these big moves over the past year. So I think it's going to become a little bit more frequent that we see them more often.
Okay.
Tack, where you at? Come on, Tack. Got to call in. Taquito Cheeto says, hey, got to show your charts. Let's see here. Says, I don't talk without sharing charts.
Man's got to have a code. I respect that.
Love it. Love it. Yeah, and tomorrow, don't forget, we'll have the lunch recap. So we're going to finally start going live during the day for sure moving forward. At least for now, Gil gives us a 1 month pass for Friday and see how it goes. Although I'll be talking to her and say, listen, we're going to have to keep it. We can't just do 1 month and stop. And that shows that we can't quit. We can't quit. We're not quitters here.
No. There's no quitting our game there. By the way, Car, it does look like it's trying to make that little short-term intraday bottom. Don't get caught too short here yet. If you caught the move, I would be starting to get out and waiting for that VWAP to reject to size back in there, I think.
Unless you're in at 370 with me. 370.
Unless you're a rock star like Josh, Chris Bosch in the mosh, if that's the case, then yeah, you don't need our advice. But Josh, we know you're just trying to brag, and you deserve it. That was a great call there.
I gotta go ahead. I gotta do that. I gotta toot the horn on that one. I'm surprised we haven't had Kevin join us more on the live stream to toot the horn about the battle and how he killed everybody on the competition there.
Yeah, he came into battle ready to go. He brought a short to a long fight, or we brought longs to a short fight, I guess, and it did not work out so well. Yeah, shout outs Kevin, shout outs Josh, you're all great, blah blah blah. But my day in the sun is around the corner, so I missed my. Usually I get like one massive play of the year, and then that kind of funds like the next. Like I usually make like half of my money for a year in like 1 or 2 plays, and I just missed a really banger. I mean, I made 100% on ARM, but I missed like 10x or something. So I'm sitting here going, all right, we got to stay in the pocket. We'll find the next one.
Yeah.
But Josh, that's how I feel like I miss the most, is when I just miss a really good play and I just go into depressing mode. I'm like, I don't even care about charts. I don't even care, and then I miss the next one. Then I go, I cared. I just, I just took my eyes off the prize. So,
yeah, all it's gonna happen, like we talked about, we're gonna miss moves on moves. It just sucks when you eye a move and you think you don't take it. It's one thing when you see it and don't take it versus you miss it, and of course you're gonna miss moves all the time. But just gotta move on from it. It was good. I mean, ARM and AMD both over here over the last few days have given you that good run and continuation through to all-time highs. And so that's both of them in that 10 mark too as well today. So we have AMD to 310, and we have ARM up to 210 today. So
wow, 210, that's insane. So I don't think they're done by a long shot. I think these moves are getting started as they break into blue skies. I put out the bat signal for ARM and AMD. I'm complaining. I'm still in a good amount of ARM shares. I'm just sad because I took the leverage off too soon. But I do believe in these names. I think that Marvell, people have been talking about that a lot. I think these ones are breaking range and going higher. Speaking of which, SPY is tackling that big level again after clearing the support, the last little pop-up. So 711 and change, 711.25 we can call it. I think that we can get to cooking up to the new high of the day if we can find the pop over this level here. So testing a second time.
Boom. I don't know what happened there. We just got turned off studio mode for half a second. You good?
I think
we're good. I got echoes. Yeah, we have to stay off of studio mode. I was like, oh, we can. One more caller. See if anyone wants to call in. That would be great from you guys. Again, the link out there. If Joe wants to put it out there, you just want to put it out there. Of course, the number is on the screen. You can call and type that really long pin in with the pound symbol at the very end, if you'd like. Either way, get you into the meeting. And we would
It's
love
very
to
fair.
talk to you. One more caller. We'll give it about 5 more minutes, and then we'll start to move to the wrap up, and then we can get out of the Google Meet and get off the. You can hang up your phone and move back to EV Mugs.
Right. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
You're good. You're good. I'm glad we finally figured that out, though, bro. That was it was ridiculous. So, and it's weird just having to go through all the.
Me too. Well, I'm on my phone. I can just bring it. That's dope.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Look at
right?
that. It's like my Discord calls when I'm gaming. Yeah, no, I'm so glad we figured it out. Thank you for bearing with me there. And now we should be smooth sailing going.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Like, oh yeah, you can just take your phone. There you go. Boom. That's technology for you, rolling in hot. But that's funny. Yeah, just from now forward, it's like how it was with me and Kevin at first. You're trying to find the secret sauce, so to speak, the secret button. What is it? I know it's one of these buttons. Which ones do I have to press? And so just from now on. But yeah, any last callers you want to call in? Thank you again. That was great, Amanda. Lex calling in today, getting in first time callers. And don't forget, every Thursday we do this at noon Eastern time, 11 Central, 10 Mountain. That's 9 a.m. on the East or West Coast. Call in if you've been sitting out there in the wings, and like Amanda did, that warms my heart. I love that she called in. It was so awesome. She's like, oh, I need one of these, same with Lex, right? Like, oh, this makes sense. Like, why would I not? I need an eval. I've done the demo. This would be free. Why would I not? It's a free 5K eval. Heck yeah, let's try it out. Call. You're a first time caller. There's no point not to.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, free money on the table there. We take that, Yeah, that's what it's all about. When you get the opportunity, you take it. And what better chance, right? You get a little bit of knowledge, you get a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of cash to play with here. And there's so many shots to take, Josh. You get one of these free accounts, you maybe throw it at car, you maybe get funded real quick, and all of a sudden you're sitting pretty.
Yeah. Sitting pretty. Gotta love that. Skills, this is another one too. SKLZ. Skills Inc. I have no idea what's going on. I don't think this has any news. It is going on an absolute monster tear right now. And that is the one thing we are getting. We're getting it right now with SKLZ. Good alert there. Guys have been talking about it in chat. I just finally brought it up after kind of slowing down here on the call-in show as we kind of wind down finally toward the end of it. Holy moly.
Yeah. That's a cooker right there.
875 will come into play. Resumption price right now is showing 879. So it's not showing a gap up, at least as of right now. Going back and looking at the chart here for SKLZ, 52-week high is right at this area. We're coming in hot at $9. $9.11 is the 52-week high. I would love to drive a 911 Turbo S.
Oh, dream car right there. That's like my reasonable dream car, where maybe someday,
only 250, 300K.
I'm trying to be reasonable.
For a new one, but for a used one, you could probably find one in the hundreds, obviously, for sure. But maybe an old one in the high 90s, maybe. I haven't looked that far back, but yeah.
You have little faith. You don't believe in the
I'm
speed?
just saying, I know, because I love them too. I know I've driven a turbo, not a Turbo S, but I've driven a 911 Turbo.
Okay.
I've
gotta go
fast. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I've driven a test drove. They wanted me to buy it. I was like, I ain't buying this yet, but it was a GT4 RS. I drove a GT4 RS, and that was really fun. At the local Porsche dealership here in town. I teased him. I liked it. I was like, oh man, this is sweet. I just hit him up just for fun. Like, oh, you want to test drive it? I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, cool.
And I ain't buying it, right?
Yeah, right.
But I'll go fast.
Yeah, I mean, and so I just went in and they had it all backed up out, like, already ready for me, like where you just pull out and go. And oh god, yeah. And then for him to be like, yeah, get on it if you want to. And I'm like,
yeah,
get on it. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get on it. Don't you worry. It was fun.
I love it.
It was definitely fun. But yeah, sorry, we can get on cars there for a while. But yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of cars out there these days anymore.
There's nothing like going fast. My dad's old boss, he was super cool. He had one of those, what are they, the Tesla Roadsters, the Plaids or whatever, back when those were first coming out. And that felt like a spaceship, like just hitting the 0 to 60 in, like, I don't even know, like 2-3 seconds. I don't even know. It felt fast though. Felt like in Star Wars, when you go hit hyperspeed and all the stars start flying by.
Right.
There's something so exhilarating about that. So I think that if you're a speed junkie, like you definitely are. I got a little bit of that in me. My sister, she loves like skydiving and stuff. She's training to be a firefighter. She's insane. So there's just something in you. I think us traders, we are looking for risk in a way that is a little safer than jumping out of planes. You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. If it's a perfectly good plane, you won't see me jumping out of it. Just not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. Just not my cup of tea at all. But yeah,
if it ain't broke, don't jump out of it. That's what I always say.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, but no, that's definitely the truth. Though I love it. I love some speed, need for speed for sure. Just the adrenaline rush, and there's nothing like it. And like back to that AI metaverse crap, and over 2-3 years ago, people were talking about the goggles and the yada yada. I'm like, that will never ever replace being in a car, truly driving it, getting the vibration, the feedback, especially if you have a manual and shifting through the gears and the feedback from it in the car, hitting the bumps on the road if you're on the track, whatever it might be, if you're hitting the turn a little bit too close, whatever. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. I mean, you're gonna put and then especially like sometimes if you like driving with the top down or the windows down, you're gonna put fans in front of you to emulate your hair move. Like, what, you can't emulate? You just can't emulate that at all. It just is.
I'm imagining you spending you hitting a nice trade, spending like $2K on a custom wind setup with your 1 inch of hair there.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You got like two. You got two. There you go.
Yeah, it's getting a little longer.
It's going a little longer.
Yeah, I mean, we got about maybe 3 or 4.
No, well, I mean, that's why I thought you were like my age. You got the full head still. So clearly your trades aren't stressful enough. We should be following this guy more because he doesn't have the bald spot that most traders do by 40. Yeah. That's telling you something.
No, we're still good. We're still good. We got a little bit of the receding hairline going on, but it's good. Yeah.
No, you're a rock star. You're doing better than me, I think.
We're doing good. No, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
All right.
We're doing good. That's the thing. Yeah, we're definitely we definitely don't want to have balding head. Wow, big gap up here from Skills, by the way. So SKLZ.
Oh wow,
opened up higher, going into another halt up. You're hitting the LULD at 1048 right now. Monster mover right here for no reason. Whatever, it's up 185%. You gotta love small caps. So that's what you get. You get the what in the world? You're up 400% because this thing could go next thing you know 400%.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you're short this, we call that a skills issue because all this is saying is gap up, gap up, gap up. Josh, is there some rule or something, some rule of thumb for the triple gap up that we should watch? Because I'm just noticing.
So, now again, this already is done already past that because we've actually now halted up 1, 2, 3. Now this will be the 4th halt up in a row.
Wow.
Right.
Okay.
So you can see that, and yes, this would be the rule. You are also have a skills issue if you're just now going in long.
Yeah, I like that.
This is one of those ones at this point you go, hey, I need to sit this out. If I'm just now looking at this, or I sat back and hesitated, didn't pull the trigger, you leave it alone. You let you let the reset come in, so to speak. Let it come down, fizzle out, find a good support area, and look for a bounce play potentially after the traders show you where it's going to be at, which typically is off a former halt area. At this point, it's you got to let this play go and just sit back and watch it. Sit back and watch it.
Sometimes the trade is no trade.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah, I love it. Imbalance. Balance, imbalance. All right. Any last answers? I guess we won't have any more call-in show guests for the day. I love it, though. Joe, Tack, Crow, Balance, Imbalance. You guys coming over today. Tack, of course. Gals out there. Sometimes we have Saline and Aussie Chick today. I don't see them, but we did have Amanda call in. Love it. Big me to fit me. Yep. Love it, brother. Anyone else from earlier? Thank you guys for coming on over. Mr. Derek was here earlier today, of course. Lone Wolf was here earlier today, joining us in the call-in show. Lots of alerts. Lots of Michael D. Ryder was here earlier. So thank you all that I'm trying to go back. Love to give you guys shout-outs, let you know that you're heard and that we love that you are heard because we like to hear from you.
Yes,
all right, I'm going to leave the call-in show. If you want to as well. You can hang up your phone now and we'll go back to EV Mux.
All right. All right, we're
There we
doing.
go. There we go. Now we're good. Now we're good. I can hear you now, Steve.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, sick.
Good to go. Good to go. Good to go. Good to go. All right. So good topic today, Colin Show. Hey, how about this though? Who is going to be right? Do you think we sweep down? And okay, and that's the thing too. How about that? Your 213 line, of course, 214 low day so far. If we crack that, don't you think and would imagine we get a good hard sell off, another maybe 10, 15, 30 point sell off and go really hard down even more so?
Definitely possible, and I'm here for it. I mean, let's let the floodgates open, right? That's what I like to see.
I'm here for it. I am too. I am too as well. I'm going to go over to skills to end the day here for myself. Any last comments here? You come back in 2 hours though, right? You're going to be back here in 2 hours, right? 3 p.m. Eastern today?
Yeah. I'll be back on in a couple hours. I will be, let's see, in an hour and 45 minutes. Sorry, I have some audio. Hopefully that's not coming through. An hour and 45 minutes, I will be on Trader TV Live for 15 minutes. That is going to be a big, I don't know, it's my favorite time of the week. So we're going to be doing that live, and then right after that, I'll be doing the power. We have Intel, Josh, so it's going to be real fun.
Hold on, you're on Trader TV today, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Every other Thursday.
Look at you, my man. When did that start?
Maybe a month ago, something like that. Then it's been a blast. I saw myself blink out of existence for a sec. So it's been about a month, in case you didn't catch that.
How's that been going for you?
It's always so much fun. It's such a big audience. So the first couple weeks I was a little bit spooked, a little bit scared, but now I just get super excited for it. Neil and Sean are both so much fun to talk to, and they hit me with like 20 questions in 15 minutes, and I'm always like, But it always makes me actually kind of give my best analysis, I think, because it's just like snap off the dome, whatever I'm seeing. So I think I've gotten a good response from it, and it's so much fun. So definitely check it out. Whoa, big candle on SPY. We'll see what's shaking.
We're halting up again here. Oh my gosh, Skills is going for another halt up here. Halted gap up, going 1231. Another halt up coming in here for SKLZ. Wow. Whoa. I'm telling you, she's going probably 300, 400%. It just looks like at this point. It's got this crazy momentum. Yeah, really wicked.
You think 15 is possible?
That's usually the key. That's usually what it gets to, and that'll push it close to that 300% mark. That's just a round magnet number for these tickers when they get to going. 1250, 1350, and then 15. So 1350 is a lock at this point. It probably opens up at 1350 or close to it. We'll see where the resumption price is. Let's go right now. Oh, it doesn't even show it right now. Okay, I'm not showing a resumption price now, unfortunately. But I bet Skills sees another big gap up. 1350 is going to be on lock, in my opinion. 15 probably after that. Be fun to watch this for the rest of the day. Again, maybe possible get trades. If you're a newer trader, these are the trades you want to stay away from. I know there's not a lot of other movement not in the other small cap sector. If you look at another small cap slow and steady Eddie plays, there's just not a lot of good movement in the small cap sector other than these really halty plays. And that's what's taking them all right now is a play like Skill. So sit back, wait for your setup to come to you is what I'd say for the rest of the day. It is Thursday. We're getting close to the end of the week. You do not want to go out on the week hitting your head up against the wall, crying, wishing you would have been green instead of for something and then you're red, right? So let's not do that and wait for your setup, whether it's sometime for the, further into the day or it's tomorrow, which usually is a Friday. I'm a one trade kind of guy. Let me come in, bang it, go out green for the week. I advise any of you that are struggling or newer to do the same, honestly.
Yes, sir.
Car's fun for the rest of the day. Skills is fun for the rest of the day. I'll be watching those. But again, for Trade the Pool, tease it, of course, as always. Come back in 2 hours. Steve will be live for Power Hour. Then we'll be after hours with earnings with Jesse. Tomorrow, 1 p.m. the lunch weekend recap of what we've seen in the stock market. Me and Steve will guide you through what happened this week, what we can expect for the next week. And then tomorrow night, 9:30 Eastern time. You got it, baby. Friday Night Live. Come and join us. We'll have the EV Mux link out there for the guys and gals that do want to join us. Come. Anyone can join. You can be a wallflower, someone that alerts, or you are a good streamer. And we'll have a plethora of those already on the stream. Don't feel shy. Just like Steve was saying, Trader TV, first join. Maybe that first time you're a little shy, a little nervous. 3-4 Fridays in, you're going to be drinking and chilling and having a good time with the rest of us. So come join if you want to do that. So there's kind of the schedule and what to look forward to for us over the next 24 to 48 hours. Steve, what do you have for us as you close out, my man?
I mean, man, what else is there to say? You summed it up beautifully there, Josh. As always, it's been a blast. I'm really looking forward to today's, the rest of our programming, as well as our, the Friday. Whoa, big candle on SPY. I don't know what's going to happen here, guys, but keep your head on a swivel as we digest this news. That's all I got, Josh. I'll see everybody in a few hours here.
All right. Scanner's going up now. Steve, back in a couple.
All right, later, guys. What is up, guys? There it is. On everybody. It's cool here with Steve. Welcome. Hope you guys have been having a good day riding this crazy volatility, because it has been a spicy one. Spy on the hourly chart here. You know what? We're still just seeing trading in a range, trading in a flag, still expecting this to break out if we're relying on technicals. The thing that can mess this up is we have headlines flying left and right. We have some interesting volatility coming out of the Middle East. As usual, we're going to be going over those headlines, seeing if they can or cannot break this trend, which seems to be SPY wants up, and it's a matter of time. So like I said, we have the top side pretty clearly defined. Let's get the bottom side defined, and then we'll go into the intraday price action. Talk about it, because what a wild sweep out that we saw intraday. Just yapping until I get my, there we go. So it's kind of this expanding pattern, right? Usually you want to see tightening. Usually I would prefer if this angle on the bottom was like this, right? Because that would show that buyers are stepping in earlier and earlier and earlier as we consolidate in this range. But we're seeing this. This is expanding. Volatility is expanding. So what is this kind of telling us? Well, either the move is going to be very explosive to the upside, a breakout rally continuation, or we need to kind of digest some of this insane move up. I still am not sure that we aren't just kind of stalling until we can get positioned for boots on the ground. I honestly, there's so much fog of war regarding the conflict that we really do kind of have to play it one step at a time here. With the understanding that the market wants to look forward, it wants to go up. It's just how reasonable is it, and what is the path? What is the most likely path to get there? So a very important time of the year here with the big earnings coming around the corner, and the market is in hard mode, I would say. This sideways chop, you know, we got the straight rally for what, 13 days in a row. Boom, 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 boom. You see all of these bullish constructive patterns just breaking out higher and higher again. We are here. So far, this is a bullish constructive pattern, but it's the first time that it's taken more than a day or two to break out. So everybody's a little antsy. Everybody's just been slapping long on every single dip. It's the first time this week where they're not 100% sure that it's going to be a profitable strategy. So we want to watch this consolidation pattern very closely. Let's get into the intraday. What is up, talk? Joe in the chat, Crow in the chat. How we doing, guys? Snowman. Yeah, Snowman too. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Is car still going down? We will check in on that. We said on stream, I think yesterday, 2 days ago, the trigger was a loss of 550 and it ain't coming back. It's going to sweep 550 and then die, I believe is what I said. Sure, it went like 70% higher or like 30% higher than 550, but you know, when it did lose it, it did not look back. So that was a very nice level. I did not play it. I was busy streaming and managing other things, and it just did not happen. I wish I did, because I think Michael, Josh, and a few others in the Trade the Pool room caught it. I'm feeling left out. Spy here, doing interesting things intraday. So we had a nice break of pre-market. It sure looked like we were going higher. The squeeze failed. And then it was just having trouble hanging out while we were on stream. Tried to push up a few times that I mentioned. This was a big level. If it could push above, it could fly. See this top of the volume shelf. Top of the pre-market there. Definitely an area of interest. But it failed. When it failed explosively. This was about a 1.5% move, I think. If you caught this, you banked hard. What was that? Not sure why my drawings aren't working. We'll figure that out. But regardless, now what are we doing when we're kind of reassessing the damage here? Big wipeout, a big surge up above the 50% of this move. So I don't necessarily think this is just a dead cat. I think that we might chop a little bit lower. I'm not sure this catches and form a higher low. This could be a very aggressive higher low. We see the bid trying its best. But that's kind of what I'm thinking, that we could be trying to hold the line and just maintain that hourly flag and bid up on good news. Because remember, guys, every ceasefire announcement, we go up more than we go down when the ceasefire announcement doesn't actually stick, right? The market wants to climb the wall of worry, and that's the mechanism in which it does that. So I can't be too bearish, especially when we just got a big flush out like that. We will keep on watching oil to see if that sticks. But look at the strength here. That is not too shabby, is it? We'll be watching the neckline here. It's going to probably have some trouble into the moving averages and need to take some time, form a higher low here in this little structure, maybe off 707.25-ish or so. And we'll watch and see if that can develop. Otherwise, still could see, I think I'd kind of like to see it push a little bit lower to the 705.50 kind of area, even 705 proper. Okay, what else do we see? We got some active traders here. Crow is currently in CPIX. Let's take a look at that one. I'm assuming long, looking strong. All right, I dig it. So I see this nice shelf right here that it responded to nicely. Flipped this, back tested, now trying to push up higher. Next level of interest is this area that it sold off from. 425. I like the 425 handle. That's good stuff. What are we looking for? What are we shooting for? Let's frame this trade, go into the fibs here of the whole range. Pretty good respect of these fibs, right? So it came all the way down, ran the 78 fib perfectly. This is where the market likes to drive a price to run stops. So they're just anybody who's getting long in the middle point off a 50% pullback, anyone who's getting long off the 62 pullback, anyone who chased up in here thinking that we're just going to continue higher, well, they're all losing hope down here, and a lot of them stop out right at around this level. Because at this point, you're like, oh, I'll just salvage it before. Like, we all know if it's doing this, it's surely going to engulf and go much lower, right? Well, not necessarily, and this is often the level they'll transact to run those stops. So we call it the stop run fib, and there it goes, running stops almost to the penny there. Since then, we retrace up to the next fib up, and now we're going to make a decision here. First knock, rejected, but a higher low. Second knock, rejected, but even softer than this. It looks like it's going to try to just push straight through. So even this, if this fails, as long as it holds our lower blue level here at 395, I think that this thing is good to go higher. Just a matter of time. Where's it going to reach towards? Well, I think this 50% fibs, really nice and easy. You can front run it a little bit into the round number at 450, and you can just say, hey, round number, high volume, right into this kind of pin where we fell off from. That's the next level of interest, I should say. If we surge through this, I would recommend trimming and not taking it all off, because if we surge through it, I would expect us to kind of negotiate the same kind of fibs, these two yellow ones, but on the top half. So that'll be roughly this 38% and the 23% on our current fib layout here. So I would love to see $5. There's a nice line up there, $4.95, and then $5.50 transact. Those would be your next kind of trim areas if this one does start to take off, which it looks like it might. Looks like it might. CPIX 435, 445-ish, and you're done. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so you're just looking to kind of heal up into the sell-off point, and that's all you're looking for. Totally valid. Totally valid. I'd like it to pull back once more to this 50, and then I would get involved. But besides that, probably chilling. What is this? 406. Look in my, there it goes. All right, now if I'm looking to take an order, I can take it fast. I would like the one more push down, but that might be greedy. Put that order, limit order in. Don't know if we'll get filled, but it does look good. I like it. What else is moving today? So Tesla gave all of that move back and then some. It wicked back up right to the lows from the end of the day there, pre-market, and just held the line for the shorts, that is. So I'm not sure what Tesla's doing. I think it's kind of retracing the downtrend line break on daily chart, and we have to kind of wait and see how it reacts in this kind of critical juncture. Definitely a little bit sus though. And it reminds me of the last earnings where it popped up, and not last, but a couple ago, and then what's the word I'm trying to say? Initially held, initially flagged, and then eventually wiped out really roughly. And I just see a little bit of a similarity here where it broke such a major trend. But can it stick that move? Well, we literally tagged it and are now hanging out under the moving averages that we just reclaimed. So very much wait and see. I have some trepidation in terms of getting long here yet. I'd like to see us maybe come down to 360, potentially 352, 350, and hold the line there for a higher low. I think 360, 365 is probably where I'd like that higher low. Okay, going to the highest percent movers on the day. I think it's going to be skills. Got to check in on that. Then we got to check in on cars too. Car. Sorry, I'm laughing to myself because I said cars too. That reminds me of a silly inside joke from when me and my girlfriend started dating. You want to hear a personal story? It's really short. So we were on like our second date, and for some reason I mentioned like one of my favorite directors was Stanley Kubrick, and her being the jokester she is, she said, "Oh yeah, that was he directed Cars too, right?" And I had like this internal crisis where I was like, "Oh no, is she stupid? Oh, she's so cute though." And I was like, all right, I'll be nice. I was like, I don't think Kubrick did Cars too. I'm pretty positive he didn't. But so now every time I think about Cars 2, I think about it being the magnum opus of the great director Stanley Kubrick. All right, I'm done ranting about things nobody else cares about. Mostly biding time while I watch SPY digest this pinning of the moving averages right here. We have 3 all aligned nice and even, and we have the blue, the lowest, the fastest, starting to cross up and over. I do believe this is potentially a little scalp long. I'd be looking for this low volume node here at 708.62. So not a huge trade. There's a potential that we're forming this higher low of the W already. I'm just not 100% sure that this is enough of a higher low here. What it is doing, though, is it's retesting this kind of base where we V-shaped from. See that level there? We kind of digested it over in this area. When we flushed out and reclaimed it right here, held pretty nicely, and then you just saw the back test there, and now we're pushing up and off of that. So we'll keep an eye and see if that keeps developing. We got skills cooling off a little bit, but it is holding right about at the 50% of that crazy squeeze. What a move there. A little bit under it. Don't really see a trade here unless it loses that 950. And then maybe you could be looking for a little pullback to 750-ish in this kind of, see the low volume node here. But at the same time, it's spooky and spooky. You know, you got to really define your risk on these in my book. What I will say is this little low here, this honestly looks like a Josh play where he would be looking to buy here, and you see the bottom wick. So for me, I don't think it looks particularly good. So I would wait for a flush and a back test to get short, if anything. But other than that, this thing could keep on being an ATM off of this level. Just keep bouncing, 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 and maybe it bounces lower each time and ends up being bearish, but this is still an ATM for a while. Run, stop, and then eventually drop, something like that. But definitely, I definitely want to keep an eye on the bottom of this shelf. Whenever you see a big shelf like this in the bottom, definitely an area to watch because it's going to be an inflection point. Either it whips underneath, just wicks into this low volume node and then says, we're not staying here for very long. There's a lot of buyers who are waiting to buy here, and bring it back up to the magnet, this high part. Or, well, if you flush it and you fail the rejection, then basically it's saying this whole magnet is pushing us away, and we got to seek the bigger magnet at the bottom of this low volume node. It's definitely a good area to watch on any chart. All right, there's the push up that we're looking for on SPY. Now it's the moment of truth because we just pushed up into and through this falling 200-minute moving average. This purple that capped us last time, you can see that's where we sold off the previous time. This is where the trend will change or not. If you're in a scalp, you can take some off here in case this rejects, but so far looking really strong. Nice. And these are the kind of candles you need if you are going to say, hey, this is the higher low. We are going to lock people out, or, lock shorts out, lock new longs out, trap the shorts, make them cover, squeeze them. You need these kind of big candles like this through key levels, just punching through. Still not super high volume, average volume on that candle. It's not 100% convinced, but liking the action so far. There was the target that I mentioned for the scalp, right into that low volume node. So we'll see if there's some pullback here or if it can just keep on punching through. Hey, Nick, I appreciate you, man. I love all the Trader TV live cats as well. You guys are fun people. You guys trade so much too. Like you're in the space, you're in the arena trying things. Whenever I go on and, I'll hang out on stream just for a few minutes before I go on Trader TV Live, see what they're up to. I'm always looking at their charts with so many entries and exits. And I respect that. I respect just the dedication to the craft, and the more at-bats you take, the better you'll get. So I totally love to see just the diligence in that community. Much, much better than the average stock trading community, let me tell you. All right. Oh, hey, we did get filled on CPIX at 405. Close to getting stopped out at 394. Going to keep an eye on that. I think it's still valid. Still holding the level we talked about. So we'll keep watching there. And I love that you can just trade moving average to moving average, and you can just make a living taking small percentages and just like easy little scalps, with leverage. What is this? It's a 60-cent move. So, I mean, if you take the 3x leverage, that's like not a bad tiny little scalp there if you do it with the size that you would on a small cap or something, and then, or a little greater than that, I should say. And then you can just take it to the straight shot, which is, like I said, that low volume node combined with this falling 200 moving average. And then you don't have to be a gambler and say, hey, I don't know if it's going to trend change and break this trend where last time it rejected hard, time before it rejected really hard, But you can just say, hey, it's worth a shot. Now, if I take half off, I've free rolled the trade, and now I can shoot for the home run. And hey, if it is the 20% probability chance where we do break the trend and just rip back up to this big sell-off level here, 711, well, then you got your ticket for very cheap, Take a couple of these looks every day, every week, and eventually that'll start to compound really nicely. All right, Snowman, you're in CPIX at 406? Okay, yeah, so we're in about the same place. It's not high conviction here. It's just a setup that looks a little bit decent, and I'm willing to take it with a very small position. I'm in with 100 shares, so I'm going to be risking about 30, 40 bucks tops if it really flushes out very quickly to 389. So yeah, I think it's just worth a little look here. I want to start trading a little more on stream. Oh, now that I have a little more energy. So we're going to be doing that as well for the earnings show, guys. And we're going to be starting to talk about that and going into that presentation in about 10 minutes here. Mitch, again, has whipped up a really wonderful presentation for us. I've gone over it as well, and I really like what the thesis is. So we're going to be going over that. It's on Intel. And I'm getting distracted because you're talking about George Lucas being a Templar. Guys, save the conspiracy talk for after, because I want in, but I got to focus here. I got to lock in. So, okay, wait, George Lucas is a Templar. What in tarnation? Okay, we're going to get back to this. All right. Zin to win. Let's go, baby. So SPY, I think, is really constructive here. This is the kind of action you want to see. You want to see differentiation, a character change from the last test of this key level. So see, last time, one candle popped. Within a couple candles, we are showing big sellers. Here, one candle popped. We tried a big sell. It could not engulf to the downside like it could right here. And we are off to the potential races, or at least it's still in the bull's court is how I would read this. So you want to see the next kind of check mark is to make a new high. Totally fine to trade sideways here and keep back testing this falling 200 minute here as support. Maybe needs to oscillate a little bit more, but I think that this is constructive so far. At the very least, it is not the hard rejection yet that we saw here. Maybe we do get a big candle here and that will confirm that, hey, it's doing the same thing. But for now, sideways is better than just 1 minute up, straight down. Now, okay, now we might be seeing the same thing just deferred, taking a few minutes longer, fooling old Steve here. And we'll see where this candle closes with 4 seconds left. Very likely this is another, or the start of another decent little rejection here. See how the candle closed low and then the next candle instantly waterfall down a little bit more? So the ball is in the bear's court. The bulls kind of fumbled at the 200 again, and this still is our line in the sand. I'd like to see just sideways kind of consolidation and eventually negotiating through this, but I don't think it's going to squeeze straight through. So that's why for the scalp, you can just take the little thing and then wait and see. CPIX, slightly red here, kind of hanging out. Okay. Now it caught the little bid that I was hoping we would catch. Foreman, just sideways action in this range. And it looks like we held a little uptrend line here. Something like that. It's a little sus. We'll see if we'll see if this is worth it. But you know, decent RR. I would just like to see it get home to this 440 handle, this high volume node here. I think that would be really constructive. And getting a little more traction. Just going to put my limit sell order in there at 439 for half of the position if we do get there and I'm not paying attention. The curse of streaming. Meanwhile, one of the only swing positions I'm in with leverage right now is currently just hanging out. It's done nothing for an hour, more than an hour. So I'd like to see this one push into the close too. That's another one you can look at for potential upside. FCX just dribbling out. They missed earning. Well, they responded very poorly to earnings. I actually didn't check if they missed or not, but there were very high expectations. So it would make sense to see them kind of getting taken down to the key 63 is pretty key support for me. So I'd like to see it high or low here for my long-term shares. But either way, I'm in for the long haul on FCX. I think in a year or two, it's going to be a very good play. Or I think anything under $60 is going to look very, very nice. All right, what else we got? Yeah, the skills one was crazy, right? Snowman's out of the CPIX. Fair. It's not doing much yet. I'm up 1 cent, so I'm gonna stick with it a little bit. But I'm not a hyper scalper here. If you give me the move fast, I'll take it. But I'm dead inside. I can hold these for a while as long as they're respecting my levels. So we talked skills. What else we got? EUDA. That one is up 66%, but I'm more interested in PAPL. That's got 147 million volume. Let's look at that. Not PayPal. Although that one trades like a penny stock too. It's looking constructive on SPY. This is looking at the start of this little flipperoonie of that trend line. Hey, Adrian, good to see you in here, brother. Oh, and good to see my friend backstage too. We can bring you on whenever you're ready, but no rush at all there. I know you're early. Nick as well. It's been a while since you've been in here. Good to see you, brother. You need a decent volume scanner. You can message me. I can send you one. I don't remember all the parameters right now, but I can definitely set you up with one. Open offer. PAPL. This one's interesting here. I want to keep an eye on it. I want to keep an eye on this one. So a few things I want to look at here. First off, I see that we broke the morning range, but we have not done much since then. So this is an incentive to move higher if we can hold a good bit. Yeah, okay, nice. if we can hold over the middle of the range is what I was going to say, then I am inclined to believe that, hey, we made a move up. We came back half and tested a halfway point of that move. If we're basing here and finding buyers right off the pre-market first level here, well, then I think that there's a decent chance that it wants to push higher. We do see this really high volume pin here, so it's just going to be the name of the game is punching through the 98 $1 level. Then it can squeeze a little bit. But this thing was, yeah, it's a 40% mover. Now we are into this like congestion, right? So we got to wait for the volume to punch through this. Otherwise, it could very well just be in consolidation for a while where it needs to kind of pop above this, then retest, and then pop below it, and then retest and pop above it, and then consolidate around, oscillate around before pushing on up there. We will keep watching though. Keep looking at it. SPY with the curl up. And this is what I call the moving average handoff, right? So the 200 here, this is the highest, this is the most strength, right? It's the slowest moving. It takes the most to move it, and therefore it's respected the most. So you see that respect here. You see that that's where the sell-off really picked up. We were trying to bid off of it, but this sell was too strong. You can see right before it flushed, that was the one that it flushed off of. So this is the handoff now. We are testing. This is the bear's third shot. 1, 2, third shot right here to test the maintenance of this downtrend where this purple is respected. We will see. I'm not here to fortune tell. But what a handoff would look like is if this wicks up and this blue and this yellow, these two short time frame moving averages, they pick up the baton and they say, no, we are the same buyers here. We're still cooking. We want up. So that's the name of the game here, the handoff. All right, 3 minutes till we switch on over to our little presentation mode here, guys. Let's get ready. We're going to do a little round the horn recap before we get into that. So for small cap movers, PAPL looks like the highest volume on the day, but not the biggest mover. That one definitely still SKLZ. That one's cooling off for the day. I'm not sure if this is a multi-day move or if this one is going to keep going. I will defer to our experts in the space, Josh and everybody else trading these small caps. Mitch, Michael, you guys know this stuff better than me. What I will say, when it's in the middle of the range and I don't have a strong read, no need to get involved. So personally, I'm a little bit inclined to this path where we're going to pop a few more times, but and eventually kind of roll on down to the $7 handle. That might be a setup, but not touching this one myself. Did take a small position in CPIX. I think I'm going to probably stop out break even here because it's just not doing too much and I don't want to babysit it. But I do want to watch SPY on this half-hour flip. It gave a little pop, doing the shimmy, doing the shuffle, doing what we talked about, right? That yellow holding, reclaiming the blue. So still bullish for now, but you know, this is the point where you could see a big candle up to confirm or a big candle down to reject. We are at a pivot. Pivot. You got any friends, watchers in here? You know, the Ross scene with the couch. That's how it is, right? Are we going to drop the couch down the hallway or are we going to get it up into that apartment? That's the name of the game. All right, I'm going to refill my water and then I'm going to be back in just a second here. We are going to bring on our good friend Jesse and we're going to start talking Intel earnings. It's going to be good, guys. Don't move that dial. Oh man, I'm watching this flag consolidation and it's spicy. We got the top wick running hot. Couldn't get out of the gates, but the bottom wicks are holding the line to the pixel perfect, penny perfect on these moving averages. It makes me think that we are still trying to cook here to the upside. All right, it's that time, guys. Jesse, you good to come on in? Yes, sir. Awesome. Howdy. How's it going, man? Uh-oh, I cannot hear you. Might be on my side. Say something else. Let's see. Jesse, I'm not hearing you, but I've had so much weird stuff with my audio settings that I'm going to double check. If we could get a 1 in the chat if Jesse's audible for everybody else, that'd be awesome. Please, oh please, let this work. Negative, no audio for Jesse here. Let me see. Aish, if you're around, give us a holler if there's anything we can do. I'm gonna keep reading the tape here, and we are getting the breakout so far on SPY. I see Taquito giving the heads up that the word is that you gotta set everything up again after signing in. Whatever you do before is not in. That is correct from my experience. And also, you know, Jesse, what I think is going to be easier, let's you and me hop into the other stream for the actual earnings. It might be set up properly for us there. So we're switching right now. You guys should not have to do a single thing. It'll switch automatically. So bear with us one moment and we will get right in there.